The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Without you, without you. Without you, without you.
God didn't give you guys these rights, right? Your rights were given to you by the land that you fucking live on. Whatever the government of the land you live on, that's it, right?
Without you, I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good.
God wouldn't have given you these same rights if you were born in a Muslim country, would they? No, this woman wouldn't be dressed the way she was. You guys wouldn't be even on here saying half the shit you are, right? So don't say God gives you these rights. It's given to you by the government.
Without you, I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good. Without you.
Prepared. I get it. I was prepared this time, but you don't like it.
Well, tell you what, you can call in next time I'm live, so you have even more time to prepare. And you're right, I was not prepared.
Without you, I can't feel myself so good.
But his viewers came over here, my guy. That's what's up, huh? That's what's up, my guy. Woo woo!
Without you, I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good.
Nobody can hear you. You're like, you got your mic in your mouth. It's not a, take it out of your mouth.
Without you, I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good.
They actually, from conception, have all the parts required to form every single piece of your body. Yep, at conception.
Still a social construction.
How is that a social construction? How is it a social construction? Women like men that get shit done, so men go get shit done.
Pimp and feed
Was it done right and it's done right, huh? Come on now. No, you want me to
You can't even engage with a hypothetical. What kind of fucking intellect level do you think you're on?
You're trying to say that rape is good and that this.
I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good. Without you, I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good. Without you, I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good. Without you, I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good. Without you, I can't feel myself so good. Feel so good.
What is up, everybody? I hope everybody's had a beautiful day today. We are minutes away, folks, from the debate. I decided to start a few minutes early just to, let everybody get the notification ahead of time. Damn, Josh. Damn, Josh, that sucks. That sucks, bro. That sucks. It's kind of like this one time I put a mask on and like beat up some dudes. And when they arrested me, I told them I was Batman, but they didn't accept it. I don't get it. Like, Batman deserves some fucking respect. Batman deserves some fucking respect, all right? When they're like, you're not Batman, prove you're Batman. And I said, not only do I identify as Batman, I said, did you ever meet Batman before me? Didn't think so. All right? Bullshit. Bullshit. Sorry. I'm just cleaning up some things here. Easy, thank you once again for another great VK last night. Hey, thank you all for coming and joining for another great VK. Have you seen Evan been live all day and I don't think he knows it? Yeah, he does know it, John. He does that all the time. He does that all the time. So this debate's supposed to start at 9:15. I'm going to hop in the back a little bit early. I might mute myself while I hop in the back just because, you know, so that just in case they want to say anything off stream. It's not like me to be early, is it? This will be a pretty easy one, in my opinion. I am Batman. I had to dip from VK because YouTube kept freezing on me and it was fucking me off. Yeah, see, YouTube is a bitch sometimes, huh? Don't worry, YouTube. I still want to be here. I'm just saying. Speak wins because he isn't an idiot. That's fair, Evan. That's really fair. Yeah, I know some of you haven't got to actually see me in this type of format yet, so it's going to be exciting for some of you in that sense of it being new. I know that, and then some of you have been waiting to see it. So either way, it should be exciting. Oh, it's 9/11 here at this time, so let me. Let me get in there. I'm gonna mute here for a second. I'll put on a little tune for you while you're waiting. Okay, it's gonna be low, but it's just a little waiting. There we go, folks. Do you actually listen?
That's not what he said.
Yeah, it's like you are just trying everything to get away from my question and change it, right? You know what a straw person is? Remember?
You don't understand why
Remember, Melanie?
That's
straw person. No, you can't just say my question is shitty and unanswerable because you can't fucking answer it.
You're asking me to pick a number and age when I'm.
Yeah, you know what? That statement was shitty and unfucking answerable.
Yeah, because
yeah, so was that one.
Why did I?
And so was that one.
You don't understand why I said it was unanswerable.
How fucking annoying it is.
Why did I say it's unanswerable?
I say.
You don't understand why. Why do you understand what makes your question unanswerable? Why? You don't understand it. You don't understand.
Why have discourse if you can't engage in the opposite side? If you want to be able, you should be streaming because you want to be able to.
Well, I can when the question is fucking answerable.
Well, you don't. You just because you don't pick up on how to answer it. Because you don't want to be cornered.
Well, just because you've set up a paradigm where
you haven't thought this through enough so that you can't get cornered.
And that's clueless.
This is the thing.
Age would you do
this is the thing, Melanie. I've debated this topic many fucking times.
Probably as far as
I'm going to corner you on this topic every time. So you can't even get in like.
This is how you pretend you win every time, too? This is how you pretend you get a W every time? Because this is pathetic. I told you to answer questions and you to reframe it in a way that's.
When I'm talking, I don't hear what you're saying.
You're not talking, you're whining.
Yeah, that's another statement with no fucking fact.
Yeah, get some rest.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to The Raging Tomato. I am Sarah, bringing to you live a debate that will likely turn into a sip and stream because we're all going to want to drink after this one, I think. But I'm super excited for these two to bring their quarrels to the panel, and hopefully we get you a nice, fair debate across the board. I have Melanie CosmicFox and Speak Easy, both going to town on the question of should we allow youth to transition. This is an incredibly, incredibly sensitive topic. If you are under the age of 18, please disconnect, turn this stream off. I don't want you to watch it. If you are easily triggered by this topic, I also ask the same thing. This is not for the faint of heart. It's going to be a very contentious topic, and I know it's going to go down the route of a lot of things that may bother people. So please just turn it off, go away if this would bother you. Outside of that, if you're still here to stay, I hope we put on a good show for you tonight. It should be pretty exciting. I have spoken with both panelists backstage. We've agreed to a few things. Number one, we're going to go for about 2 hours. They both get opening statements and closing statements for 6 minutes apiece if they so choose. One of the things we agreed on also was answering questions, whether it's yes or no, and making sure that that was a piece of the deal that we're, as long as it's on topic, we have to answer. We also are not going to dive into any type of personal lives, personal matters, children, so on and so forth. We're going to stay away from the personal stuff and stay on the argument. I think that was kind of all the bits of that. But yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and kick off. Speak Easy, I believe you are opening. Would you like to go ahead and begin?
Yeah, I'm going to start with saying thank you to Sarah for moderating this. I appreciate that. And thank you to Melanie for coming out and doing this. So I want to start with, obviously, firstly, we know that medical transition in itself have a bunch of significant negative side effects around it. There's even growing evidence with the potential risks associated to the hormone treatments and the surgeries. And this leads to irreversible changes. And especially for young people, this is a long-term decision that people who can't make long-term decisions are making on the opponent side. We also must consider that the uncertainty surrounding the causes of gender dysphoria in itself, like where is it, what the fuck causes it, all of these things, there's an absence of the long-term studies, and we don't even understand it in itself. So how do we understand that transitioning is an appropriate solution to this problem, right? If little Jimmy doesn't want his pecker anymore because he's being essayed, does that mean chopping it off is the solution to this? I don't see any evidence to establish that. We've seen many other countries. There's like Finland, Sweden, New Zealand, Australia, France. There's a few others. They all have already taken a stance to ban transitioning the youth because of the problem that we have a bunch of studies with all the negative problems, but we don't know any beneficial long-term effects of even doing a transition to begin with, never mind with the youth. I also want to end with noting that children hold beliefs that don't align with reality, right? Children believe in Santa Claus, Easter bunnies, right? My kid, when she was younger, she used to believe in that she was Dora the Explorer. Imagine I said, yeah, go ahead, get your backpack and travel over to grandma's house. How delusional would I have been to do this? We're making, again, long-term decisions for kids that are not even living in a reality. So in conclusion, until we have any definitive research, my opponent's not going to be able to justify youth transition. And I have a feeling, I'm going to predict that this is just going to turn into a what is gender debate because they don't have any stance for youth transition.
Oh, so. Oh,
yeah. Oh, yeah. And thank you, Speakeasy, and Melanie, of course, the floor to you for yours.
So, I have a bunch of notes, but first of all, I just want to point out gender is different than sex, right? Because sex would be biological, reproductive, and stuff like that. Gender would be behavior, internal identity, external expression, and how you interact with people. So before, I unpack that too much, I have to say thank you to both of you for being here. First of all, Sarah, you're a great moderator. That's why I came to you first. And Speakeasy, I'm sure this is going to be a great debate, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm actually glad it's a 1v1 right now because your panels can be a little chaotic. So the changes prior to that you get from prior to
already went into
testosterone or estrogen blockers, essentially the growth hormone blockers is how we can kind of call them here. Those are reversible. So if you're just having your puberty put on pause, then you can unpause it as well. It's not until you get into testosterone or estrogen to actually get the secondary sex characteristics. Some of those secondary sex characteristics, not all of them, are not reversible without surgery. The cause of dysphoria is not unknown. We know how gender forms in the brain, how gender identity forms in the brain, the differences in the brain between trans women and cis men versus cis women. Of course, their brains are more like cis women. And the fact that someone who can be born with a certain set of genitals has a certain brain that's either masculinized or feminized the other way tells us that sex and identity / behavior aren't exactly the same thing. In fact, we would call this a pluriform system where the way we get from sex to behavior or gender is not necessarily just one route. And that's very important to note. There are long-term studies, particularly towards HRT and sex reassignment. HRT is hormone replacement therapy, and SRS, which is sex reassignment surgery. There may not be enough. That's quite common in literature of people who are difficult to study. But one of the things is that any literature that does do a long-term study and follow-up points to those therapies being overarchingly successful. So you said that there's like countries that are moving against it. There's also plenty of countries that are moving in favor of allowing children to transition. I live in Canada. There are gender clinics here that kids can go to. I don't think they start hormones until 16. So, that might need to still progress depending on what the science reveals, but it doesn't necessarily need to be, just because these countries don't do it, we shouldn't either. And then you brought up that kids can believe things that are unrealistic. That has more to do with something called cognitive flexibility, gender identity, and gender stability. Actually, I think it's called gender constancy, because gender stability is a subset of that. Gender constancy forms in the brain at the latest at the age of 7. And what you see is that you can't really force kids back into the box that you expect them to be. conversion therapy for both gay people and trans people has terrible outcomes. It basically doesn't work. And so that is basically my opening statement.
Thank you to you both. And a kind reminder to the chat, we're going to keep the chat clean. You guys know better. If you violate TOS and you know what that is, you will just receive a boot for the rest of the night and come back another day. I'm not going to tolerate it, so please be mindful, and neither will any of my mods. Thank you, mods. In addition to that, I believe you're both restreaming. I saw speakeasies. Melanie, I didn't know if you were. Okay, you're not. But either way, please be sure to go like, subscribe, and share to both of them and send the love all the way around. We are here to connect different channels to one another. Outside of that, we will also read any super chats that come in at the end of the evening. We'll read those before right after they do their closing statements. So if you do have questions or things to say, again, if it's outside of TOS, right? If we're not violating TOS, I'll bring them up. Other than that, I leave the floor open to the both of you. Good luck.
Yeah.
Easy, Evan. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, I just want to, the start of your opening, again, exactly as I predicted, you went into what is gender, right? And that doesn't matter in this debate, right? You understand that?
Why wouldn't it matter?
Well, because we're talking about the long-term decisions of medical transition on youth.
Sure. So one thing worth pointing out, though, is that not everybody who decides to become trans necessarily gets the surgeries and stuff, or even goes on like the cross-sex hormones. So you can still be trans without any of these things. There's a bunch of there's social transition that even occurs before you would take puberty blockers.
So what transitioning for youth are you talking about then? You're just talking about social transitioning?
Well, okay, all I'm saying is that for some people that's like good enough for them. But like
prior to not what you're talking about, right?
We can't give them puberty blockers before puberty, right? So if they have a persistent identity, you can socially transition them.
Yeah, you said that's irreversible, or I mean that's reversible. That's actually not true. You know that, right?
The puberty blockers, you're saying?
Yeah. If it's taking longer than 2 years, it's you're infertile. There's a bunch of other negative effects that come with it.
So that's a great argument for getting kids on cross-sex hormones even earlier when their distress is high enough.
No, that would make them on it for longer.
Well, the interesting thing, though, is that that matters for people who desist. But on the other hand, for people who are going to start those cross-sex hormones, the long-term effects, may I finish? The long-term effects don't matter because it's things like loss of height. The bone density thing has other solutions to it. And things that, like, if you were the other gender, then that would actually put you within the category of the people that you identify as.
Yeah. What about the osteoporosis and mood disorders, seizures, cognitive impairment, right?
Well,
there's a lot of different things you're not mentioning that come with it.
There is no proof that there's cognitive impairment yet.
What do you mean there isn't?
For more research. No, there isn't.
Yeah, there is. Where do you even, by the way, where do you get your studies? What are they treating in your studies for puberty blockers? What are they treating?
They're treating distress from gender dysphoria.
That's where you're getting your studies? Show me those studies, because I don't believe you. I believe you're getting your studies from when they study the use of puberty blockers in precocious puberty, and you're using these to benefit yourself, right? And in those cases, they have a minimal age that they won't take it. They have a maximum age that they won't take it. They won't take it longer than 1.5 years. There's a lot of things around it, right? So you use these stats to benefit yourself when it has nothing to do with youth transition.
Well, no, we can use the fact that children take it for other reasons to show that there's already
you can't.
studies on the safety of it.
No, you can't.
You understand that, like, clinical practice is about weighing the potential side effects with the cost of not treating the person.
Yeah, so what's the cost of not treating them? What's the cost of not treating them?
An increased risk of suicide, especially in adult life, and an increased risk. According to where are you getting this information from? Easy. So
your claim right now is that if we don't allow for youth transition, there's going to be some epidemic of kids offing themselves?
Well, you can't have an epidemic within a minority.
Where was it before? Why isn't it happening in all those countries that I just mentioned? Why aren't all these kids just ending themselves now because it's been banned?
Well,
Why
first of all,
isn't that happening?
you would need follow-up studies, which would, take a while to get. Secondly, it has been happening before.
We would know if it was happening, right? We would know if there was an epidemic of kids just offing themselves, right?
Not if you're less than 1% of the population. That can easily be missed.
Oh, it can easily be missed.
So again,
So
if you go through,
nobody's gonna pay attention to that. What world do you live in? Come on now.
I mean, that's why you see such a movement in like the clinical and educational sectors to increase the visibility of trans people. That's why a lot of literature says visibility.
What?
Do you understand that?
What is that?
That I just described invisibility. So if trans people started dying more, it may not be noticed for various reasons, including our marginalization and subjugation. And so that's why in the clinical and educational fields,
because we don't know that we just don't know that they're trans. That's what you're saying?
Well, it's more like they won't be recorded as trans because whoever's dealing with that case or whatever doesn't recognize that. For example, it's something called a hermeneutic gap, and it leads to hermeneutic inequality, which is an injustice.
Again, it's on you to show me the evidence, right? That there's a bunch of kids are offing themselves because they don't get youth, they don't get transitioned at youth, right?
Okay, let's bring up the doc.
And you never answered the question earlier. What? Because like you said, oh well, some kids only need social transition. So like, what transition are you for? Like, are you for like 13-year-olds being able to have their breasts removed?
Yes. But they won't have that. Like, it would be more like 14, 15 because it takes a while to develop breast, obviously.
So you're just to be clear, your stance is you think children are able to make the long-term decision of removing their breasts simply for the reason they feel like they're the opposite gender.
Especially when it's persistent and causes a significant amount of distress.
So if my kid, we'll just say if a kid says they're a mermaid, okay, and they really identify with a mermaid, should we like allow them to sew their legs together and sleep in bathtubs and shit?
No, because that's not gender.
I didn't ask that. It's an identity. That's all.
We're talking about gender.
That's all it is to you. That's all that is to you.
We're talking about
go past that whole argument. Gender is just fashion and self-identity to you. That's all it is.
That's not what I said.
We went through this.
I said that it's a particular thing that forms in our brains when we're really young. And you know what's interesting? Pretty much all of our perceptions about how we relate to the world and stuff like that form around that self-perception of gender.
Did you believe in Santa when you were younger?
Yeah, but that's imagination.
Do you believe in now?
That's imagination, not identity.
How do you know it's not how do you know it's not the same thing?
Because if it was my imagination,
many mental health conditions actually cause you to have imagination.
You're not done, and I never can tell when you're done because you're just cutting me off to finish, I guess. So I'm going to give you a moment.
That's fair. That's fair.
I was done, actually. I don't know. Can you answer that?
I'm sorry. Oh, whoops! I did it wrong. Yeah, I didn't hear the question.
So did you? Okay.
Amazing what a pause can do.
Yeah. So do you still believe in Santa Claus?
No.
Okay.
Nor did I ever identify with him.
So how do you know that the mental health condition of gender dysphoria doesn't cause you to have an imaginative mind that makes you think?
Just talk about two
that
things:
are beyond reality.
Imagination, which is an externalized
imagination. That's what I said.
Which is an externalization of creative processes, and I'm talking about gender identity, which is the internalization and categorization of the self in relation to other peer groups.
Well, no, it's just you saying that, right?
So if you're a man, right?
Anybody can say that, right? Like you agreed with me that if I said that I believe I'm a
Do you
woman.
understand
To look
that
up
when
to
children,
you believe
when
that. So like let's just get past the what
these
is
questions
gender.
aren't getting us anywhere. Do you understand that when you grow up, you don't just think like I'm a man. You think I'm a man and I belong with those, or sorry, I'm a boy and I belong with those boys over there. So I'm going to go play with those boys and not those girls.
There's
Do you
there's some effeminate men.
That wasn't my question. Do you understand that concept that we use gender to also figure
Yeah,
out which
there's some
group
more
of-
masculine men. There's some more effeminate men. I don't
That's
understand
not
what
what I.
the point is.
If you grow up identifying as a boy, you say I'm a boy, and you believe that, then you are more likely to play with boys. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah, but you can also be a effeminate boy that wants to play with girls.
Do you think that somebody is going to feel welcomed into a group of non-effeminate boys?
Is someone gonna feel welcomed into a non like you mean a feminine boy? Are they gonna feel welcome with a group of kids that are not feminine?
Yeah, that's my question for you.
I don't know. Maybe not. What does this have to do with anything?
Well, the reason that they wouldn't, the reason that they
Kids
wouldn't is
don't feel welcome or feel shy or feel this, feel that. They go through a lot of things, right?
well, the reason that they wouldn't is because
You're
we grow up
literally
learning.
stopping when you give kids things like puberty blockers. You're literally stopping certain neuron paths from being built because that's what happens through puberty, right? You literally stopping that from happening.
No, you're pausing it. 'Cause
No,
you can
no, you're stopping it.
No, you can unpause it. So when they go off the
It's not
puberty blockers,
like
their
like
puberty
what, like a
starts again.
movie, like pause play, like a movie.
Yeah, when they go off the
You
puberty
think there's
blockers,
just the biological system just works like that? Is that what you
they
think?
go off. If they go off their puberty blockers, their puberty starts again. That's how it works.
No, it doesn't just start again. It's not like that.
No, that is how hormones
If we're going
work.
to argue that point, we do need to lock it down to maybe not a definition, but like the process in terms of the blockers.
Right. So
Because if we
puberty
can't agree on that, then the rest of it's kind of moot.
puberty is hormonally driven. It's driven by testosterone if you're a boy and estrogen if you're a girl. Puberty blockers are meant to block, they're meant to agonize, which in this case is a very complicated thing. But essentially, they mess with the ability for those hormones to say it's time to do puberty now. And instead of, and I think Speakeasy thinks of it as like some sort of like permanent change that happens. It just gets in the way of the signal and the receptor.
Once you go past the year and a half, permanent changes do happen. You know this.
Really only to height and in like very high doses, then you can risk reproduction errors. In fact, I've been on puberty blockers for like 6 years now, and I can still tell that I have semen.
And you think that if you just like stopped it would just start your puberty back where you were?
Yeah, because what happens in puberty is a bunch of cells that are
Wait,
waiting
you took puberty blockers before you had like when you first started your puberty. That's how young you took it?
No, I took it when I first started my transition, but I already gone through my first puberty. I'm just saying that after 6 years, like I haven't gotten to test it, but I can say like it's still never mind. That's too much detail.
I was actually going to say, Mel, because you are talking about your personal, like anecdotal. So like, it's okay to me if you choose.
I was trying to make
that,
it into a stupid joke, and I
just want to
so.
make sure that you're okay if you're continuing with that. That's
yeah.
up to you. I'm not going
I was trying to make it into a stupid joke, and I totally flopped. In general, though, yeah, the cells that haven't gone through puberty yet are still waiting to go through puberty until they do go through puberty. It's a potential in differentiation such that, like, if a cell's waiting to grow, it's always going to be waiting to grow until it grows. There's nothing saying like, oh, your time to grow is past yet.
Okay. Let's just, I don't want to get into your personal thing here. I just want to ask you here, besides, like, because all I'm hearing here is that you're basically is if we don't trans the youth that want to be transitioned, they're going to end themselves. That's your argument. That's it.
So you understand that stronger feelings of dysphoria can lead to stronger feelings of distress, and that's linked to secondary sex characteristics a lot of the time that makes people feel like they don't pass. Does that make sense to you?
Well, I'll answer your question if you want to answer mine, right? Like, is that what you're going to do? Every time I ask a question, just ask another one?
I mean, I'm not contesting that that's what I said.
Yeah, so that's what you said? That's your only stance?
Okay,
here?
yes, it was what I said. Now I need to point out, though, that I like, hopefully you understand that someone gets increased amount of gender dysphoria and distress from having secondary sex characteristics which does not conform to their gender identity.
Yeah, and there's a lot of kids that grow out of that too. So, and there's again, I already mentioned there's a lot of cross between other different mental health conditions that have the same symptoms as gender dysphoria, right? Again, we don't even know where it is, what it comes from, if it causes something or if something causes it. What do you mean it's not true? It is true.
So first of all, symptoms and pathogenesis are two different things, and you're pointing to symptoms when pathogenesis is what you would look at in this case. Secondly, when it comes to like, well, kids, you know, they could change their minds. Yeah, that's why at first we you know, evaluate them with therapeutic means. We socially transition them, usually before we put them on puberty blockers right away, especially with the younger they are. But the problem is that the studies even show, like, for adolescents especially, they're way more likely, like if they're persisting into adolescence and still wanting to change, then they're way more likely to have depression and suicidal thoughts if they're not allowed to later on in life.
So that's your argument, is just we're gonna hold you emotionally hostage so that you can
Andrew Wilson,
to transition the youth. That's all you're saying. That's all you're saying.
Pull that right out of his mouth.
This is your only argument. This is literally your only argument.
Do you remember what I said to Andrew last night? Because you were there, right?
Of course I was there. It was on my show.
So do you remember?
What does that have to do with this? It has nothing to do with this. Well, can you just answer, please?
So I can't hold you.
If this is your only, if this is your only thing.
So I can't hold you.
The reverse would be, yeah, a lot of parents are going to end themselves if we allow the other parent to transition their kids, right? We can talk about the fathers that have ended themselves because the mother went and did it. There's a guy that's in jail in Canada because the mother wanted to transition the kid and the father didn't want to.
That's false.
Now,
he was in
what do you mean that's false? What do you mean that's false?
He's in jail for other charges.
It was for other charges? What were the charges, Melanie?
I don't know. I just know that it wasn't for that.
So you don't know what it was, but you know what it was. All right, gotcha.
There's literally no law against that. The only thing that can happen is Children's Aid can intervene.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So do you think, like, let's say we get a
Don't
child.
you understand? You can, like, you saying that, oh, well, there's kids that have done the transition as young and then they were okay and fine, better in their adult life. Yeah, that's all cool that you want to say that. But there's cases of kids who were conditioned to really sick shit their whole life growing up, and then when they
David Reimer
thought it was okay, right? So this is
how come David Reimer turned out
saying anything.
Well, how come you're against John Money and stuff like that? One of his victims was David Reimer. One of the interesting things is they tried to force him to live.
Twins?
Yeah, they tried to force. May I finish? They tried to force David Reimer to live as a sex other than the gender he identified as. And guess what? By the time he became an adult and could make his own decisions, because nobody really believed him when he said he wasn't that, he transitioned back.
You just picked for your argument. See, you were on the opposite side just now, but when I told you the same
so I can wrap it up, you know what I'm actually about to say.
One at a time.
But Easy speaks so much. Easy, I need to wrap this up because
it's been fair back and forth. I think it's been all right.
That with the whole point of the David Reimer case is that you can't just tell a child you're this gender, you're trans, and then they believe it. They know internally what they are and it starts with birth. It starts with their toy selection and their group selection, and they'll even start to refer to themselves in gender ways well before the age of 7. So when you're saying like, oh well, like you're pretending this is a social contagion, for example, like it doesn't work that way. That's not how gender identity is formed in the brain to begin with.
You said their toy selection, like girls don't play with trucks or nothing ever, huh?
Well, they'll recognize that toys are gendered, and then once they start self-categorizing, then they'll start going for certain.
So like
around the age of 1 or 2, between 1 and 2.
So again, 3-year-old girls can't play with trucks. They wouldn't do that. If they do, boy.
Okay, first of all, we're talking in generalities here. Secondly,
you just said this is how they understand their gender. Now it's
talking about the brain's capacity. We're talking about the brain's capacity to cognitively process these things. And the brain shows that it already has a bias.
Capacity of the kids who believe in Santa Claus is coming down a chimney with his big fat ass and putting presents under the trees.
Cool.
Yeah.
The brain doesn't have a bias in favor. The brain doesn't have a bias in favor of Santa Claus when it's born. It has a bias in favor of one gender or the other.
What does that mean? Yeah, you either believe Santa's real or not.
No, it means that when you're born, your brain is gendered, and 99% of the time, we could look at someone's genitals and say, okay, so
let me just get
boy will have a masculinized brain.
Let me get this straight. The 5-year-olds can understand the concept of gender, but can't understand the concept of a big fat dude could never fit down a chimney. That's your stance right now?
So 5-year-olds will start recognizing that there's rules around certain genders, right? So like
that's
boys that be strong. Well, you've overstepped what I've stated. You've overstepped what I've stated. I'm trying
logic you have here.
Hold on.
That wasn't my logic.
Make your point, man.
5-year-olds kind of do that, but it's rudimentary, right? Because they're 5. So what they're doing is they're relating themselves to gendered categories. They're talking about rules to do with gender. So boys do this and girls do this. And it's not until 7 or 8 that we actually start them to see, well, maybe girls can play with trucks, for example, because children below that age are very rule oriented.
So wait a minute, what age, okay, just to be clear, what age is it that they find out the gender and then they also find out that their gender can play with the other? This whole thing they put around while they still can't figure out the fat dude can't fit down the chimney.
I will go through the timeline.
And that there's Easter bunnies laying eggs. Easter bunnies don't lay eggs, right? Bunnies don't lay eggs, you know that?
Right? I mean, I don't know.
Killing my childhood, my goodness.
Like
I don't know what age they learned that at. That's a totally different thing.
Should we let them get tattoos too? Should we let kids get tattoos too? Just because they identify with them? Something to do with their culture that they grew up with.
Very different. That's not gender.
What do you mean?
Just try to.
So I think it would be helpful if you guys wrapped it around to the point of at what point is it imagination? At what point does it become identity? At what point are we like believable, or is it built in? You know, kind of defining that process would be a little more helpful here. We could play around all day with you know, the thought process of what I believe in, or you know, Santa Claus, so on and so forth, or which toys or which bias I reckon with. But I think if we really define that process and at what point it gets to there, that would be helpful for both of you going forward to make that line.
Okay, maybe I should clarify that when I said bias earlier, I said when the brain is biased towards a certain thing. I didn't mean like the person themselves is biased. I mean the structure of the brain and what memories it will store and stuff like that is biased. Like the way the brain works is biased in favor of that thing. And so it's there's another thing to point out, by the way, which children at a very young age start to recognize gender stereotyped behavior around the age of 3 or 4. And what that means is if they see a superhero, they'll think of a guy. Or I guess if you say superhero, they'll say, oh, that's probably a boy, just because that tends to be boy oriented. Maybe not so much with the most recent superhero movies, but the general idea was that was kind of like one of the stereotypes. And so when you try to tell a child who's too young, well, actually superheroes can also be girls, they'll reject that because they're too young to have the cognitive flexibility to be like, well, no, that doesn't work.
But they
The only
can
time,
understand that they're another gender.
pardon?
But they can understand that they're another gender. They can
Well,
also
no. Here's
long term.
what happened. I keep thinking you're done. I'm sorry.
I
Well,
think he
here's
was
what
just
happens.
posing a question.
Here's what happens is that they either do identify as the gender they were born, and so that doesn't become an issue, or they can't identify as the gender they were born with, and so they often live in a world that's telling them to be something else when their brain is saying things like, "I want to be like her," and so when you start to affirm that,
Yeah,
that
this
child
could be for a
starts
number
having
of factors, though, right? Like a boy could want
no,
to be
not
like
gender.
a girl just simply because of the attention she's getting, right? If a girl at home, if a boy has a sister and the sister gets more attention than him, this simply could be this, right? Like you understand, this isn't a reality.
So you could see that within gendered groups that someone might make that distinction and decide like, oh, I'm going to do this for strategic purposes. But again, we wouldn't see social strategizing to like 8 or 9. Around the age of 4 or 5, though, what they're really thinking is, okay, so this is what boys do and this is what girls do. I am X, so I'm going to do what that group does.
How do you know what they're thinking exactly?
Well, I mean, the people who study this stuff ask them.
They ask them these exact questions and these answers. Just to be clear, you're quoting these.
No, there's questionnaires and stuff like that that help evaluate where their mind is at, and it varies by age, of course, because
So
how
we
much they
ask
can articulate
kids
these things.
to tell us what they are. That's what you're saying?
I mean, maybe initially, but you also are looking for other things, which is the persistence.
Like what?
The persistence.
The persistence of what? Them telling you that?
Identity. That gender identity.
Them telling you that?
Sure, yeah.
So if your kid tells you over and over that they need a tattoo or they're just not going to be able to live, they just can't live any longer without a tattoo.
Because there is no formative identity in the brain. Formative meaning that it forms in the brain before any sort of cognition can make it happen. So the pathways that form are more important than the sort of like the neural circuits and the action potentials that actually give us thought. So another way of saying that is that it's not a controlled process for them. It's all automatic, especially up until they're 7.
Okay.
So it's not the same with tattoos. You don't have a formative identity for tattoos in your brain growing. There is no
not a controlled process. So they're not making the decision themselves now?
No, they're not deciding their gender. They're expressing how they feel inside.
And can kids make up shit?
Totally. That's why you're looking for persistence.
Okay. So
that's why you look for persistence.
Okay.
Usually
so
when they
if a kid, back to my main question, if a kid for years tells you they need a tattoo, right? They start telling you when they're 5 they need a tattoo. It's going to be the end, right? And it lasts up until they're 7 years old. Should you let them get a tattoo?
Is that gender?
That's not my question. Why do you answer every question with a question?
Well, no, but then we're off topic.
Questions.
He has a point.
But it's not relevant because we're off topic.
It
things
is
that are
relevant.
gendered.
It's actually
things that are gendered. I keep saying I want
let me
things that are
explain
gendered.
how it's relevant, Melanie.
Easy. I'm still answering. I'm still answering. I'm still answering though.
Okay, you want to just go fucking talk the whole time? I get it.
I'm going to explain why we need to work within a gender framework.
You go ahead, and I'll bring you right fucking back to it. So go ahead. But I'm going to ask the same fucking question. You understand that, right? Instead of avoiding it, just answer, right? It's better that way. You wanted the one-on-one because you said it was chaos on my panel. Then stop causing chaos and just stick to the fucking debate.
Are you done? Okay. So the reason why it won't apply if it's not in gendered categories is because it won't be formative in the brain. There won't be places in the brain that tell that person you were supposed to be this gender or that gender. However, to kind of have a parallel example that will be relevant, if the child kept saying, I want this gendered thing for up until the age of 7, and that was opposite of the gender they were assigned at birth, that probably should be something you start to listen to.
That should be something.
It's not relevant if we're not talking about things that are gendered to begin with.
How is it not relevant? We're talking about kids making the long-term decisions for life choices that have long-term consequences, right? We don't let kids drink alcohol. We don't let them smoke cigarettes. We don't let them go to casinos or strip clubs. We don't have them driving cars because they feel like they're old enough. They feel like
it's not a decision.
Don't do that, right? This is
it's not a decision, though.
Off of it's just feelings.
But it's not a decision, though. They're expressing how they feel inside.
You can't possibly know that.
Yes, I've already demonstrated
how read minds. You can't read minds.
We can study
kids
cognitive
make up
abilities.
shit. Kids make up shit for a long time.
But usually if that kid makes stuff up, it'll align with their gender identity because, again, that forms way before they even start being able to express their imagination.
What do you mean it aligns with their gender identity? If they lie a lot, they're a girl or what?
So, a girl might be more likely to imagine she's a princess, and a boy might be more likely to imagine he's a prince. Does that make sense?
Sure. But again, kids make up shit all the time. This doesn't. I'm
not denying that. But again, the difference between gender and imagination is that gender forms in the brain way earlier than kids start using imagination to express themselves.
Name another mental health condition where we physically change your body to fix it. Go ahead.
I mean, this is a dark history that I disagree with, but is that still a good enough example for you? People who are born intersex, we forcibly reassign them at birth a lot of the time.
What do you mean reassign them? That's not how you usually
force them to live as one sex or the other, even though they're intersex.
Did you watch a video on this? And this is you're talking that's not true whatsoever.
And I've read papers that talk about it too. Would you like to see one?
That's not how it goes.
That is how it goes.
Sure, you could show me whatever paper you're talking about. But my point is, so with intersex people, okay, is that a mental health condition?
No.
Okay, so please answer my question. Name a mental health condition
you're right.
that requires a physical change to treat it. Thank you. Answer that.
Mental health. Yeah. Give me a second to think.
Don't hold your breath or anything, because you're not gonna find it.
Oh, anorexia. We would encourage people to gain weight.
You would encourage people to gain weight with anorexia.
Yeah.
Is the anorexia going to kill them if they don't gain the weight?
It could.
No. Like physically, if they don't eat.
It'll lead to comorbidities, which then could kill that person, yes.
Right. So what happens if the kids don't take the youth blockers?
So later on in life, especially. So we have to.
What happens if they don't take the puberty blockers? Do they die?
You will see increased
rates. Do they die if they don't take the puberty blockers?
A higher rate will, because that's the end result of suicide, isn't it?
No.
I knew not to say that word.
You can't say that.
Mind the word. Mind the word.
You can't say that that's linked strictly to them not getting puberty blockers. You have no proof of that whatsoever. So
there is a lot of
there's absolutely no evidence of it. Not one.
There's been several literature reviews.
You can't link this. Show me how you would even do that.
So the way you do is you look at you can look at, first of all, the people who were given hormone changers and the people who weren't. People who have said their whole life, this is how I am, and then died saying it. And then you can see that, for example, the people who didn't get those things.
Studies been following these people around their whole life. Do you even how can that be done? That can't be done.
Long-term follow-up study. Easy. You said that there's no long-term follow-up studies. Realistic. What do you think long-term follow-up studies do?
They don't follow you from point A to B and everything in between. That's not how it goes. They ask you questions at one time and they ask you questions at another time. Again, how can you link that the puberty blockers not given to kids makes them end themselves? How can you link that?
So at point A in the long-term follow-up study, you would ask both groups, the group that is on sex or on puberty blockers or whatever, and the group that isn't, how suicidal do you feel? And then at point B, you would ask that again. That's how you that's how you start to link those things. And causation is linked through understanding.
Before they take the puberty blockers, when they're if this kid is trying to convince you of them being a different gender, you ask them if they feel like they want to end it. And then after you give them what they want, you ask them again the same thing. That's what you're saying?
Well, no, you do it in both that group and the control, the group that's not getting the puberty blockers.
And then the group that's not getting the puberty blockers, you ask them again, how, like, what do you do? A scale of 1 to 10?
Well, if you want long-term studies, you would ask them multiple times over a long term.
Yeah. So where are these studies?
Okay. I didn't, I meant to make a better doc that organizes these things better, but I got sidetracked. But I will find it. That's not relevant. Okay. I was going to find you the intersex thing too, but I got wrapped up in all of this.
You know, there's like a 98% desist rate when you let a child go through the puberty, right?
That's not true.
Counseling and therapy. What do you mean that's not true?
Okay, you're going to need to provide a source on this now.
Sure, I can give you that. Yeah.
Yeah, because people who have examined any sort of thing that says more along the lines of 90%, by the way, they both note that like if you factor in too many groups of people, it also started at a time where the definition of transgender was earlier, and they didn't follow people, for example, like after they detransited, they didn't ask them, they didn't check to see if they started their transition again, and many people had. So there's a lot of like confounding factors there that weren't taken care of by the researchers, and so it's a lot of like the responses that I've seen to these studies are saying that it's not very good data.
Okay.
Is one going to talk about it? So, oh my God. I definitely could have organized all my things, but I just got them all open and tabbed. Yeah, okay, so this might be one. I am just kind of rapid firing them, so if one of them isn't perfect, it'll be in, this is the second one I'm posting inside chat. And here's, let me read a quick excerpt. Oh no, that's a different one now. See, I'm so, okay. Within these articles, 27 unique, okay, yeah, see, it would almost help if I read the whole thing, but okay, so we're talking about protective factors, things that would protect them for those, from what we were talking about before, like suicide. Damn it, I meant to say depression first. Depression and then self-deletion. So this reads, self-esteem at the individual level, healthy relationships with parents and peers at the relationship level, gay-straight alliances at the community level emerge as protective factors across multiple studies. So what that's essentially saying is the more of that we see in someone's life, the less likely they are to be depressed and do self-deletion, because they're, and the way of kind of like bringing that all together within this context of transgender and gender variant people is that since they're more accepted, they're less likely to hate themselves, essentially.
Again, so they'll feel bad if we don't let them do this.
No, they'll have increased rates of depression and self-deletion.
Again, so it increase, if someone wants to chop their arms off, do you think this would be the best idea for someone that's really depressed and says they feel like ending it because they have arms and they just don't want arms?
You seem to live in like this world of like proscriptive or prescriptive treatment, and that's all there is. But there are multiple therapies, right? So we can look at like how various
right. Thank you. There's multiple therapies, and transitioning the youth is not it, right? Psychotherapy is what they need. That's the type.
Yeah, and it turns out
they need, right?
the psychotherapy
Yeah.
It turns out the psychotherapy that tries to tell them, no, you actually are the gender you were assigned at birth, doesn't help them. It's the therapy that affirms them.
This is not true.
Okay, I probably have a study on that too. You know what? Does my doc talk about this? I took too many notes.
That's okay. Take your time. I'm not in any hurry.
No, my
Guys are
heart's
fine.
racing. I got to get it all right now. Right now. I'm fucking addicted. I'm fucking hooked.
While you read that, I'll go ahead and shout out to the chat just to buy you a little bit. T Nublet coming in with a gifted membership. Thank you to you. And also the Raging Patriot, shout out for your new membership. Congratulations. Welcome to the Maters. And Lauren uses her membership chat and says, look what I can do, as she does her little cartwheels across the screen. Thank you, Lauren. And thank you to the chat for being so very kind and minding the TOS. I very much appreciate that you are all being very respectful in the chat. And that is very humbling that you guys adhere to that. Thank you.
So yeah, I have one right here that says the process of transitioning is complex and I didn't get to address this before, requires the involvement of both a mental health therapist specializing in gender and a physician. So you said that like we're just letting kids choose this. Like, no, they do go through evaluations. They do go through psychotherapy even as part of their
they go through evaluations and the evaluation,
psychotherapy,
right? The evaluation.
I said and psychotherapy.
Yeah, the evaluations require that they have strong desires to be the opposite, strong desires to wear the opposite clothes, strong preferences for the like you said, the toys or the games. Like this is all it is. It's a preference or a dislike or a like or a rejection. That's all this is. Kids reject and like shit every other day. They like a new food every week. Like this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, man. If your only criteria is they say that they feel this way, and then also on top of it, if we don't do this, they're going to end their lives. Where are all these kids by themselves that they're able to just end their lives? I don't understand what we're talking about here. This is
no, you usually see that in adolescence, by the way.
And again, why don't we have this huge rise of this everywhere that it's been banned? Why isn't it just like, why weren't we having an epidemic of
we don't
doing this in the past? Right? Why didn't we have a bunch of kids in the past doing it?
Well, it's not like you've gone there and checked, right? So the
lack of we don't have records of it, right? You didn't go to the past and check anything. You didn't go do any of these studies you're reading. Like that's just a dumb argument.
What we do see is that when people are generally cut, I can't speak to your specific examples, but when people are generally cut, those things do increase. So I don't know where you're getting this information from that it doesn't, but there is already research showing that increases. I might have to send some of this as a follow-up, just as a mission. I'll take the L on it that my notes were not organized enough for this.
Okay.
It might have been better to do this a week later, but I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying like it's up to me to like make sure I do give you those sources at some point.
Okay, listen. The thing is here, you're talking about maybes or could happen. All of this, we know what does happen when you stop puberty for, especially if you've taken these puberty blockers for longer than a year and a half. We do know the side effects of kids getting their breasts cut off or having the cross-sex hormones. We know all the negative side effects around all of this, right? We know these. And then you're saying, maybe they're going to do something. Maybe they might end themselves. So, like, we should actually just do the transitioning instead of any other thing. We should do that.
So when something is a factor in someone's depression and desire to self-delete, then you have to step back and think, well, how can we protect them from these factors? That's why protective factors are really important here. The whole point.
When you say that, then why do you just shove off when I say, well, if a kid wants a tattoo and he's really going to say, he's saying he's going to self-delete if he doesn't get this tattoo, why don't we look at all the factors that could help this? Maybe
what did I say last time, Easy?
It would help him.
So okay, maybe this is a good time to use this answer instead. That like, if say hypothetically we were to entertain this in the same way, we would still have to prove that something like a conversion therapy, making them just not care about tattoos, is one thing. I guess that would be more cognitive behavioral therapy there.
Yeah, the history
But,
on conversion
may I please
therapy is
finish?
very
Please.
shaky, right?
I'm being
Let her
very
finish.
patient.
Let her finish.
So there's a whole range of things, but here's, if you're a clinician and you have a patient and let's say like they're 7 years old and they're doing a social transition, you also put them through these psychotherapies and you still see their condition getting worse, you have to go towards something ultimately that guarantees the best outcomes. And the more data that we get on things like hormone replacement therapy, HRT, or sex reassignment surgery, SRS, is that it is the best way to prevent them from living a life of depression and wanting to self-delete.
That's not true. You saying it's the best way. You don't know this, right? Whatsoever.
No.
This
Okay,
is just
yeah.
a statement
So,
you're
again,
pulling
that's
out of
something I have
your
a
ass.
paper on. I'm not. I read it from a paper of people who researched this. It was actually literature review again. So they reviewed all the literature that talks about this.
Well,
So
then,
if you want to just say I'm pulling that out of my ass,
why is the trans community still the
mad at-
highest for the rates of self-deletion? Why? If this is all helping these people, why is that happening?
Sorry, can you ask again? I was going through my sources and missed what you said.
Why is the trans community the highest demographic for self-deletion?
Because there's also other things that even if you transition don't necessarily go away, like the stigma of being trans and the fact that a lot of opportunities aren't as accessible anymore.
Yeah, so that's just not true what you're saying. There's lots of stigma around all different types of demographics of people. They're not ending themselves, right? Would you argue that in America, black people have a big stigma against them? Historically,
not necessarily huge, no, especially not socially enacted.
Historically,
it's not a socially accepted stigma. So the people who
so you just want to
try to stigmatize black people, like, so I think you're misunderstanding the difference between like our
you don't think wait.
Hold on, guys, one at a time.
Please. I think you're misunderstanding the difference between our internal prejudices and our externalized prejudices. So how we enact things is one thing, but it actually turns out that like a lot of egalitarian-minded people hold a lot of like these, we can also call them implicit biases. And the thing is that like, for that, black people are largely accepted, and this is why acceptance.
Actually, according to studies, they're the most discriminated against. What are you talking about?
So I said largely accepted, right?
According to studies, they're the most discriminated against is black people.
Discrimination is not the same thing as tolerance. So like many people accept black people, that you can be an employer that accepts black people, but if your implicit bias means that when you see a black sounding name, you don't look at their resume, then that would be discrimination. Just discrimination is discriminate is a verb.
Why aren't they going off and just ending themselves then?
Because they're still accepted.
They have the least amount of self-deletion.
Because they're accepted by society in general, even if they're discriminated more.
Can you tell me how that logically follows?
Right. So there can be someone who, say, even just women, right, who thinks like, okay, wow, women are equal to men. That's their mindset, right? That's egalitarian mindset. And yet, if he's a teacher, he might not grade girls as high as boys because there's implicit stereotypes that lead to prejudice in his mind. And he's not aware of them. He's not consciously aware of them. And so he still accepts boys and girls equally, but he will enact discriminatory results on that. Discriminate is a verb, and so is accept, right? So we're talking about different actions here.
Yeah, so again, though, you said it's the stigma that makes them self-delete the most. Then we go.
I said one of the things. I said one of the things would be stigma.
And what's the other things?
Not being accepted, not having a healthy family or peer life. The gender dysphoria.
The gender dysphoria in itself. The gender dysphoria in
that alone
itself.
can be enough. That in people who have very high distress from their gender dysphoria, yes, that alone can be enough.
So the gender dysphoria in itself is what makes them.
No.
What'd you just say then?
I said when their distress from the gender dysphoria is high enough, is severe enough, then it can be enough.
Okay, and what is this? Why is this a reason to permanently make decisions for children that again haven't went through puberty, don't understand the reality around them? Like again, you're just saying, well, maybe some of them are going to end their lives. So
because I think you're also making permanent decisions for them that you can't live. You have to go through a puberty, and therefore you have to be stuck with secondary sex characteristics other than what you identify with. What we're doing is they're giving them more time to make up their mind, more time to talk to professionals, more time to get evaluated. So that way they can then just say when they're a bit older, okay, I feel confident with this, along with their parents and along with their physicians. Because
yeah, you're giving them time while also interfering with how their brain develops. So how does that make sense?
The brain's already gendered. It develops normally after that point.
The brain's already gendered. That's not what I said.
Puberty is something that develops your sex
You're
organs.
making long-term decisions.
Easy, go ahead and clarify. I think it would help.
You're making long-term decisions, like something like as in making yourself infertile. Okay, you're making this long-term decision as a child when your mind could change when you're older, and then there you go. Now the woman can't have a baby, or vice versa, because we decided to let them decide what they want when they're a kid. This is just, we don't do this anywhere else. I just don't understand how you feel so confident to do it with something that also has other things like body dysmorphia, a kid that's been SA'd, social contagion, a parent not wanting the gendered kid that they have. There's so many different reasons this could be coming from. We don't even understand it fully, but you're like, yeah, let's just chop off body parts and put a bunch of drugs in them. Like, what are we talking about? They use those same drugs to make rapists in jail, so they're infertile, right? So, like, what are we doing? Like,
so do you understand that chemical castration is done with much higher amounts? No, let me finish. It's done with much higher amounts of those blockers, right?
When you take it for past a year and a half, what is one of the side effects?
It depends how high your say we're taking T blocker, your androgen levels are. If you can keep them at the same level that women's have, then you can probably stay fertile forever.
Do you want to answer?
That was the answer. That's how it works.
What's the answer to the question I asked?
You said
one of the side effects from taking these puberty blockers past a year and a half. And
just a year and a half, not very much,
right?
If you keep your levels right. If you keep your levels right, so you're going to see an endocrinologist.
I'd like to hear the answer, if you don't mind, Mel. And
not very much. Not very much if we're monitoring their blood, blood hormone levels and stuff like that. You don't just want to make them disappear entirely, right? Even cis women have some testosterone. Cis men have some estrogen, more in the cells, but. There's a difference with chemical castration. You get rid of it entirely. So I think that's what you're confusing here. From blocking puberty, you brought up there's long-term effects. Like the only ones I was able to see that are clinically verifiable and not just people worried about things is you might not. People assigned female at birth might grow taller than normal, which is if they transition to a guy would be good, right? Yeah. And people assigned male at birth would be shorter than normal, which if you're going to become a woman, then that would be good as well. But like we're talking about minor variances here in height. Like we're not talking about huge differences. You don't become a 6 foot tall NBA player just because you're on puberty blockers.
All right. Yeah. Again, you're just I can name over and over all of these side effects, and you just say, well, but the kids might end themselves, so like we got to do this. Right?
That's what we're treating. We're treating the effect of gender dysphoria.
So when we do the things like puberty blockers, right? You're actually stopping you lower and inhibit their impulsive and rebellious and irritable and risk-taking behaviors. And this is actually important for kids when they're both. This is important for kids when they're developing. It's actually a really big part of how they actually build character amongst their peers. It helps them develop friendships and relationships. It helps them develop new hobbies and excel in things. You're taking that away when you give them puberty blockers because you put it on stop, right? Because you thought that it's a good idea, right? Another thing you seem to blow past, and I don't know why, is that if you're giving kids puberty blockers from that young of an age, when they're older and they want their bottom surgeries that they want, well, you fuck that up too, because their genital tissue doesn't grow because you decided to stop all that, right? All these negative effects, and all you have is, but they might end themselves, so... And we can't monitor kids because we're stupid. Like it doesn't make any sense. We monitor kids. If kids are feeling this ways, we extra monitor them. We put in extra steps to help them, give them different types of therapies. We don't chop off body parts and put drugs inside of them.
So I'm addressing this one by one, and I like to finish. You said first that like kids have like a rebellious nature, blah blah blah. I think you meant boys. And that puberty blockers will inhibit that.
Yeah.
Well,
you don't even know what I said.
There's a problem there, and is that we actually start to see those differences well before puberty starts. So the brain, again, is already likely to do those things before puberty. So there's already some baseline level, and not having a puberty isn't going to lessen that. It'll only just keep it at the baseline. That might make people feel a little bit alienated from their group, but this is where socialization comes in. Having them in a peer group that is a little bit rebellious, a little bit ambitious, or whatever you want to say applies to boys here, embraces that and embraces them as well, will give them positive feelings about being that way, and that will give them another way to feel motivated to be like that. We often do feel motivated to do things when our peer group is also doing it. So for the second part, sorry, can you make a claim? Oh, sorry, it was for the surgery. So with the thing about that, yes, there is less development of male genitalia as a result of that, but that's not a huge issue because we have this wonderful technology called skin grafting. And what we can do is we can take skin from other areas.
Give them a zombie-looking fucking thing down there. Why not? Do you know what skin grafting looks like? Do you even understand the things you're talking about right now?
You're just trying to scare people right now. Like that's not what it's
like. Oh
yeah,
the big bad transphobe over here. That's what I'm doing. What are you talking about?
When you say it's like a zombie thing, yeah, like that.
Yeah. Do you know what that looks like? Do you know what skin grafting looks like? Have you ever had it? Have you ever seen it? Any of this?
I've seen it. Yeah. One of the things is that they show
you what may happen. Completely normal to you.
Because, well, yeah, for one thing, it's a vagina. So while you do need extra tissue, it's not like anything needs to stick out or be structural or hold blood vessels in it or anything like that. It's a little bit different. Now, for I forget what it's called for female to male.
You think that
their surgery needs more development in that sense?
We should actually be chopping their dinks off to the youth. That's what you think?
No, sex reassignment surgery would come when they're an adult for sure.
And why is that, Melanie?
Because I think that's a choice that they can make themselves. Sorry.
To do. Hold up. Why can't they decide? Why can't they decide to get it done when they're young? Again. Yeah, because you don't answer the question. You never do. You never answer questions. Can you answer it? Why can't they decide?
There was an answer, but it was a little vague. But if you do want to go a little more into like your statement of it, that's fine.
I mean, all Speak is doing is verifying that he doesn't understand what gender is and where the lines begin and end.
Yeah, and
so tattoos are not a gendered thing.
With this topic.
Tattoos are not a gendered thing.
However, but it's not going to work because it has nothing.
However, if you think you have a boy and they're asking to wear dresses and have long hair, nails, and makeup, and that's persistent up until they're at the age of 7, and they're saying,
"Year, October 31st, every year you can wear a dress, makeup, all that." Yeah.
There's no point in finishing. He's not even being good faith at this point.
You're not answering my question, so I don't care about your battle here.
I want to say that well, hold on a second.
She's not even listening. You just accusing me of prattling.
The question is, should we allow youth to transition? And I believe we're starting to get to two different points here. One that we have been talking about, or at least to my understanding, is the puberty blockers, correct? And then now Speakeasy, you're bringing up the other side of it, which is actual surgical changes, correct?
Yeah.
Now, you both agree, to my understanding, that the surgical portions of it should happen after they turn the age of 18, correct?
I agree.
Okay, so
all of them should be done when they're 18.
Yes, but we're just on the
please?
point of surgery.
There's caveats.
Easy, you can agree that it should be 18, correct? At the very least, for just surgery.
Yeah, and the reason I wanted Mel to answer why, because it's going to follow over to the argument for the.
Okay, let me get back to Mel. Mel, to my understanding, you said you agreed with that, correct? That it should be 18.
Yes.
Okay. So we both agree moving forward, but I think Speakeasy, you're trying to utilize that towards your argument, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Just so we're in the same, but I just wanted to, I want to create that boundary of the puberty blockers. You both disagree on that completely, but going forward 18 and up, 100% you both agree on the surgery. Okay. I leave it to you.
Yeah, adults can. I believe adults can do what they want. That's not our debate, right? So I want to know why Melanie holds the stance that youth shouldn't be able to fully transition and just get it chopped off.
Oh, because if they have the surgery as an adult, it's basically the same if they have it when they're younger. In fact, they'd have a better time probably healing from it as well, without like developing deformities or something from it, because their body's basically done developing.
You heal quicker when you're younger.
Pardon?
You heal quicker when you're younger, so that doesn't follow.
Right, but if you get plastic surgery, then you could develop deformities. Did you not know this? Okay, so anyways,
you're worried about some negative consequences like a deformity, huh?
So the treatments that we're applying before,
you don't hold that the same on the puberty blocker side. Weird.
So the treatments that they have before are to prevent them
from the. Why are you blowing past that? Bone density is a deformity, right? Stunting your growth is a deformity. Why are you not addressing that for puberty blockers?
Do you know what the best way to treat bone density issue is?
Not take puberty blockers and then go through an actual puberty. That's the best way to make your body grow like it's supposed to, the way you were biologically created to do. That's how. That's the.
Or you just take lots of calcium,
right?
Because that increases calcium.
Can you answer my question now? How do you not hold the same stance for the deformities that come from puberty blockers?
How do I know? Because what we're trying to do is stopping them from having their first puberty until they're ready to either stop the puberty blockers and have a normal puberty, or have a cross-sex puberty, because that will prevent them from living a life of distress.
Just to prevent them from living a life of stress?
Distress.
Like, again, why don't you let them fully do it then? It would make them have a life of distress.
Because this is something we can prevent and will lead to better outcomes for the trans community.
Same with the puberty blockers. We can prevent doing that, and then if they really feel like this through puberty and after, when they're an adult, then they can make all the changes they want.
So that's easy for you to say. And I'm only saying this because I'm assuming you don't have trans kids. The parents of trans kids, what they talk about is like their child is starting to realize puberty is coming because it's happening in people around them, etc. And they're starting to get really fucking worried. Like, not just like, oh,
this happens in puberty in general.
I'm clarifying. Thank you. It's not just like normal anxieties about puberty. It's, I don't want to be this way, period. This isn't right.
This is one of the things that come with puberty. Yep. A lot of kids get scared of actually growing up. Yep. That's what happens.
The anxiety they
feel. What
feel.
Puberty does, it puts a bunch of hormones and shit through their body and makes them feel a whole bunch of different shit. Yep. That's why they're so emotional and mood switches, ups and downs. That's why puberty is the way it is.
You're gonna keep saying that? Okay, cool. So easy. The way that anxiety for puberty is the way it is.
No.
And we can do studies that check for this. is that kids feel like they're abnormal because they don't see other kids necessarily going through the same changes around them. Part of this is that we wear clothes, so a lot of the changes that we're seeing in ourselves are hidden through other people. So it's very easy to imagine that they're abnormal. When you talk about those things feeling abnormal, it's not the same as saying, I feel like I shouldn't be this way at all. Those are two different statements. And that's how we can check for anxiety during puberty versus this puberty is going to make me into something I'm not.
Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Take your time. That's okay. And a big shout out.
May I
to
further
Jay.
address the bone density thing, by the way, because I recalled some information on that.
Sure.
Sorry, Sarah.
I think he stepped away, so I don't want you to make any points while he stepped away, just
Fair.
because it'll be missed, and I think that would be a waste of your breath. But I think it would be very wise to write your notes down or whatever it is you want to say. But
Thank God you're so good at this.
oh, thanks. I'm trying. You guys are actually being very respectful towards each other, and it's helpful. It makes my job much more easier. So I find that to be helpful. If I don't have to, I don't want to intervene. My ultimate goal of modding is to sit here and shut up. I'd love to just sit here and shut up, and I don't want to have to do anything. And that's to me makes it perfect.
All right, sorry.
He's back. All right, Mel wanted to clarify some points.
Yeah, so I just forgot to say this before. With the bone density thing, there are studies that show that once you start the hormones, so if you get off the puberty blockers and go through your own normal puberty, then that will restore to normal levels. And if you start the cross-sex hormones, that goes to the levels that you would expect to see for the gender group that you're going for. So bone density does go down while you're on the blockers, but as soon as you start hormones of one type or the other, then that brings it back to what you expect to see in people.
That's not necessarily true either. You know that's not true though, right? You know that's not in the case of all of them, right?
Shows that it's true.
Rare. What you're saying is actually rare to happen.
So I keep telling, no, it's common. What's rare is that people will develop osteoporosis because osteoporosis comes after like a chronic loss of bone density, and we're talking like decades.
Yeah, like the 14-year-old girl that it happened to in Sweden, and that's what amplified them to ban that shit and stop them from wrecking kids' bodies when they can't make decisions for themselves, right?
So it's happened once and we banned it for everybody?
No, that I said like that one case, right? Obviously, it didn't just happen once.
I would imagine it's very rare because, first of all, most kids' bones are like ready to like increase bone density.
It's very rare. Being trans or having gender dysphoria is very rare.
Hear me out, please.
One at a time.
I was not finished. And what we find is that when we manage their hormones, it stays around the same level that it was when they were children anyways, which was enough for them because they're not really growing that much. The only case is with girls, in which case we might want to give them a little bit more, not give them a little bit of tea, have them have even higher elevated levels than boys to make sure that they do get that extra bit of bone density. But again, these are like slight variances in how we treat people, not we're going to get rid of this whole thing. That's a completely different prescriptive action. We're trying to be proscriptive. Sorry, no. Which one's, now I can't remember, but you're saying to get rid of these things. People are trying to find ways to still accept trans people and trans youth and give them the best life possible. That's what doctors do. They try to give people the best life possible.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Do you not agree they take the Hippocratic Oath?
To give the best life possible. No, again, if you go to your doctor and tell them I need my arms chopped off so I can have a more fulfilling life, they're not going to say, here you go, here's a prescription, go to the doctor and go to the hospital so they can chop your fucking arms off for you. No.
But that's because the clinical evidence would be...
So, come on.
That's because the clinical evidence would be that after those people chop their arm off, then they want to chop off more and more. Same with plastic surgery and cosmetic surgery, by the way. That's another huge issue. We don't see that with trans people. Once they feel like they passed, they often just want to live their lives and not get any more treatments than they're already going through.
Where do you even get that from?
Well, no, this is the thing. Like you're kind of conflating.
It's literally the highest demographic for self-deletion, but these people are just, just fine, dandy.
Well, because there's many factors that play into that, and sex reassignment and hormone replacement therapy is only one of the protective factors we can give people.
Yeah, I just don't know where to go from here with you, because again, I've mentioned the bone density, the takeaway from the things that you get through puberty, the development in the genital tissues, your growth, your fertility. There's even unknown. It literally says in the warnings of puberty blockers, unknown potential harms, long-term effects. So like, there's all of this that's a negative to do it, and your one thing is maybe they will end their lives if we don't. It's a weak argument. I mean, like, is there anything else you have? Anything else?
Speak. Do you want to know how we figure out what the long-term harms are? Because we can't just put people on clinical trials for decades of their lives.
Like test kids, right? Like, let's just use this is just experiment.
That's been the case with any sort of pediatric drug.
Yeah, let's figure it out. Let's figure out what happens.
That's what we've done with any sort of drug that we give to kids and only kids. No, even not only kids. Now that I think about it, I actually just realized that where's the non-puberty blockers I have in here? Okay, so that was one thing. We can get into that as well because that's interesting. So, I mean, do you want to go through some of these things again? Because the only thing, the infertility thing is temporary or reversible. You can't get rid of someone's fertility without. Reversible. According to what? So like you can't get rid of someone's fertility.
You're okay with the kids having the puberty blockers and the cross-sex hormones, just as a reminder for everyone, right?
No, we do a staggered approach where first we socially transition the person, we put them through evaluation. Because you're oversimplifying my position, and I'm explaining to you, no, I have a much more nuanced position than that, which would line up with something like what the ICD-11 would want. Do you want to hear it, or do you want to just get mad that you didn't hear me say yes or no to something that isn't a yes or no answer?
Well, you could say yes or no and then elaborate. Yeah, it'd be a lot easier.
No, because it's not that simple. It's a staggered approach where you would start with social transitioning. It's not simple
for you to say yes or no and then elaborate.
I think to some degree, if you're more on the side of yes, then you can say yes, but, right? And if you sit more on the side of no, you could say no, but, and clarify. I will 100% allow room for clarification if we start with a hard yes or a hard no. I don't think saying yes or no necessarily holds you to that 100%, as long as you're able to have the room to clarify.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I think it would be helpful because it like ties you to a yes or a no, right? And then you can, further.
Yeah, because here's my issue is, if you don't say yes or no, I have a feeling you're just going to repeat what I said and in a different way, and then you're going to say, well, I didn't say that. I said it like this. So can you just say yes or no to my statement and then elaborate? It's easy.
Okay, so if you're afraid of me repeating it myself or repeating you, then I'll say yes, but there's a lot of caveats here. So we wouldn't just give them hormones at any age, right? We'd first put them into social transition. We would evaluate them. We put them through various types of psychotherapy to see if they improve enough to a point that they don't need HRT yet. By the time that they're starting to hit puberty, then we start to open the doors of puberty blockers as an option. Again, we're comparing this to how big is their distress, what are the risk of side effects, and what is the cost of not giving them the treatment. And the same into HRT, which if you're worried about these long-term effects, should only be 2 or 3 years. That's the data I'm seeing, 2 or 3 years before you start the cross-sex hormones. So if they're starting as early as 8, that could be meaning starting HRT as soon as 10 or 11. The point is that they shouldn't have to go through initial puberty, and they're going through the natural puberty that they would have gone through if they were the sex they identify with. So I'm saying yes, but we have to look at like the data of what the medical science says and stuff like that if it says like you can't start this till later for these particular reasons, instead of it just being I'm scared of this, then yeah, I will back down on some of that and say,
if they haven't lived yet as a boy or a girl fully, right? You said that it starts from this young. You do it before puberty, right? And then you make sure that they don't go through puberty, and then you start them transitioning right through. If they don't actually get to live as a boy, go through puberty as a boy, or the opposite, whatever one we're talking about, what are they not able to identify with? Because you're saying they're identifying with it, but how can they not identify with it if they didn't live it, right? What are they identifying with?
So
what they see other people, or
yeah, when I was a kid around the age of 5 or 6, I start
self-identity.
Yeah, so
okay.
So between the ages of like 5 or 6 was when I noticed myself starting to do it.
Puberty for fashion and then self-identity. That's an insane.
It's not fashion. See, you're again operating as if I said yes 100% when I'm clearly indicating that there are caveats. So one of the ways we relate our identity to the rest of the world around us is by observing other people. This doesn't mean that this is where identity comes from, but this is how we come to understand the identity that we have one way or another. And so I noticed myself observing boys, and I noticed myself observing girls. I wanted to play with girls. I wanted to do what girls were doing. I didn't want to do what boys were doing, and I didn't want to play with boys. The reason was I simply did not identify as a boy. That did not feel like my peer group at that age.
Or there could be other factors. I don't know your personal life, but there could be other factors. Simply one grew up with sisters and only their mother, so they only had girls around them to influence them, and that's what they seen and they were comfortable with. So that's why they brought this into their social life out in school or wherever they are. There's a bunch of different reasons this could be, right? Again, there could be a boy, or there could be a girl that is being essayed at home, and she goes and tells her therapist that she wants to be a boy because the brother that
we're getting off the rails a bit.
Okay, you don't want to hear nothing, or you just
the more examples you give, it's just going to be
like 80%.
Write down the notes.
Ever.
Mel, write down the notes and let it.
You don't even need to bring essay into this, because my answer is going to be the same either way. So if you need to give all these examples,
the answer to the essay child is give them puberty blockers. Good answer.
Nope. The answer is that those things would not affect your gender identity, because what we can do is we can use twin studies.
We don't even know what gender.
I want to hold on. I want to put the floor back to Speakeasy because Mel, you did interrupt him.
Gender dysphoria, again, has symptoms relating to so many other things. Not to mention, we haven't even mentioned that there's a huge cross between autism and gender dysphoria. Like there's huge problems surrounding this that we shouldn't be making. We should be taking caution, right? The mental health of the children, that's what's important, right? Not what they physically look like. That's not important. People live and die ugly as sin, okay? You can feel bad about what you look like. Sorry, tough luck. That was the cards given to you. We have other ways to deal with it, right? It's not just put drugs inside of you, chop your tits off, and go on. That's gonna make you feel better.
So many points. So the great thing
about the same point. That's the difference.
So the great thing about being able to control for environment before birth and checking to see how many of these effects you mentioned could actually infect these things, and we can get into autism and stuff like that later on. But regarding, like, if you had siblings and all that stuff, there could be something called where, like, if the more siblings you have, the more likely you are to have like to be gay. But there's a different reason for that they're talking about with And again, that would form in the brain prenatally. What we do is we use twin studies, and we look at the differences between monozygotic twins, which means that if they were in the same natal environment, and dizygotic, which means that they were in two separate, essentially sacs of fluid. I forget what the name for it is right now. And because of that, we see differences in mono and dizygotic twins when there is a genetic, we see less difference in zygotic and dizygotic twins when it's strictly genetic. When it's prenatal, then we see a difference between them that's greater than usually like the rest of the world. So this gives us a lot of information that that allows us to say, well, look, monozygotic trans people aren't really that different from dizygotic, so there's nothing there. But from normal people, they seem to be a little bit higher, and that probably tells us that it's the environment in the womb that you grow up in that is the thing that determines your gender identity the most. So this is like all these things that you're mentioning that it could be a part of, blah, blah, blah. That all has to do with being able to assume that something plays a role more than it actually could. Getting into comorbidities, well, yeah, that's actually why psychotherapy is part of the treatment. We want to eliminate as many comorbidities as well as possible, treat them for depression that may not be gender related, et cetera, because that actually gives them better outcomes for their treatment. You don't just treat the gender dysphoria, you would treat everything that goes with it. Symptomology, it doesn't just, if you take a course in that, for example, it teaches you that you can't just look at symptoms and be like, this is the same disease. We've learned the hard way that that's like outdated pseudoscience. What you look at is the underlying pathogenesis. What caused this? And in people with dysphoria, their symptoms are better remedied through gender-affirming therapy. Whereas if you try to tell just any random depressed person off the street who doesn't think they're trans to change their gender, you obviously won't see them have improved outcomes. So how we actually put these things into certain boxes and stuff like that has to be clinically significant, has to be relevant for the treatments that we use. And the treatments that we use are informed by, well, we tried putting them back in the box. That doesn't work. We tried giving them all these psychotherapies that kind of worked, but it wasn't enough. Only treating the dysphoria itself is what gave them the best possible outcomes. So sorry, did you still want me to address the autism thing, or do you want to address that there?
You went on a whole bunch of things that like actually doesn't matter to the main point, but you actually said something that was complete bullshit. You said gender identity is assumed to wait. You left out assumed. That's the problem I'm trying to point out. You left out that it's assumed to have something to do with your environment in the womb. This is all assumptions. There's no way to actually tell this. There's no way to actually measure this. Like these studies you're talking about too, about, oh, they feel better after we like gave them the whatever drugs they wanted or surgeries they want. This is talking about adults. These studies always come from adults, right?
Okay.
So can you understand the difference between an adult making a long-term decision and a kid making a long-term decision, or no?
Of course I can. So I just posted another link in the side chat.
Why do you think a kid should be able to make that long-term decision? Because
they don't just make it.
The reason for them not to be able to chop off body parts at that young age was for the deformities that could come about. Well, the same thing could come about from the cross-sex hormones, from the puberty blockers, all of these things. So explain to me.
They don't make it by themselves. They make it with their parents.
Dyeing their hair from a young age could fuck up their hair for the rest of their life. You understand that? Something simple as dyeing your hair from a young age can fuck up your hair for the rest of your life. You understand that? But
yes,
you want to put drugs and chop off 14-year-old tits. You understand how that sounds insane?
These must be rhetorical questions.
No, I'm asking you. For real.
So by the way,
to
attend to your argument that there is no basis for this happening prenatally, the latest link I posted, and I know they don't have titles, I like to do that normally, but I'm rushing, is the title of it is the neurobiology, or damn it, now I can't find it. Neurobiology of Gender Identity and Sexual Orientation. Everything I've talked about tonight and more is in that paper, and talks about how prenatal womb environment is the most important thing to determine these. Particularly testosterone levels in the womb, but there's a bunch of complicated reasons for that, and you can't just make easy takeaways from that. So one of the things that we're getting into is who really has the agency here. Because I'm trying to explain to you that, look, if the parent says no, if there's neither parent that supports them, probably not going to happen. If there's no child, if the child doesn't want it, definitely not going to happen. If the therapist doesn't want it, then they're probably not going to get most of the treatments they want. One of the big things is, like, let's say like they do have gender anxiety that stems from self-hatred, right? Well, then you actually could treat that with psychotherapy. That is something that psychotherapy can treat. That's not the same as gender dysphoria. That's when you can treat that with cognitive behavioral therapy. And you would, before you even let a child start to begin puberty blockers. That's why I said we have a staggered approach where we don't just jump immediately to puberty blockers. Oh, sorry. And one more thing that you said is, like, again, why don't, if we're not cutting off stuff before 18, although I said that there are caveats, then why are we doing the puberty stuff? Well, because puberty is inevitable. Those other things, if we wait, we'll pretty much have the same outcome. If they make them go through puberty, they have much worse outcomes. Not just like little differences, big differences. And so again, if you're
worse outcomes in what, and how they look?
So if we're talking about secondary sex characteristics, yes. If we're talking about this, easy, please. If we're talking about
so if someone
surgeries,
they wanted to end their lives because they were just
your fucking question.
Do you think we can recommend plastic surgery to make them look better? Make their face more symmetrical?
I think number one, Mel, he did stay quiet while you were talking, so I will give him that credit. But I think he was trying to clarify what he was responding to. But I didn't hear it, so I don't know if you heard it. But I wanted to give Speakeasy the opportunity to clarify what he was saying, and then you respond, Mel.
Yeah, do you think if someone was like ugly, really like just ugly as sin, looked like they were all scarred up in their face and nose hanging over here, do you think like the surgery would be the outcome to help them?
So actually what you're doing is my answer is contained.
Never can answer a question. It's amazing.
I do, but whatever.
Let her go. Let her go, Speakeasy.
I really do answer your questions, but you just don't like the answers.
It's so good.
What you're actually doing is you're forcing people who knew that they were trans from the very get-go to endure puberty, so that way they have to deal with more invasive surgeries. It turns out if they do need any gender-affirming surgeries later on, especially the bottom surgery, it's less invasive, actually.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's that's why I brought up the genital tissue growth. This is a common problem amongst the trans community with them.
And there's a solution. What was the solution?
Puberty blockers.
You just didn't like the solution, but you didn't have an argument against it. It was like, oh, I'm disgusted by this.
What?
So
the solution,
remember I said skin grafting? You were like, oh, no, not skin grafting.
Make the decisions when they're an adult.
So again, it's too late to do that after puberty. If you want to get your vocal cord surgery, or if you want to get vocal cord surgery, for example.
Does Blair White look like a chick to you?
Yes.
Yeah? She's passing enough for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know that Blair White went through puberty?
Sure, and she would have also had to go through more.
Was it detrimental to Blair White? Was it so detrimental? Oh no!
Because she would have had to go through more invasive surgeries. Okay, so when you go through surgeries, do you like them to be really invasive or sort of invasive?
All surgeries are invasive. Surgery, like actually cutting into you and going inside of you, it's invasive. What do you mean?
Which is
really invasive? How do you measure that?
By how deep
you go up my ass? Like, what are you asking me? Can you just be straight with your question? Or
by how much tissue we change?
How much tissue we change? It would depend on the surgery, I guess.
And how deep it is. Yeah, so the easy answer is obviously you want a surgery to be less invasive. Everyone does, because surgeries are scary, and it would be really weird if you wanted more invasive surgeries. So
the bottom surgery is the same. It's gonna be the same process, right? Except there's less to work with if they go through the puberty blockers.
between not having up to 10 years of distress for girls who have to go through puberty from the age of 8 to the less invasive surgery, we're giving them a much better outcome later on in life.
Less invasive. What's less
I will
invasive about it?
I will say there's either invasive or non-invasive, and I think like the degree of it wouldn't necessarily be
Invasive.
like measurement for, you know, I think it's either invasive or non-invasive. Just I don't know if this is necessarily a point that would really go
It's not the
into
case.
the
That's not how-
argument.
That's not
I
even
mean,
how surgeons describe it.
I'll let you continue. I was just trying to maybe get, because we're down to like the remaining 15 minutes, so I didn't know if you wanted to really get into the crux of anything, and I didn't know if this one was necessarily like arguing the invasiveness less or most or whatever, if that was going to be vital for you. It's totally up to you though.
Look, if you want to improve the outcomes of trans people, I've got the answers. That's all I'm saying. I posted 4 links already.
All right, Morpheus, thank you for that. But you still haven't addressed like the numerous negative outcomes, right? Except saying, well, you know, but we can kind of help this, but that's not as bad as if they're going to end themselves. Like your whole argument just tails on, if we don't do this for kids, they're going to end themselves. But you failed to show any evidence of this whatsoever. Like we don't see it happening. We didn't see it happening before, and we don't see it happening now.
The third one, hrc.org. Pretty sure they talk about that.
Okay. And the third one? Let me click on the third one.
Oh, that might actually... Okay. Yeah, so it has the statistics here. 8 times... more than 8 times as likely to have a suicide attempt, 6 times as likely to report high levels of depression, 3 times as likely to use illegal drugs, 3 times as likely to high risk for HIV and STDs.
Which one are you?
So clinically speaking, these are outcomes that, yes, clinicians do try to avoid for any population group. And how you do that, you have to tailor that specifically to the group. You can't just say, oh, well, a bunch of people don't like it, so I guess we can't do it. You say, what are the outcomes that we get when we try various treatments on these groups, and what can we learn from that? We learned from conversion therapy that you can force people to identify as something other than what they identify as. You can maybe make them act like they're in a box, but at some point when they get the chance, they're going to come right back out. And we know from various types of psychotherapy that if you keep trying to treat gender dysphoria with those things, and you still see a decline, then you need to treat the gender dysphoria, not every other possible psychiatric illness out there. And that requires a very unique type of treatment.
We don't even understand what it fully means.
I have one more thing to say. I just have one more thing to say. And I know I'm rambling, but you just go on. Speak easy. Please. Let me wrap it up, and I'll let you do your thing as well. So these treatments are new, and I know that because it's very tailored, it can seem very foreign to people. But that doesn't mean we have to react with disgust or moral outrage. We need to understand where the clinicians are coming from, where the science is actually at, and also understand why we need more data on this, because it's very hard to study trans people when there's such a small percent of the population. I'm done, by the way.
All right, well, again... This is just, you're literally naming off these things that you've named off as literally like things that you go through puberty, just regardless. Being sensitive, looking for an identity, being uncertain of yourself, feeling peer pressure from your friends of how to act, dress, look, what to like, kids that have question why they're gaining a sexual attraction for the opposite sex. This is a phenomenon too, where people think they have to be trans in this phenomenon too. You go through mood swings, you start getting your sexual feelings through this time. This is all stuff that happens because of puberty. And then you guys relate it to, well, it's the same as gender dysphoria, so it must mean that's what's happening.
If it was just from
you said earlier that when you're young, you know how to the concept of the gender you're supposed to fit in with, the toys you're supposed to play with, the people you're supposed to hang out with.
Yeah.
You don't understand the concept that some big fat dude can't fit in your chimneys. You're living in fucking.
No, it's around the age of 7 that they start to figure that out as well, actually, because that's when they start to deal with cognitive flexibility, where they're no longer just following
You
rules.
say these big words to make it seem like you know what you're talking about and like it means something. It doesn't.
I'm just trying to communicate to you the science on it. No, it is. It's in the neurobiology of gender identity and sexual orientation there. And there's another paper I'm looking for. I might have actually. I need to bring it up again, but it's really good. I like bringing all these things in a cognitive sense together, where like children start with gender schemas, where they essentially say, if I'm a part of this gender schema, then for example, peer pressure will make me want to feel like more of that. Because even if it makes me feel like I'm not enough, I still want to be more of that. Peer pressure shouldn't be able to make you feel like a different identity than what you identify as, because when we try to do that, it never fucking works.
That's not true.
I just told you about how conversion therapy gets like the opposite results. They become more.
The history with the conversion therapy is shaky as hell, right? That's the problem.
There's actually plenty of research on it. A lot of
success at the beginning.
There's actually
one at a time.
Compared to what?
Well, compared to when a lot of the gay rights activists and stuff like this started getting involved.
Well, yeah, that's because people had no other frame of reference. So they would say, well, nobody around me is expressing this, so there must be something wrong with me. It wasn't until people started realizing, oh, there's other gay people around me. Maybe it's not me that's the problem. Maybe I don't have to internalize this violence directly at me. Maybe I can start to feel what's inside of me and then see if I feel like them or what these people are telling me. As soon as you give people the chance to be cognitively flexible there, cognitively just means like you're using your brain. And if we're being super,
I didn't know that.
And flexible just means that like you have the ability to start making choices of your own using your brain. Then when we give people that choice, what we've seen, because we've been doing this forever, is that conversion therapy doesn't actually change how people perceive themselves, even if it might change how they act. That's a key thing, right? Because if people are just trying to conform, that might not change how they internally identify.
Right, but they can internally identify for these things for many different reasons, right? That's what I'm trying. Like, this is what I mentioned how it crosses over with autism, right? There's certain symptoms that match with PTSD, body dysmorphic disorder, the self-hatred. You mentioned this earlier, right? There's Munchausen syndrome, autogynephilia, Munchausen by proxy. They want to just fit in, a social contagion, desire to please a parent because that parent wanted a different gendered kid. They could be bullied for being too butch of a girl, they too feminine of a boy, so this makes them want to change.
You just slow down. I really can't. I can't even write one word notes.
You know what? The thing is, you go through these long like spiels. I can get mine out in 30 seconds, right? If you didn't go,
but you're addressing
you'd be
different topics.
Yeah.
Right? I stayed within the topics.
Let Easy finish.
They just you can't let no one else finish, but you want to name off 17.
No, this is just a gishkolop, though. Like,
hold on, then let him, spit it out.
I'm just asking him to slow down. He can say the same thing just a bit slower, so I can actually write down those notes.
I don't think that's up to him to accommodate. Only by like reasonability.
And right? I don't think he really expects me to respond anymore. I think he's trying to say as much as he can without me responding.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, I think we can. I think it's. I think. I think at that point, if it becomes like a pointless conversation, that's okay. We're about to end it anyways. But we still have to let him finish out of respect, whether he's making a good point or bad to you. He still has the right to finish. Speak easy. The floor is yours.
Yeah, like I was saying, there's the number of things that I tried to name off here. We could go to BPD, kids that have experienced some type of sexual trauma, a self-hatred, a depression and anxiety actually has a lot of symptoms that come with gender dysphoria, just depression and anxiety in itself. So which one is it? Is depression causing the gender dysphoria, or is the gender dysphoria causing the depression? We don't even actually know the truth of this. You go look into the studies. I'm not bullshitting, right? You could be bullied for being too much of a feminine boy, too butch of a girl.
Rhetorical questions again.
It's part of the social contagion. Discomfort with the developing body. You just don't want to grow up. Your parent trying to please your parents. Like, there's all these different things that have the same similar symptoms as gender dysphoria.
So they all come from different pathogenesis sources. So until you understand that, you're just going to keep making conflation of things that are disanalogous. Symptomology, like you're essentially doing correlation over causation. And that's why I'm telling you to understand pathogenesis. When we try to treat depression, for example, by making someone go into a different gender, they become more depressed because they're no longer the gender they identify as. It pretty much works for cis people too. If I force a cis person to be trans, they'll become more depressed. They'll resist it. We brought in autism. Autism is especially interesting because autistic people, A, are less likely to be socially influenced since they tend to not care what other people around them are doing. And B,
literally
they adhere more strictly to what they believe are dogmas or rules. And so they're very rule oriented even later on in life. So the idea that like they're suddenly going to change their rule set over social peer pressure, or that there's anything more than a comorbidity here where, yeah, there's some people who are autistic and trans, but not all trans people are autistic, and not all autistic people are trans. Okay, that happens with everything. There's some trans people who have blue eyes, and there's some people who don't. That doesn't mean we can look at having blue eyes as a factor of being trans.
Yeah, so again, when you bring up that, oh, I just need you to understand the pathogenesis sources and what that means, because you're just too dumb to understand this argument, Speakeasy. That's not an argument in itself. And the pathogenesis
argument was that you're doing correlation over causation.
I'll bring you back.
No, I'm just clarifying.
Reality. But
I'm just clarifying here to be clear, because that wasn't my argument. My main argument was that you're doing correlation over causation.
Yeah. So
let him finish.
Pathogenesis, right? That means it refers to the origin of where this disease comes from, right? Yep. And yep, we also spoke on, we don't actually know the origin of gender dysphoria.
No, that's your opinion, not mine. That's your opinion, not mine. No, I'm trying to demonstrate to you that
it's a consensus. It's the consensus. Where does it come from then?
So there's a neurobiology of gender identity. I already linked the paper. So the first signs of that the brain becomes either masculinized or feminized comes in prenatally, before they're born. And the biggest
trans are people with a male brain or a female brain? Is that just what you're saying? Just to clarify there. So you're saying like a trans woman has a female brain in a male body? Is that what you're saying?
It's more complicated than that, but sure.
Well, I'm asking you. Clarify your.
Yeah, so I'm giving you a yes, but, right? Yes, but it's more complicated than that is all. Is that a problem?
Yeah, it's bullshit, right?
Not really. Because again, gender identity.
There's male brains in female bodies and female brains in male bodies. That's science.
So the ways that this happens is that
you live by.
So when I say that these things are hormonally driven, what that means is that this comes from your mother's hormones levels. It depends on how much testosterone she has. And so we would call it the hormonal environment, right? And so when your genitals and stuff like that develop, that's way earlier. That's usually in the first trimester or the beginning of the second trimester is probably safer to say. Whereas the parts of your brain that would develop that would be sexually dimorphic develop in this later in the later part of the second trimester and the third trimester. So the fact that these happen at different points means that they can develop in different hormonal environments. Your mother can have higher testosterone when your genitals develop and lower testosterone when your brain develops, and that would create that difference in body versus brain.
So you're saying that is what you're saying then?
I'm saying it's one of the largest factors that contribute to it. Yes.
So the fact that you have a female brain.
You could say that. There's no like female brain. There's a feminized brain.
This seems like you've made this up, and it helps you cope.
No, there's even a professor at Stanford who talks about it, Robert Sapolsky, and he talks about how this happens as well in his lectures on sexual behavior.
Okay.
Would we like to move to our closing statements, and then if the two of you do want to stick around for open panel, you are most
Hells yeah.
welcome.
You know I'm here for it. Oh, sorry,
good.
easy. Sorry, I didn't cam up.
That's okay. Yeah, you're good on that. Yeah,
it just wasn't a good day for it. I had to shower late, and my hair.
Well, I feel like we know you as the Furby, you know, like, so that's totally not a bother to me by any means. This is
I know
your
he wanted to
debate.
discuss this on cam, and I do feel bad for not keeping. I tried those easy, just so you know.
I mean, this was your
You're
debate
good.
that you guys wanted, so I mean that deal is to you guys. But we will open up the panel, and easy, I'll drop it backstage too if you are sticking around and you want anybody else to come join. Totally okay with that as well. Right. But yeah, so if you guys want to start your closing statements, I believe Easy started, so I believe Mel, you would be kicking off on the closing.
Well, folks, we've talked about a lot of things tonight, and on a lot of these subjects, we've only just scratched the surface. I've tried to be as consistent as I can with this, with asserting that there is a biological basis for your gender identity, and that means that when you come out of the womb, your brain's already going to start to form that gender identity around that, and you're not going to be able to easily just force someone back into the other box. The idea that this is like a social contagion or related to other mental illnesses and stuff like that. I may not be the most qualified, and I definitely could do better at explaining how we make these distinctions, but I've read enough of the literature to know that they have tried to make these distinctions, and they're clinically different. Like, you don't treat these things the same for a reason. You treat trans people in a very special way for a reason. And that's why, like, we do try to knock as many things out as we can with therapy before you start cross-sex hormones, trying to make sure it's not just self-hatred, all that stuff. That's what psychotherapy can treat. If you have treated all these things or done your best, and that person is still expressing a dysphoric distress, then you still need to treat that, just the same as you need to treat those other things if that's what your job is. And so the way we treat that, well, I get that it's a new and uncomfortable kind of procedure. We can't just react to it with disgust. We can't just react to it with moral outrage, because we are talking about people's lives here. When we're talking about self-deletion rates, we're talking about people's lives. And as a trans person, and I don't mean to make this personal, but that life component to it is very personal to me. That means a lot to me, that my life is protected just as much as anyone else's. So we're not trying to hold anyone emotionally hostage here. If we were, it's not like I can hold a gun to anyone's head or anything. I'd be getting it through the clinics and all this, and like all the people who research this. So I can't even conceptualize how emotional hostage taking would actually work on that level. It's funny to me. We're just here to be ourselves. We're trying to live the happiest lives we can. And for anyone who's on our side with that, we love you, trans rights. And finally, thank you, Speakeasy, again, for this wonderful discussion. And thank you, Sarah, for hosting this.
Absolutely. You're most welcome. And Speakeasy to you.
Yeah, so I'll start with saying thanks for coming out again, Mel, and thanks, Sarah, for hosting this. Everyone over in my chat, make sure you go over here to Sarah's and drop a like, sub up. She's going to read questions too, so send in your questions over there, super chats. So as I predicted, there was a few times it seemed like it wanted to get into the what is gender. because the only argument that it always boils down to is if we don't allow the youth to be transitioned, that they will off themselves, and this will be a detrimental pandemic we all should be scared of coming. But that's not true whatsoever. Most of these kids just need psychotherapy or to go through their changing body and to learn to love themselves inside and out with therapy. Again, this was about the youth. This was nothing about like trans rights or if they're allowed to be trans or if they had nothing to do with adults. All I had to do here was explain why it's dangerous and detrimental to society to allow this for children. That's it.
Perfect. No questions came in on my end, which I'm actually kind of not shocked. But
May I ask one question for Speakeasy?
that's if Speakeasy wants to answer, I'm totally okay with it.
Do you agree that we should leave the trans kids alone?
Leave the trans kids alone?
Yes.
Well, my whole argument is we don't actually know, like trans kids, that just doesn't sit right with me because we don't know what's going on yet here. I think.
Okay, whatever, Sarah, just open up the panel.
The panel's open. The link's been pinned. So if anybody from either side wants to come over, Speakeasy, I don't know if you dropped it on. Are you staying for open panel?
Yeah, I'll stay for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It is open if anybody wants to pop on. I'm officially turning this into a sip and stream. So there's no, my gloves are officially off. I don't give a shit anymore. But I will say to anybody who does want to pop on, please be mindful. The TOS will not fly. I know this is an incredibly sensitive topic. And as long as we're speaking, you guys did such a great job the way you spoke about it this evening. I couldn't be more impressed.
Thank you.
Very
I think
mindful.
I messed up. I started doing good with like self-deletion, and then I started reading things.
Yeah, those are to me that's acceptable, right? It was a very informative, but nobody was crossing the lines in other directions. Does that make sense? And I
appreciate that.
I couldn't be more appreciative.
Sarah, just admit it. You thought I was gonna come on here and do some like trans bashing shit. You thought I was a big
No,
mouth.
I didn't think so. I know you guys have both debated before, and I know you're both capable of the conversation. I see you backstage. I just want to make, if I don't say it, then I can't say I said it. Right?
Yeah, no, I get you.
So as long as me doing that, but yeah, I've got one backstage, or Bucks was back there too a second ago and he disappeared. But let me go ahead and we're going to go into open panel dumpster fire and go from there.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like she's trying to be a comedian. She's trying to be funny.
Okay, Ghost, can you just voice confirm for me?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We're not going to show anything on screen that shouldn't be on there, like penises or things like that.
I'm not a degenerate.
Fair enough. And Bucks, I think you got an echo somewhere going on. Let me try to adjust. There we go. Maybe that'll help. And Bucks, can you
open panel time now, boys? Time to smoke.
You're muted, darling. If that needs to make a difference. Oh, okay. He backed out. All right. Fair enough. All right. Floor's open, ladies and gentlemen. Have fun. Respectfully.
Welcome, Ghost.
Hi, Ghost.
Oh, thanks for having me, Burby.
Did you have anything on your mind, or?
Yeah, I want to talk to this dude. What's his name? Speak, I think his name is.
Speakeasy.
Yes, sir.
I was just watching your channel there, and I think there's a dude named Crucible Ghost, and he really wants a sweater or hoodie. Maybe you can hook him up.
If he wants a sweater or a hoodie?
Yeah, can you hook him up?
We could possibly do that.
You're asking
That
for a
was-
friend?
Asking
Yeah, I'm
for a
asking for
friend.
a friend.
Let me get Bucks an animated effigy back on as well. Or no, oh, Crucible Ghost rolled. I think he just wanted to say that about the hoodie.
Yeah.
Bucks, can you voice confirm for me?
Voice. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You do have a little bit of a mic crackle.
It's lag in South Africa. Whatever. I'm going to turn the mic off. I'm just observing. Amazing show. You guys have kept me awake, but I'm here to listen and just enjoy.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And effigy, if you can voice confirm for me as well.
Hello. Thanks for letting me up.
Wonderful. No, you're most welcome. We're not going to show anything on screen that we shouldn't, like body parts or anything like that. Correct?
Not at all.
All right. Thank you for playing. Appreciate
We
that.
will show animated explosions and melting.
I can handle that as long as it's not, as long as it's, within TOS and you don't get the whole show canceled, then I will be appreciative.
True. What's up,
I felt like I needed to come up. It almost feels like I'm part of the saga at this point.
I felt like you'd be coming up.
I was like getting this sense of deja vu the whole time you guys were talking.
I don't look at chat. I didn't look at chat much throughout this, but when I did, I saw you saying, this debate's still going on from last night, I see.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea during a debate, Melanie. I actually avoid it too as much as I can because you'll see one thing in chat throw you off and then you forget where you were at.
I agree with that. The chat always wins. That is the rule. The chat always wins no matter what. That can be the best debate ever, and the chat will always, always, always win.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say too, Melanie, I was pleased that you weren't so interruptive. I mean, there was a couple times, but
I think it went both ways.
did a lot better than our past interaction, so I appreciate that.
I feel more pressure.
Sorry, my apologies. And then I'm interrupting.
Pressure. Yeah, I feel more pressure on panels to get my point out and get it in before the topic changes or whatever, because that can happen.
True enough. Apogee, would you?
You guys really rocked the show. All I can say. I mean, if I look at diplomacy, and I'm sitting here in Cape Town, South Africa, and it's a very, very interesting topic, but you really rocked the show in terms of mental health, therapy, etc., diplomacy. I have no words. It's better than the election and the last boxing fight.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a peer review on this. Does Effigy, do you agree?
On all that he just said? Sure.
Better than Mike Tyson.
It was
Yeah,
definitely
all or
better than the
nothing.
boxing match. Most things have been better than the boxing match.
Okay, fair.
I don't know, one of the things that's been in my head, and it's mostly because it came back a lot in this debate, and it's because of what Andrew raked me over the coals on last night, is this idea that suicide statistics, deletion statistics are genuinely a threat. And I just don't see how that is, because in all other corners, first of all, I genuinely think it's a straw man. When you say let's boil it down to this, you're essentially saying here's my little straw man. I'm going to sit him on my lap and he's going to talk to you. And we don't do this to any other thing in society, right? It's all just harm mitigation. We look at other parts of society where we believe there's harm and we try to look for the reasons. And this just seems to be trying to reduce things down into weird ways, because we've got this triangulation of doctors, parents, kids, who all come to these conclusions, who have different areas of authority in how they can come to this. And I don't know. I don't like how that argument comes about. It just does not seem good faith at all. Well, it's not a threat, like Mel said last night.
I think you take
it's not this interpersonal threat.
I think you're taking what I'm saying wrong, right? It's the point that if the only answer is if we don't do this, they end their lives. That's why he says the words emotional hostage taking, because
But that's just like the paraphrase of the argument. That's just the concise version of the argument, right? The long actual form of the argument is it leads to this confluence of bad shit that seems to end in that outcome. Like you could
we're
give
not
like direct
positive
things.
about that. That's the problem, right? That's what I'm bringing up. See, I bring up what my arguments are. We know the negatives, and then there's possibilities of the negative of the opposite, right? We know the negatives of doing it. On the opposite, it's possibilities of negative. That's the difference here. It's hard negatives, possibilities. I'll take the hard negatives out before I'm worried about possibilities. We can build up on how to get through these things.
So are you referring to like example like unknown long-term effects on T blockers?
That's well, yeah, that is just one of the things that are listed. Yeah, unknown. But then again, I mentioned the bone density, the height growth, the genital tissue growth, the fact that what I was saying earlier about the irritable and risk-taking behaviors and stuff is that this is what you're developing during puberty, and when you stop that from happening, you inhibit those parts of yourself, parts that actually help you develop as a person. So
but
like
they would still go through a puberty.
Sorry, what?
They would still go through a puberty once they start the cross-sex hormones, or they go
that
off
seems
the
like a
puberty block.
potentiality
Yeah,
argument, right?
puberty, not naturally how their body was supposed to develop, right? Because earlier too, actually, I just realized right now, I kind of let you get away with one thing earlier. I asked you to give me any other mental health condition that we medically change someone's body to as the answer, and you gave me anorexia. And I did concede to this at first, but now that I think about it, you're not medically changing their body. You're giving them something that their body. You're just either gaining weight. You're telling them to eat. Right? Essentially, you're making them eat.
More of a nutritional.
Yeah.
You're not actually
adding anything or taking anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, in that stricter regard, if that's what matters to you, then I would agree. Like, and I said this in my closing statement, this is a unique form of treatment for a unique condition. And that is distress from gender dysphoria. So long as we're being clear, like being trans isn't the pathology. That's just something that can happen.
Yeah, but or you could work on if this is like a real thing that the kid is going through. There's the therapy. You talked about socially transitioning them, right? Like, so are you meaning when you say that? Sorry?
That would be the first step before.
Yeah, so like when you say that, you mean like changing their name. If it's a boy,
coming out to their peers,
have their hair how they want.
Coming out to their peers, coming out to whoever, their classroom, family.
Saying, I am this, I am that.
Can I ask, what is the percentage of the self-deletion rate for those who do not transition, who want to, as a teenager?
Okay, so yeah, what's a specific study? I'm sorry, it's going to take me a bit to get back to you on that, but
I mean, is it a high percentage? Is it like
it's higher for adolescents? Yeah.
And is that 100% coming from the inability to transition before the age of 18?
So if it comes more from the sexually dimorphic features that come from puberty, but the problem is that we can't keep them on puberty blockers until they're 18 for them to make their own decision. That's why this is a decision of not just the child and not just the parent, but also the physician. And to I think I might have sensed where you're going, and I'm sorry if it's not speak, but with like the why don't we treat all the other things, like I did try to say, like, we do treat as many things as we can with this and knock out as many other potentialities during the like social transition and puberty blocker phase, with giving them treatments for anything that might show itself through symptomology actually. But like let's say we have the time to give them. I found 5 main treatments that can be given that aren't HRT, that are psychotherapy. And let's say we give them all 5 and we still see more distress and more anxiety about having puberty, then at least we can pause that puberty, pause their distress, give them time to think about it without having to go through the distress as well of being in puberty.
Are there other conservative approaches that you could take instead of going straight to the hormones and stopping that? Like obviously therapy, right? Or and I'm not trying to downsize it. Please don't take it that way. But you know, there's like different levels of therapy or therapeutic activities or finding new hobbies or interests or things that you can actually do to you know, that most teenagers like sports and activities.
That's occupational therapy, by the way.
Right.
I feel like I did just say that, but I'll say it again just to be super clear. Yes, we do try to apply whatever therapies are applicable beforehand and make sure that they don't alleviate the person's gender dysphoria and distress on their own. But if they don't alleviate them on their own, then that's that's not only your last option, that's the thing that the data shows, especially once you collect it all, do a literature review, is the most effective way to treat the gender dysphoria itself.
So let me, this is more curiosity, right? I'm not making a point one way or the other, but it's more my curiosity trying to dive into the concept because I haven't really had this conversation with a lot of people. But at what point are we, like, when did this become a thing, right? Because obviously we've never heard of this prior to these surgeries to be available, or at least I haven't. Like, when did this start becoming a thing that you can do, or somebody thought, like teenagers in past years, 80s, 90s, or even 50s, you know, were they having these issues too? And if so, what was the mitigation at that time to solve it, or if it was resolved?
Do you mind if I answer this in 2 ways? Because I feel like I'm hearing both. When did trans people start existing, and also when did we start like noticing this in the literature? Because like trans people arguably have always existed. There are other cultures that have extra gender categories, especially to account for the fact that some people do not identify with what they're assigned at birth. So it's arguable to say that trans people have always existed. With how long we've been noticing in treating it, I know Speak has pointed to John Money as, sorry, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, as like the start of when we started treating this. I think that's a little bit incorrect. It's more complicated than that. It starts with gender studies, and when we started acknowledging that gender studies didn't just fall into this sex binary. So you could say that's like arguably the 50s. And what Money did is he opened the first clinic, and he was admittedly an awful guy. But even like some of the results of what he did shed a lot of light on things like, even though we tried to convince David Raymer that he was a girl, he still, when he got the chance, said, no, I'm not a girl. I've known this whole time I wasn't a girl, because it's not something we can actually program children to be one way or the other. They just know what they are. It's part of how identity forms in the brain.
Okay. Somebody was backstage. I was just about to bring them up. I didn't interrupt Mel, but they backed back out. So if they want to come on, I just didn't want to interrupt you, Mel, while because I would have had to voice confirm. Okay. And then, I mean, so in terms of like studies, are they trying to find other? Oh, okay. Here he is. Let me go ahead and bring him up. Hi, Goon.
Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to make sure we can voice confirm, and then we're not going to show anything on screen, correct?
Nah, you good.
All right. Thank you.
It's a very trustworthy name. I definitely am not going to read into that.
So, I mean, in terms of the studies, I feel like there maybe not be enough studies on this.
Yeah, that's why these countries have started backing off of transitioning the youth and realized we actually have to let these kids go through their puberty and decide, because they've realized a lot of the kids that are saying this is how they identify, when they go through their puberty, they actually change their minds and they've learned to love their bodies. That's I have a person who came on my stream and talked about this. It's anecdotal, I know, but talked about this very thing. They were quick to give her the drugs for her to start transitioning, and then she realized that no, actually, I'm not a male. I like females, but I'm not a male. I just gotta love this body I have. And she learned that she's a woman that just likes women. And
May I answer,
her
please?
confusion of liking women is what put her on this path. Like this happens all the
Preach,
time.
brother. So it's worth noting that
Preach,
there is a lot.
Hold on,
There-
let Mel talk.
There is research that has been done, which has taught us a lot. That so the lack of research doesn't mean that we can't make certain claims with confidence. There's a lot more research we could have that would be a lot better. And so this is where we get into the caveats of this is a minority group, so finding sample sizes that are large enough is difficult. Speakeasy pointed out that long-term studies have just been complicated. For one thing, when your definition of transgender changes, then data that you used to have is no longer as applicable, and some of the research hasn't always updated their information as they do their long-term study. And the most important thing is that trans people are hard to isolate from a general public without twin studies.
Pardon me. Is somebody breathing into their mic or making a lot of noise over there? I can hear it.
It was me, sorry.
It definitely was not you because you've been talking all night. It was not coming from you. Thank you. Go ahead, Mel.
So I'll admit it's not the easiest thing in the world to study. There's a lot of complications. The researchers are doing their best to come to things that we can objectively take away and apply to a clinical science, or clinical setting is probably a better thing to say in this sense.
I'd like to ask a quick question.
Okay.
It's to Mel. Have you looked at the sort of influence of, the whole sort of gender sort of transition and how people have looked at it over the years and its influence? I mean, you guys are sitting in North America. I'm sitting in Africa, but I mean, I've spent many years in Asia, and how it sort of has sort of permeated over the world besides the sort of North American world. I'm going to mute myself after this.
Okay. So a lot of these things start in academic circles where you start researching it. We don't really see it in a clinical setting until there's at least robust enough data that you wouldn't be able to get better studies until you conduct them in a clinical setting. This brings up the question of before, like, well, are we using kids as guinea pigs when we study the long-term effects? Well, it turns out that there's something called market investigations. That's the only way you can actually study this mysterious after effects that you have no reason to you can know, like when we first study for side effects, by the way, we say, okay, these are the parts of the body that are affected. These are some other parts of there are proximal effects that can come from this part of the body being affected. And so this is what we're going to look for first. If there's anything else that raises a red flag from our initial clinical studies, then, we look at that too. But for things that are long-term, obviously that's not going to fit into whatever the trial period was. So you have to let things go to market, even if things we use in kids, and then monitor that, investigate that, and look for those red flags in an ongoing population that's using it. So it's not just using kids as guinea pigs, because you're ruling out as many things as you can from what you know that could be side effects. But at some point, there's only one way left to get that last piece of data.
Hi, Milk Cow. Goon, I think you're
I was just going to say that.
Yeah. So the main reason I joined in was to bring up a report called the CAS report. The CAS report is CASS. It is a UK report that refutes a lot of what CosmicFox is talking about. It doesn't link suicidality with gender-affirming care. It doesn't link a lot of the things that you're bringing up together, and it's why they've rolled back gender-affirming care for minors in the UK.
I actually have a kind of a follow-up question to a degree. I believe it's our job as parents to protect our children, and sometimes even that protection is protection against themselves. Do you feel like parents are like own this responsibility in terms of being accountable of their children, and protecting them from maybe doing more harm than good to some degree? Now, I understand these are feelings and emotions and they feel this way. But my daughter feels like I, can be a mean mom sometimes, or she feels like some of her decisions are sound and right when I have to, explain to her, you are 15 and I understand and hear what you're saying, but this decision is not going to be a wise one. Therefore, no, the answer is no. So I wonder, like, that's my question is, do you think the duty falls to the parents to protect these children, even from their own thoughts?
Okay, so please note I have two things to respond to, so I will need to do so in kind. Goom, I first of all, just to show you that I'm not pulling this out of my ass, posted a link to a YouTube video by someone who's already responded to the CAS report. She admittedly hasn't read it all, but very few people who are talking about it have anyways. I haven't read it either, because admittedly I'm not trained enough to like go through something that big and parse all of that data. That's like, I'm not making spreadsheets or anything like that. Fuck that. So, when it comes to that, there have been a lot of flaws found in those studies or the way that the studies are collected. One of the things that was noted is that studies that in other literature, the data is rated very good or good, they'll just call it poor or very poor out of nowhere. And that's what's called using artistic language within the literature. It's not exactly, they don't say you can't do it, but it's like, if you're trying to be scientific, you don't want to use artistic language, right? Another thing is just that it tend to look at like cohorts or like groups of samples when doing like a literature review as being they're a little bit loose with their definitions here. So a lot of the groups that they pull into this were like, for example, lesbians when talking about female to male groups, which is both transsexist, or if you want to call it cissexist, whatever you want, but also just not how you would designate cohorts if you're actually studying transgender people. So, it's a very large document. That's why I posted you that YouTube video that briefs up the rebuttal. And I'm not equipped to actually tell you why it's wrong. I will point out what Speakeasy said about those European countries, and I forgot to say this earlier. Those European countries are responding to the CAS report, and given how many, first of all, they had to pull the CAS report and re-upload it with like a huge 40-page correction thing. And if you haven't read that, then it's probably not good to cite it in general, even myself. But also these countries that are reacting to it, that's not what you should do as policymakers. You should actually wait to see if there's actual full-on consensus. This is breaking consensus, but we still have to see will other people replicate their findings if they do the same thing the CAS report did, or let's say they do the difference in cohorts where we look at different sample groups instead. Do we get drastically different findings? Because that could mean that that's a confounding factor that's affecting the results, and that shouldn't be something that you're studying. Sarah, to respond to you, I generally tried to explain this before. I'm going to try to be more specific with it now. That the gender brain that comes in kids' minds before, the only thing that can change after that is how they relate themselves to the gender peer group that they perceive around them. Because prior to that, they're already going for the toys they want to go for. They're already going to point them to themselves as certain things. Sometimes they do it based on rules and not just identity. That's true. But once they start to so gender constancy, where their gender doesn't change over time, is kind of followed by two different things, or two different things are part of it. It's the stability, which is the recognition that that gender doesn't change over time. It's okay, well, these people's gender doesn't change over time, and neither does mine. And it's also the consistency, which is that you wake up every day feeling like the same gender. I think you would agree that with there's a reason that kids are also bad liars, right? It's because they're bad at maintaining those sort of imaginative things. They'll do it, but then their mind will imagine something else just as easily. With gender, the reason I brought up relating to groups, and I know this is a lot of information, but I'm sorry, is that we will look at groups as a collection of stereotypes. This is a gender schema theory. And that collection of stereotypes will also be the kind of like the stereotypes you want to be. And if somebody says, well, actually, you should be this other group of stereotype, this would be something that we've observed in kids that they reject, because that would be considered counter stereotypical to their internal identity. So if my stereotype is I'm a boy, so I'm going to follow what other boys are doing. They're playing with trucks and cars, they're running around doing all this stuff. And somebody says, no, you should be a girl, you should wear a dress and all this stuff. The brain tends to reject that because the gender identity let me put it this way. When we store memories and stuff like that, and these stereotypes, they're gendered. And so...
Go ahead. I wanted to finish.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm rambling.
No, I wanted you to finish that thought, actually.
Okay. When we store the memories
You're
of
not
these
rambling. You're not rambling. I mean, this is taking me to Carl Jung and the archetype versus stereotype. So please carry on.
When we store these things as memories, they're gendered. And by the way, this is neurobiological cognition, but it's fine. It's not Jung-based, is all I'm saying. But when we store those things as gendered, then it's really hard to tell someone to live up to a different set of stereotypes. And so that's why I said most of the times that kids are using their imagination or they're doing these things, they're still always kind of expressing what they think their internal gender identity is and what they think their peer group would identify with.
A 6-year-old or 7-year-old boy or a 6-year-old and 7-year-old girl doesn't understand how to live as the opposite. So like a 6-year-old boy
can't say that.
Know what are they identifying with? They haven't lived as a girl, so what are they identifying with?
So their first instance of recognizing gender, their first instance of recognizing gender roles.
Hang on, let me jump in really quick. But Easy, you recognize that even from birth, we genderize our kids, right? We put boys in blue, we put girls in pink, we put girls in dresses. Like, we don't let infants and children make these decisions. We put them in genderized things, right? We don't.
Okay, so we do this. Say I'll just concede this part to you. Okay.
Well, the system is there in front of them the whole time, right? So at some point, what Melanie is saying, at some point, they'll start making the choices based on the things we've been inculcating with them with, right? It's already there once their cognition starts to kick in on those subjects.
So then you just admitted then we could make them live as a girl or a boy if we wanted. We could just do it. Like, you're saying nothing.
Yeah, that's just saying, like, what's been happening anyway.
We've raised a boy as a boy. How do they identify as a girl if they've never lived as a girl? What are they identifying with? Just what they see and their imagination of what it is.
You're saying that
it's
societal norms have no actual pressure on people.
What a girl is.
Hold on. I have another follow-up to this. If that is true, right? If there's like this gender concept that we develop and there's our social construct and all of these things, but then one kind of leaves the flock, right? And decides, I don't think I'm a boy. I think I want to be a girl, or I think I am a girl, but I'm trapped in a boy's body, or vice versa, or however it works, right? And instead of spending our time, and this is like my thought process to this, instead of spending our time trying to figure out what triggers that motion and like, is there a synapsis going on? Is there a genetic piece of material that makes somebody believe these things, or so on and so forth? Instead of doing that, we're putting our science and studies and research into how to just appease the motion instead of having to like reset it back to where it should be, right? Because I feel like antidepressants or pharmaceuticals that help with like, for instance, insulin for diabetics and all of these things that help you reset back to where your baseline should be. That's because we've put all of this study and research into how to get people back to where they should be, whether it's mentally, emotionally, or physically. Whereas I feel, just based on what I'm hearing, and I could be totally wrong, but I feel like the science and research for this dysphoria concept has instead gone like, let's just fix the problem. Let's just give them what they want instead of resetting that baseline back to what it should be, right? So a boy, instead of wanting to be a girl, like how figuring out how to reset that baseline into, no, I am a boy, right? And not trying to be a girl. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure, but how can we not assume that that hasn't been the norm forever, and that these people are persistent even through that being the norm for recorded history, right? Like, imagine like your most typical cliche 1950s town of good Christians who have the exact same gender norms. Now stick one of those people in a dress in the middle of them and have him try to live as a woman, like one of the boys. Like, would he be treated differently? Like, to say that there aren't like societal norms and pressures put on people about these things is to deny, I think, reality.
People get,
for example, like my mom never told me I was a girl.
I was on
can I just
if I was on the corner, hold up. People get treated for all different types of reasons, right? If I was on the corner dressed with my pants hanging, holsters underneath my jacket, my hat fucking backwards hanging, like we're like this, and
I agree.
I'm gonna get a lot treated differently than if I'm sitting there in a suit with a briefcase.
It's what we perceive.
Right? Okay, so you're just talking while I talk.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, so Sarah,
so
you understand that Sarah, do you understand that like what you're, unless we're talking about treating the symptoms that can lie around it, if you're talking about making people identify as the gender they were born as, that's conversion therapy. Do you understand that?
Say that one more time.
When you try to make people, like when you try to make a trans person, specifically, not everyone, but when you try to make a trans person live as the gender that they were assigned as, when they're clearly saying they don't and they persist otherwise, did you know that that's generally called conversion therapy?
Well, what I'm saying is right. Obviously, there's got to be some type of whether it be a genetic or even like when we talk about or for instance, like diabetics, right? Their pancreas is failing them and they no longer receive insulin naturally from their body. So they have to baseline it by pumping insulin into themselves to bring them back.
Are you talking about a way to prevent this in the womb? Like,
well, not even
therapy?
prevent it in the womb, but if that piece, like if that person starts to have those thoughts, right? Like, why have we not researched into some type of testing to see if there is instead? Well, that's what I'm asking. Is there some type of test or baseline that we can get to where we say, oh, there's this certain chemical that goes out in their brain that makes them get to this point, or maybe there's a,
It's complicated. I don't think you want an entire lesson on neuroanatomy and neuroscience right now to explain it. There are regions of the brain, there are certain pathways in the brain, stuff like that, that there are sexually dimorphic differences, and that just means differences between the sexes. But there are differences that do make subtle impacts on behavior. But the other way of putting it is that a lot of these things would tell us, like, this is why men sometimes show certain capacities for sexual aggression. And then we look at a trans woman's, okay, so sorry, let me step back a bit. The things that we see aren't just telling us that there are sexual differences in the brain. They tell us that there are differences for trans people that match the gender they identify as, not the gender they were assigned at birth.
Like in the brain?
Yeah. So as a trans woman, statistically speaking, because this isn't a perfect, like, nothing comes out perfectly, because like I said, it's a pluriform system. There's many parts to it. But it's very statistically likely that my amygdala, for example, has like nucleation points, there's a better word for it, but points where a bunch of neurons come together in high density. Men have more of that in a certain part of their amygdala that links to like their sexual motivation, whereas women have less. And so chances are I don't have as much of that in my amygdala. Another thing is that like a lot of these things have hormonal receptors for androgens and estrogens. And that means that, your hormone levels are also something that determine not like their formation because these things form more to do with epigenetics and stuff like that, but more how they, during development, they affect formation. After they're developed, they only affect activation. Sorry, just to be clear. So if my brain developed with a lot of estrogen receptors in the feminized part of the brain and not a lot of T receptors in the masculine part of the brain, then testosterone might have less of an effect on me, and estrogen might have more, for example. And that might mean that my brain is getting certain signals like, oh, female sexual dimorphism. And cognitively, that manifests as identity.
Okay. So, and have we looked into how to like reset that?
Well,
that hormonal balance? I mean, because I feel like people's hormones can go all sorts of different directions to begin with, right? And if we're
pointed out, Sarah.
What you said earlier, wait a minute. What you said earlier too, that would be conversion therapy to Sarah's question. It actually wouldn't necessarily be, right? Because you're making the assumption right away that every kid that says this has gender dysphoria. That's bullshit, right?
No. So
what do you mean no?
I'm just not.
What do you mean you're not? That's what you're saying. You're saying that if you're trying to bring any kid that is saying this back to the reality,
I said any trans kid. I said any trans kid. I was very clear about any trans kid.
Yeah, but what's your assumption then? That any
if
kid
you're trying to bring any trans kid
is a trans kid, is that what you're saying?
If you're trying to
trans kid doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, please.
Kids can't understand.
Okay, cool. Is your question rhetorical? Do you want me to answer?
Constructs of gender that you're
rhetorical question
putting out here. So it doesn't matter what you're saying about it. Trans kids.
So Sarah, can I respond to Sarah, please? I was still responding to Sarah.
Really, the basis of my question is instead of trying to just appease, right? Appease something that we could label as obviously this is kind of a like some type of disease or illness or however you want to
look trans.
At it. Because what I'm saying is if there's an imbalance, right? That is an imbalance. There's no baseline there to the average human, right?
No, there is.
So this is something I wanted to kind of hit on really quick.
I was in a back and forth between Sarah.
Yeah,
I got interrupted. I would very much like to. Sorry,
her.
Effigy, and I know you haven't said much, but like.
So I'm guessing my question is like instead of just accommodating and pushing it even more forward, why are we not just why are we not fixing it at the source instead of completely changing the body?
So one of the biggest issues with this is that, like, let's say it's genetic, we need gene therapy. That's really not well studied. If we're talking about the hormone levels, there's two things to remember here. Until like their gonads develop enough to produce their own hormones, fetuses get these hormones from their environment, from the womb. And so those levels can fluctuate and are very hard to monitor, specifically like intrauterine hormone levels without like deep needles and stuff. So it's very invasive. And so that would also be hard to regulate, because one of the things is there might be feedback loops that we're not aware of where the brain's developing a certain way. It's telling the womb I'm developing a certain way. And then the womb might usually try to control that by releasing more or less hormones. But maybe if that feedback loop is broken and it doesn't, we might not know that exists. So there's just not enough evidence backing up that you can directly control those hormone levels to control that. If this were like just the hormone levels in the baby after it's being born, it could be a little bit easier because then you could test its blood and then maybe administer that. But that would be like, again, when we try to make people conform to what we think their gender will be after birth, that always ends up in people who feel dysphoric about their gender. Because as it turns, well, maybe not always, but most of the time, because it turns out like another way of putting it is that it's essentially playing God with something that's a black box to us. We don't know what's really going on inside enough to tweak every little variable. We have enough to go of what's going on inside to say that, well, gender identity forms early enough that it's a nature thing. It's not necessarily nurture. The nurture comes how you make those associations with the world around you later on, how you end up defining gender. But internally, like masculinization or feminization can be quite strong in certain people's brains, and it can happen regardless of their genitals. That's just the point.
Okay. Anybody else? The floor is yours.
And sorry for being such a hog.
No, that's okay. It was.
These are just complex
I asked
things.
you the question
No,
specifically.
yeah, and I think the more concise way to say is there's an assumption that human biological sex is a true binary, and it's not. It's bimodal. It just is. There's overlap. There just is.
Oh, not this again, Effigy.
Yeah, I knew that like this argument doesn't persuade them much already. So Effigy, you got this, buddy. You got
I mean,
this.
it's just the reality of it. There's overlap, and this assumption that every time there's not, that it's some kind of like aberration and just not a natural thing. It's just like that's not what our statistics say. There's just
so what's the other
overlap in the development.
Tell me them. So there's
Say
male,
what?
female, and then what else?
Intersex.
Intersex? Well, no, this is a deformity.
It's
right?
not about being a third. It's about those two overlapping.
Intersex
Right?
is a deformity.
If human biological sex was a true binary, there would be no overlap in any form, right?
What?
If it was a true
No,
binary.
that's a deformity. That's a deformity. That's not the same thing. Tell me another sex. Oh wait.
But it's not about having something third. I mean, you can admit that someone who is develops in your sense normally, as most of the population does, is physically different than someone who is intersex, right? You can look down there and see, hey, there's something different down there, right? Like that is something different than what you would be used to. It's not about having some kind of third viable option. It's just understanding that there are overlap between the two things.
Oops, who was back there? Did I miss someone? I think
Oh, go ahead.
I think I turned off. Somehow
I'm not trying to argue that human biological sex is trinary.
Hold on. I straight up turned off super chats and I don't know how. I guess it's been like this all fucking night.
Oh shit. Wow, man. That you were I didn't get no questions, surprisingly.
I know. I was like, I don't have any questions, and I thought like, oh, it's just a rough topic. But because I'm looking, I'm comparing, I'm looking at my next live, and the super chats are on, but I'm looking at this one. You can't fucking super chat. I don't get it. I don't know if it's me. It is the super chat button on your end, guys? Can somebody? Am I looking at this? I looked at a different one and it allowed it. I wonder if it's because I have the 18 and up. It just might be. Shit. I don't know if it's just on my end. Anyways, it might just be me. But go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, it says I can do memberships, but not super chat.
I wonder how I did that.
Did you say you set it to 18 and up?
I set it to 18
No,
and
never
up.
mind. I'm wrong.
Okay. Yeah, that might be why then. I think it might be the 18 and up thing.
What, are only kids allowed to super chat or something?
That's what I
what's the
don't
deal with that?
understand. Okay. All right. Let me test it and let me see if I can adjust it. I mean, it doesn't matter. We've all had a great conversation, so nobody's dying over here. But let me see if that's the fact. I also turned off monetization for the ads.
I do that every time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
it's probably the
maybe-
18 and up thing.
I'll bet that's it. I just wanted to spare, like people from like kids and stuff. There it is. Okay, it's back. All right. Okay, so
There you
now
go.
lesson learned. I apologize for interrupting. I am so
No
sorry.
worries.
But if anybody backs out and backs in, it should be there now.
Well, I got a question on my end. That's probably why they bring it to my end, because they couldn't on your end. But,
Makes sense.
Made by Jim Bob wants to ask Effigy and Melanie, if gender isn't sex, can a biological female be a trans woman?
I'm not going to answer
just
that
the
unless
obsession
Jim
with
Bob
this
comes
question.
on.
You're not going to answer that unless Jim Bob comes on?
Jim Bob, you're being
He's
paged.
watching.
Floor. Jim Bob, you're being paged.
Say it to my face. So, Effigy,
I
there's a bit of lore
actually
behind
didn't
this.
answer it either.
So twice in one night, I got gotcha by first Easy and then Jim Bob, where they would ask the same question, like can a man be a trans woman, and then make a big fuss at my answer because I
No,
say
can
yes.
a female be a trans woman?
No, I know, but let me explain. And then they would keep asking it as if they didn't listen, of course. And by the fourth time, they would pivot because I would think they're continuing to ask the same question, right? And then once they pivoted, I kept answering with the same answer, and they thought they had got you because I'd answered a different question.
And big shout out to Gorilla Biscuits coming in with the big 2. Thank you for making my night. I appreciate it. He says, hey, what's this? Well, what is this? This is a total dumb blonde making a terrible mistake. I thought I was protecting the young ones by putting it 18 and up only, but that was my own stupidity. I didn't realize that would turn off that button. Is that crazy? I think that's crazy. Like, wouldn't you not want...
Now that I remember, if something happens that you're doing something that would require it to be 18 plus, they will take away the super chats while you're midstream. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's happened to me.
That's weird because it's like you would think that I'm being responsible and I'm setting this to where I don't want kids to be involved at all. And you would think, especially with the topic, I just didn't. I might have to just paywall this one after. Mel, if you want to copy, we could talk afterwards. But I feel like it was a very sensitive topic, so I just didn't want any young ones in because I felt like that could be extremely sensitive, especially anybody going through any type of part of this, whether you're in the beginning stages or end. So I thought I was being responsible, and I'm getting I would think.
No,
that
I agree, Sarah.
If it's adults only, then you'd even more so want the super chats. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And shout out to Apex for doing
Effigy.
Dono. Thank you.
Effigy, do you want to answer that?
What was the question again?
It's easy, yes or no. Can a biological female be a trans woman?
What are they transitioning to?
No.
Trans women. So
trans woman. Can a biological female be a
can a cis woman be a trans woman?
Cis, if that's what you want to use for biological.
It's all kind of the same question, right? Can a biological male be a biological female? Can a cis woman be a trans woman? Can it? I don't believe so. No, it's right. Yeah, you're asking.
Why not?
Because what are they transitioning to?
You said gender isn't sex, so it should be 2 different categories, no?
Wait, Talcum X? I've heard that somewhere before. Did you steal that from something, or have you always gone by that?
Well, no, I'm just. It seems to be a nonsensical question.
Yeah. No, it was meant to trip me up. And
how is it nonsensical? Think about it, right? You just say if you say gender and sex isn't the same thing, then a biological female should be able to be a trans woman. Right? Melanie's mentioning all these different things.
No, because you wouldn't have transitioned.
Hold up. Melanie's mentioning all these different things you can see in the brain of a trans woman. Well, what if we could see this in the brain of a biological female? Could they now be a trans woman?
The gender that trans woman wants to be is woman, right? It's not trans woman, it's woman. And we call them a trans woman because it's,
So trans women and women
are. Trans woman is a label that implies a biological male who is the gender of woman, right? Like, I get the mix up is constantly. That's why it's like it feels like it's a beat your head in the wall thing. It's always you guys see no difference between sex and gender.
You guys beat your head in the wall to make this illogical shit feel logical.
I didn't know that.
That's what you do, but it's not. It's
no, you're just mixing classifications right now, and you think it's some kind of clever thing, and it's not.
It is though. So what are you doing? Are you transitioning sex to gender?
That was nonsensical.
I love when you don't want to answer questions. That's a classic.
You want me to answer a nonsensical question?
It almost just feels like a troll because you're sitting here having to say like it's the same thing over and over. Like you guys sit there and say over and over that a biological male is not the same as a biological female, and then you ask me the exact same question just with a different classification, and expect me not to think you're trolling.
Well, I think, I mean, I would still ask the question, could, like, for instance, and this is nothing to you, Mel, but like, could Melanie be the same as me?
But if you're using the descriptor trans woman, then you're already in the classifications of trans woman and cis woman being different.
But can she be biologically, like, actually
Sex
the
or
same as
gender?
me?
Okay, biologically, no, because reproductively, I'll never have what you have. Hormonally, even, you have a way more complex hormonal cycle than I will. I take estrogen all the time at a generally constant rate, and I only take estrogen, progesterone for a week for the very mild benefits you get out of it, and that's just my own personal choice.
Right.
And so, like,
transitioning isn't about biologically morphing yourself into like a complete human female. It's about getting yourself as close representationally as you possibly can, right? Or as close that makes you comfortable.
I mean, to be clear, if I could have a womb and stuff and have to deal with all that, I mean, if I could like turn off the period part, I would. But like, I would go through that. It's just not possible.
Turn off. It's sorry. It comes with the territory.
Damn it.
Yeah, that guy over there's Snowman's got his hand raised.
All or nothing package.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Trippy.
Yeah, what they're talking about right now actually ties right into the question I wanted to ask, to be quite honest with you. And how's it going, Sarah?
Hi, Angry. How are you?
On the panel, shout out to Speak and Melanie for having the discussion. My question is this: if gender and sex are two entirely different things, why do you feel necessary to make sure that your gender matches sex?
Because they're highly correlated, and society reinforces it.
Thanks.
So again, if I develop with a certain gender identity and society is treating me as I'm the sex assigned at birth, they're going to be treating me differently than the stereotypes that I've formed about myself and gender growing up and the groups that I want to associate with. So if we're social beings, we are social beings, and we want to be a part of groups that are kind of like us. And so with boy groups versus girl groups, that's one of the first distinctions we start making between the people we hang out with. And that's because we're expecting them, because they are male or female in the case of just normative stuff, to share some of our traits. And when you feel like you can't identify with boys, but you can with girls, it's reasonable to expect them to share your traits and for them to, you know, be conducive to that. So we're talking when I say like gender is, I'm going to wrap it up just to be super clear. When I say gender is both internal identity and social, that's what we mean. You want your internal identity to be affirmed by people around you, much like how Sarah's gender identity is affirmed by the people around her.
Hold on, but here's the thing. You and
let me do a quick shout out. Let me do a quick shout out. And then Jim Bob, the floor is absolutely yours. Milk Cow,
Jim Bob.
Big Five. Thanks again for the late night content, Sarah, and you're absolutely welcome. Okay, my apologies, Jim Bob. The floor is yours.
So you both said these things are affirmed by society, as if that's the trap.
Here we go.
Your transition doubles down on the thing that society is affirming that you think is so damaging.
Right.
So, like, if you're saying, "Oh, I feel like the opposite," what? Not the opposite sex, because sex isn't gender under your view, and yet, like the caller just said, your transition is to match a biological sort of external look, right? A presentation of female. That's a biology.
Which is easier to change yourself or change society?
Well, no, the question, you don't change yourself though, because society doesn't accept it unless you're very, very convincing, in which case you're still lying. But the problem here is society's not going to change for the minority, right? Why ought we change the customs and norms in regards to gender to accommodate the extreme minority, not even the minority, the extreme minority? And so you couldn't possibly give an argument why we ought to do that. That would be like saying, let's change all the stoplights at the traffic sign to accommodate the colorblind. It doesn't.
The answer is egalitarianism and giving everyone a fair shot at life.
Well, no, you have a fair shot at life, but the thing is, you're in a system that has norms that are gendered, and so if gender, according to the society you're living in, nearly makes synonymous female and woman and man and male, if you're living in a society that nearly synonymously makes those things the same, Why would you try to change any of it, right? Why would we listen to any of it if it's based on a distinction with no meaning? So
gender isn't only just the social component; it's also the internal identity.
Yeah, but the internal identity means nothing because we can't accommodate your internal identity. If I have an internal identity that I'm the sheriff, it doesn't make me the sheriff.
Biology.
What?
I said, according to them, internal identity has nothing to do with your biology.
Yeah,
so maybe
why
I
would
should
you
have
have
been
to
more
change
specific.
it? Exactly,
Maybe,
exactly. Why would you have to change it? For instance,
maybe
it's saying nothing to do with is a straw man. No one's saying that.
Melanie,
Highly
look,
correlated.
look, it's simple. Look, if I'm a man and I'm in a suit and I have a beard and I'm muscular and everyone looks at me and says, I know what you mean by that person being a man. If I turn around to an 8-year-old kid and he goes, wow, you're a big, strong man in a suit. And I go, I'm a woman. There's no reason from your view, right? How you're going to tell us that we should accommodate that internal thing, even if he doesn't try to pass as a woman. The point is that the recent caller just brought up.
I didn't necessarily say that, actually.
No, what the recent caller
Right, we
brought
haven't
up
even
is
talked
really
about pronouns or anything like that.
What's up? No, the recent.
And your choice to be rude is your own choice. So,
dude, should we lie and say should I lie to my daughter? And when she sees a man in a suit and he turns around, masculine, low voice, and says, "I'm a woman," should I go, "Yeah, that's a woman" to my daughter, just to match?
Does
the
that sound like a
internal
realistic
illusion?
experience you'll have on the street?
What?
No.
Should I or shouldn't I?
You shouldn't.
I've seen some shit. And shout out to
Like,
Michael Arnold coming in with the big 5. Mel, if kids must be allowed to transition or they'll self-delete, but detransitioner also self-delete, why is one life more important to you? And you're welcome to answer that or not.
They're both equally important.
Right,
I
like,
don't know
what's
where they
the-
inferred that from.
Also, like, just from a glance, everything I've seen shows that people who detransition are like 1 to 3% at most.
I've seen 3 to 6% at most, but okay.
I mean, the actual amount of transgender people is 0.3% in the population, right? So it's all pretty low. It's pretty small. I just want to go hang out in the Target girls' room.
Both
Okay?
Snowman and Jim Bob bring up this point, Melanie, and you told me yourself that if me, looking like I do right now, if I told you I'm a woman and I actually believed this, you would accept this as I'm a woman. So yes, you don't care what they look like. It is all internal to you.
Well, ultimately, the philosophy behind this, ultimately, I can't read your mind, so I can't tell you what you think you are on the inside.
No,
If
it's
you
worse
want
than
me-
that, Melanie.
If I were to use pronouns for you, though, based on how you look, I would
No.
start with he, him until you told me otherwise.
No, it's not that you
Oh,
can't
yes,
read his
but
mind.
okay.
It's actually not that you can't read his mind. It's that you can't tell us what the thing gender actually refers to.
So gender refers to an internalized gendered identity.
That's
and
circular.
Okay. And gendered expressions that we use to interact with the world around us.
Okay, what's the identity? Okay, stick with the first one. If Speakeasy says I'm a woman, he's not saying I'm a female under your paradigm. So if he says I'm a woman and you're convinced by it, by his statement, what is it Speakeasy is referring to as that identity? What is out there in the world he's referring to?
So
I
his
identify, let me do this real quick, but I identify as a bank. Please feel free to give me all of your money. King Blackout sends the big $2. Thanks for hosting Speakeasy and the Bears. And yes, thank you for
Yep,
allowing me
Bears.
this opportunity for the fox, the tomato, and the bear. I love it. It's great. Thank you.
So again, the
if
question
you're
is,
expressing, yeah, I'm aware. If you're expressing that you're a woman, then what you're telling the world around you is that you belong in the peer group of women as
that's
a trans woman.
circular, dude. I'm asking what that's referring to. If Speakeasy says, yo, guys, I'm a woman, he doesn't change anything about his speaking. He doesn't change his face. He doesn't change his posture. Nothing changes. He just says tomorrow, he's convincing you he's a woman. I'm asking you, in your paradigm, what is he referring to when he says woman if the external world has nothing to do with it?
How he identifies himself reference to the components of gender. I've already explained.
What? No. Components of gender is ambiguous.
I've already explained, Jim Bob. I don't know how long you've been watching. I'm not done.
Dude,
I don't know how long you've been
you're a
watching. I'm
sophist.
not
You're a
done.
sophist
I'm not
and
done.
you dodge.
All right.
I haven't,
Answer
but
the
I've already
question.
explained
Point of privilege.
that
You
we
said
have
nothing.
masculinized.
You said nothing to
that-
what
that-
what this is.
that
What
as
this
we're
distinction-
younger, when we're in the womb, we have a masculine or a feminized brain. We then form stereotypes based on how we relate them to ourselves and what we expect out of others.
That-
I think
Those
you're
become
missing the
our sense
point.
No,
I'm not.
that's a dodge.
He's asking what
Obfuscation.
gender is. It's not a
Masculinity,
god.
masculinity, and femininity refer to what? Biology or gender?
Not
In the womb. In the womb.
both.
No. How can a baby
Masculinity,
know?
femininity.
Dude, shut up for a
There's
second.
qualia.
How can a baby know the external social constructs going on in regards to gender, dude?
Well, they don't until they become.
How could it be
neurocognitive-
biologically in them then?
cognitive flexible? So when they're younger,
But no, there's
you
no
want an
way
answer or
to
not?
answer
So
this.
you don't want
A
an answer.
social
You're the
construct
sophist
can't
here who
be
doesn't
in the-
really want an answer.
A social construct can't be in a baby.
So the brain is gendered, which means that, for example, I might play with trucks more than dolls, and there's a reason for that. Girls tend to be more concerned about people, whereas
Still
boys
don't know
tend to be
what you
more
mean by
concerned about
gender.
things.
Still don't know what you mean by gender.
So I'm still talking about the feminized or masculinized brain. So when we start to relate ourselves to other groups, think about how we connect with those groups. That is formed by our gender identity. I am part of the other girls. I am not part of the other boys. Gender.
Is that is girls a female, or can girls be a group of men in a suit?
If we're talking about gender, because mostly like kids are not dealing with sex, then yeah, they're looking at a group of people who express themselves as girls.
Oh, you said it doesn't matter. You just said
your
it doesn't
emotions,
matter,
bro. Come
dude.
on.
You just said that Speakeasy doesn't have to express himself as a girl to be a girl, so it's not a group of girls, because the group of girls could be ostensibly a group of
Again,
males.
I have no evidence to say to him, you do not identify
Look,
as a
Melanie, let me direct question. Can a group of males dressed up like in a suit with ties and drinking their martinis and whatnot, can they be referred to as a group of girls?
You'd have to know what they identify as internally.
Right? Yeah. Well, if they
It's
did,
just
yeah.
circular logic.
So yeah, it's all circular. It doesn't.
Yeah, it's
tell
circular
you-
because you would ask them.
yeah, yeah.
You're excluding like half the entire way that we would identify gender if you're just saying just their identity inside and they're not actually outwardly expressing their gender expression. If you take all that out, yeah, it's really easy to pitch a little fucking straw man together, right?
What are you talking about? It's not a straw man. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, it only addresses half
People
of my
who
argument.
identify that like almost always express
You know
that
what a
gender
straw man
identity,
is?
right?
You know what a straw man is?
Express gender if gender isn't part of your sex.
This is a steel man. This is actually opposite of the straw man.
So gender can be
Yes, it
things
is.
like
The steel man is this. Sex and gender are not the same. That's premise one. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. If sex and gender are not the same, why is it that I can't?
no premise two.
Why is it that a biological female can't be a trans woman?
Because the trans identifier implies that they went through transition.
Transition from what?
A woman would not transition to a woman.
Okay, transition from what though?
One sex to the other.
Nope. You made it synonymous again. You just made sex the thing now. Do you understand what's happening here?
We're operating within these definitions.
Dude,
it's not
do
circular.
you understand what you just did? Sex, premise one, sex and
I
gender
think
are
you're
not
being
the
a
same.
sophist right now,
Dude,
and you're not
no,
really
You
I'm not.
can't.
what I
What
said.
he's saying is that you can't take sex and call it gender, and
If you're gonna
also
say
say
didn't.
that gender
I
and sex
didn't.
are two different things.
You just said you
You just
transitioned
know.
from the sexes, dude. That's
I
the
did.
thing. Dude,
You understand that
Might have
our
been a Freudian
understanding.
slip.
You realize.
did.
I hope you realize that our understanding of gender is informed by sex.
you
When
wouldn't.
you identify,
You
when
wouldn't
you're
need
a
to transition.
cisgendered person,
Dude,
I'm not done, dude. You got to let me finish once in a while. When you identify as cisgendered, you are identifying with your sex. When you are transgendered, you are not identifying with your sex.
why would you need a transition then? If it's
Because
internal,
you're not identifying with your sex.
why? I know, but why would you need to transition?
Because
You
there's
can't
more to
transition
gender
sex.
than just sex.
Dude,
Because there's
if you
more to
can't
gender
tra-
than just
you
sex.
can't
Fine
look.
with your sex.
You can't transition sex though. It's impossible.
Yes, you can. For example,
No,
there's something called secondary
no,
sex
no,
characteristics.
you can't.
Melanie.
For example,
Melanie.
there is something called secondary sex characteristics that
you cannot
change.
transition.
Mel, can I ask you to define what gender is?
Dude.
Gender is a set of identities and and expressions which occur in ways that are informed by sexual attitudes, but not necessarily always in line with them. May I give an example real quick?
So like external environment, like external things, like I would wear makeup and purses and heels and do my hair long and pretty and act girly and speak in a higher tone voice. That would make me genderly like act like a female, correct? Okay,
that's
so
that's
the gender, and then describe sex for me.
So sex is the biological and reproductive components that underlie gender.
Okay. So do you have to change the sex in order to
be trans?
Mentally,
to be trans.
Correct.
So that depends on the degree to which someone's gender dysphoria comes from their sex or just gender roles and gender identity. And this is very much dependent on the person. Not every trans person needs the sex reassignment surgery aside from things that would change their secondary sex characteristics. So the answer is not yes, the answer is not no. It's yes, but it varies heavily depending on the person.
Well, I'm still confused on the part that if gender is something that is formed, the whole gender ideology is formed while you're developing in womb, but yet your gender identity comes from everything you see outwardly.
No. Can I just correct you really quick? It's both what you see internally and what you see outwardly. What you see yourself as gender-wise, and what you see externally, what group you belong to, and what stereotypes define you.
Okay. But in the womb, you don't even know what gender is yet.
Right. The brain can only be masculinized or feminized. Gender stability doesn't happen in the brain until 7 anyway.
So where does that come from? Masculine and femininity.
Yeah, what informs
the hormonal environment? The hormonal environment in the womb is what shows to be the most predictive thing of these outcomes.
So how can a hormonal thing match a social construct?
So at the end of the day, someone's internal identity is more of an automatic cognitive process, which means
did you hear my question or not?
Yeah, I'm answering it right now.
What did I ask you?
I'm answering it. So at the end of the day, what you identify as is not something you have control over. It's an internal automatic process. And so what the brain is it becomes biased to one set of stereotypes or another that it's likely to identify as based on what other stereotypes gender groups around them are practicing. This happens around the age of 5 or 6.
Okay, cool. So
Sam,
if that's
hold that thought, Jim Bob. Cook City. Oh wait, no, never mind. I can't add you on. Where are the max? Go ahead, Jim Bob. You have to
so here's the thing. If it's a social construct, if I identify as the opposite sex or the opposite gender or whatever, however you're going to try to phrase it.
The opposite sex wouldn't be the social construct. The opposite
right,
gender.
but even though that's the thing you're trying to change, right? So
it depends on the person.
Oh God, I'm asking you a question here. So if the gender norms on a neighboring country are completely reversed, and I'm trans here, but the gender roles don't match in the neighboring country. When I cross the border, am I still a trans woman?
That's an interesting question. I don't think you'll ever see completely reversed gender roles, but I really would have to think about that just on its fundamental basis. My initial assumption, my initial assumption would be like, the real question would be like, if you're born in one and then the other, and then you move, because the person born in the other culture may still have the same either a convergence of their sex and their identity or divergence.
Okay,
may I finish? May I finish?
Well, it's just a bunch of
finish?
It really is a bunch of
Jesus
nonsense.
fucking
land the plane fast, Mel.
Yeah. So if one culture says this is what a man is and this is what a woman is, they grow up feeling that way. They may feel alien in the other culture.
Okay, great. So is it wrong for the other culture that doesn't have the same norms to misgender or reject them as a trans woman?
That's a difficult ethical discussion. Again,
okay,
I have to think about that one.
Okay, then if the answer was yes, hypothetically, or no, let's say it's no, that it's not wrong because that's just not their norms there. If the norms in the West are still very much so, by a high percentage, the norms are that we see women as biological female. It's just the norms. That's just what we determine. And we see men as biological males. how could we possibly be wrong ethically for misgendering if the culture we're in is actually dominated by people who look at those things as synonymous?
If you had more information that there's more possibilities, such as gender diverging from sex, and you still continue to believe that, that would be, I think, a type 2 error in type 2 error in like kind of like scientific thinking. And so, like, if we're being scientific and we're actually asking, well, okay, this is more meta, but like you'll see where I'm going with this. Well, does every single person with a penis always identify as a male? And we find that that's not always the case. Well, then we have new evidence we have to deal with, and as a society, that may be something worth knowing and worth acting on.
Okay, so but it's scientifically shown that there are some people who have arms that don't identify as people with arms. Do you know that?
Is there? Can you show me?
Yeah, it's an actual sickness where they actually request the surgeon to take their arms or legs off because they really, truly, in their hearts and minds, believe that they are amputees. Do you know this is a real thing?
That's interesting. May I ask you something? What happens when they try to treat them so that way they actually appreciate their own arm again?
I don't know what you're asking, but should
when we give them treatment, when we give them
treatment being cut off their arms because they
let's say they have, because most of you don't have like you have a part in your brain that recognizes the arm, but that's more the motor cortex. The identity thing is more having to do with various parts of the limbic system. So it's important to note that those would happen in different places of the brain anyways. But let's say that we had favorable outcomes from trying them to get them to not focus on those feelings as much, to try to convert them back to someone who has both arms again in their mind. And that worked really well. Well, then we should keep doing that. If it didn't work well, then we can look at a bunch of other options. But one of those other options may be, well, without cutting it off, can we somehow facilitate this identity without, making them feel worse about it?
What if the thing that you deemed worked out better for them was them actually believing a falsity?
Well, if it worked out better for them, then I think we should keep doing that.
Okay, so now the pursuit of scientific truth isn't the priority as you said it was before. Whatever produces the outcome.
You're talking about clinical prescriptions.
Well, if it's like the case that denying someone's internal dialogue or identity, right, hurt them, you're saying we should just favor whatever produces the better outcome. If it's the better outcome to deny people's delusions that you, Melanie, a biological man, can be a woman in this society, we should deny that if it turns out that that's the better outcome, right?
It won't, though, because we have plenty of research on conversion therapy for both gay people and trans. It mostly says transsexuals, by the way, with the key point being that they would have they would want to have sex reassignment surgery. But what it shows
is a transsexual the same as
I
a
let you finish.
transgender?
I tried really hard to let you
That
finish.
was a little sneaky.
Oh, you wanted clarification? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, you said transsexual in the study. I thought transsexual.
Yeah, I'm just trying to quote them more accurately.
Okay, cool.
Well, no,
So-
if you search for it, search for it, you should probably search for transsexual, is what I'm trying to say, because that's the terminology they tend to use.
Is that the same as transgender or no?
No, it's not.
The terminology has changed over time, so no.
It's
but
not the same.
at the time they were referring to the same person because it's
changed
outdated.
over time to dance around certain questions.
It's not. I'm telling you that the meaning has changed over time. We don't say
So I'm just gonna
transgender people anymore.
I'm just gonna wrap it up.
I'm not finished. I'm not wrapped up.
Oh
yet.
no! Oh, you
Please.
need to talk. The podium.
So the
podium.
studies on conversion therapy has shown that you never get better outcomes. It's almost always more negative outcomes, except in the people who never had these strong feelings anyways.
Maybe the therapies suck. Maybe they need a new source of therapy.
I mean, you can
maybe there's
if you come out with a new form of therapy.
What
then
about the
go
young
ahead and try
children
it,
that do get these hormone replacement things and do get sex changes when they're young, and then they want to change their mind when they get older? Are you going to be held accountable, or these other
we
people
actually
going to
see
be
that they do
held
that?
accountable? Because these actually should be charged for things like that, because it's actually doing something to a minor. They actually don't know what they're doing.
It's all mental.
Clinical malpractice is something that should be persecuted, but what we actually see when we
so that's what basically you're saying.
Let me finish.
Do.
I let you
Kids that
finish.
let me finish. I haven't even finished yet.
No, you interrupted me, so you don't.
No, hold on.
No, I wasn't even finished yet.
Mel, just stop. Mel, you did have the floor for a while. I'm going to go. Turpy has been quiet this whole time.
And my children, there's no way in the hell if they said that, come up to me and said that, I'd go, hey, look, I honestly, I feel for you, but I think you have some problems. Let's go get it sorted and try and figure this out. No,
So what if they kept having worse and worse outcomes?
I'm not finished yet.
Experiment.
And then and just go, yeah, man, sweet, hormone replacement. And in 10 years' time,
nobody does that.
Somebody goes, Dad, why'd you talk me into that, Dad? Now I'm a bloody man.
So it's interesting that you talked about bringing them through therapy. It's interesting.
We're kind of skipping past. Melanie just said earlier if the person getting their arm chopped off was beneficial to them.
No, I want to respond to that, please.
That's right.
They were saying something to me. I would like to respond. Thank you. So it's interesting that you brought up bringing them to therapy first, because that's what we already do, right? We eliminate everything else as much as we can. And my question for you would be, like, let's say you kept noticing that they were having worse and worse outcomes, then, you know, wouldn't that kind of like, wouldn't you keep looking for different kinds of things to help them feel better?
What's a bad outcome though when they're 5, right? How would you determine a bad outcome?
No, when they're 5, you can only socially transition them anyway, so it wouldn't matter.
I know, but how would you know that you're on the right track for a 5-year-old who will listen to the parent, whatever they say to do, just like a dog will be vegan if the owner makes it happen? So what I see here is you have no actual methodology for addressing parents who are, for the most part, the rise in this whole Troons phenomenon, right? It's a luxury for one.
Do not say
Second,
Troons,
it's the parents accommodating the kids and running with this, like, oh, you think you're this, you think you're that, well, I'm going to accommodate you, right? And that's all that's really happening. So how would you know that that's not going well?
So again, if they kept on expressing more and more dissatisfaction, more and more depression, and more desire to self-delete, then I think that would be a red flag that whatever you're doing,
5-year-olds don't understand self-delete. What are you talking about? I'm talking about these young people that are being groomed by people like you.
However,
can you hold on for just a second, please?
Nobody wants an answer.
Hold on just a second. I'm stepping away for just a couple minutes. My son has FaceTime me. He woke up. I just have to go retuck him back in. I'm going to trust that the panel doesn't get stupid. TrippyCast, you are in charge to hand out the floor as needed. If somebody starts getting crazy, just stop them, and whoever was talking, so people aren't interrupting. Give me just 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. Please play nice. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, Melanie, you realize that there's kids that say they want to end their lives because they're not allowed to go outside, right?
Right. So we look at persistence and severity here.
Kids, they don't understand the concept of ending their lives.
Well, you just talked about something that would change on the whim. When these things are persistent and it's actually degrading their quality of life, then I think it's better to respond to that than not.
My daughter tells me every day she's Princess Peach. Should I start telling her that she's part of a video game?
Yes, buy her pink dresses and mushrooms, and I don't know what else.
Yeah, let her live her best life. Leave the kids alone.
Get her a sister.
All this really is that it's a bunch of parents catering to the feelings of kids. And right now we live in a society of grown-up kids who are doing the same thing. And that's all it's really happening.
Yes.
Except it's not the parents who just decide this on their own. It's also clinicians.
Clinicians are also obviously delusional if that's the case, because they're basically saying
everyone's delusional except for you.
Hold on.
Right. Everyone's delusional except you.
No, Melanie, is there a market? I don't know, from some big companies that actually make a lot of money selling hormones and types of injections that
no, the market is there a market for heart disease pills?
Well, no. Is there an incentive?
Oh.
Yeah, no. I could run that course too. It's a question.
Yeah, there's an incentive. There's an incentive for anything that has a market.
Great. So how do you separate?
It doesn't discount it either,
dude. How do you separate incentivized trends that actually tailor toward massive sales in these kind of drugs?
So when you look at the research
from actuality, from legitimate grassroots growing Troons phenomenon, how do you separate?
Say trans. Why are you so fucking intellectually lazy? So we can look at the research on this.
I like Troons because I don't believe trans exists. That's why.
Yeah, I know you're very ideological that way. So we can look at the research.
No, trans doesn't exist because you could tell me what gender was, but you couldn't on the stream, could you?
I did. So
No, you
we can
didn't.
look at the, okay,
You
well,
said
that's your
gender is
belief.
gender. That's
That's
all
just
you
your
said.
belief.
Stop it.
Have faith in yourself. Have more faith in yourself. So
I mean,
already,
really, after we've gone over that like 5 times, you're really going to say that? And he
no
didn't
answer's
say.
good enough for them.
Yeah, you tell me, Effigy. He said gender is gender.
They just want to hear penis equals boy and girl
No,
equals
let's hear
vagina.
Effigy's. Let's hear Effigy.
Well, no, didn't you repeat like over and over that like
That
it's a
gender is
mixture of
gender?
identity?
Wait,
plus social
wait,
roles, plus
wait.
behaviors,
Gender is
plus-
gender.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Gender is
Hold on.
gender.
Hold on.
Hey, Melanie, haven't
Penis
you
does
watched
equal
Kindergarten
girl,
Cop?
and vagina does equal, or penis doesn't. Whatever. Penis and vagina equal boy and girl. That's straight up. That's a fact. I mean, even when you're trans,
Yeah,
you're
it's
trying to
not
have a
like
vagina.
everyone keeps saying like
You're not inventing a
people
sexual
on that
organ.
side like to say gender assigned at birth. No, you either discovered it at birth because you didn't check ahead of time, or you knew ahead of time, right?
Dude, people didn't want sex and
Not
gender to be a different
assigned.
thing until fucking
is assigned.
1955.
No, it's not.
Where does where does
All of a
gender
sudden,
appear
it's two different
first?
things. It's
What's
two
the
different
first
things
thing-
now.
Aside
wait,
from
wait,
gender
wait.
reveals, what's the first thing gender appears on?
Like when you're a
Life
kid,
Birth certificate. Your birth
Because it's
certificate.
sex,
Where
dude.
else
When
did
did
it
a birth
supposed to
Life
be?
certificate
forms.
start?
Forehead?
There's reasons why we don't have trans tigers, guys.
Dude,
There's reasons why we don't have trans
Wait,
hippos.
this isn't. But
and
this is
trans
interesting
cats.
though. Because
Melanie, why
they
on the
also
birth
don't have
certificate?
gender. They also don't have gender. We don't.
Melanie,
They
why?
do. They're male or
Also,
female.
do
Gender
Mel-
1, gender
Melanie.
2.
You know, like
want to do this with kids.
Gender 1, gender
What?
2. Octopuses don't even have 3
The
genders, guys.
younger you start with a person, the more they end up spending it, and the younger it goes. They say that the average cost. I'm looking at it right now. The average cost of gender transition, if you start when the child's youth, like in elementary school, is upwards to $1 million per person.
We spend like way more than that on like a normal person. So
Melanie, why do you think it says gender on a birth certificate?
because that's what we assign at birth.
No, but when did we start giving birth certificates out?
Oh, a long time ago, before we
And-
even knew there's a difference between sex and gender.
Well, no, you still haven't actually determined the difference here. But the reason it's on the birth certificate.
You're right.
No, let me.
It's definitely
let
not
me-
that you haven't
dude,
listened,
just let me
dude.
finish, dude.
No, but like
The
your
reason-
argument's great that I haven't made the
I'm
distinction.
saying
I
the
feel like
reason-
I have, and it
Dude.
feels like you're not listening.
Dude, shut up. The reason it's on a birth certificate.
Shut up.
is
That's a great argument.
Because I'm telling you, the reason it's on a birth certificate, you're saying they're gendering kids. No, the reason it's on a birth certificate is because gender and sex were synonymous. That's why. It's not like
Yeah,
they were.
before we knew it was wrong.
Well, no, you didn't. You haven't established it's
It's
wrong.
not that it's wrong. The gender started being used in 1955. It's not like this
man.
ancient concept that started in the 1200s or something. It's something that a guy came up with. It's all Marxism, guys.
Well, it's because we
Gender
recognize that
studies-
different
gender
places
studies
had
came out
different
of-
societal roles, behaviors, and things like
No,
that.
they didn't.
And
No, they didn't.
different
Like,
sexes.
name me one place where women went to war and men stayed at home and took care of the baby.
What did they call males?
Yeah, that's just a construct, right? That's hilarious. They actually think that that's a construct, that the men that go to war and the women stay home.
Well,
that was just
speaking
social constructs.
It was just a construct.
Speaking of
Sarah,
constructs, you can construct my bank account with more. Thank you, Rude Mud Crab, coming in with the Big 10. L Mel, the best thing you could do for the T community is to stop. Worst advocate ever, and you're welcome to respond.
Thank you for gatekeeping me with your cisgendered privilege, Mudcrab.
And
Sarah,
cisgender
I have a
garbage term.
legitimate. I
It's
think
an
we have
attempt to
a
call
fun
straight
poll we can
people
do.
sissies.
Hey, I'm not done. Hey, Sarah. So I think we have a fun poll.
You're never done, are you?
Notice how Melanie still talks like a man,
I'm
though.
like the
I
Energizer.
wasn't even
I'm like
addressing
the
what you
I'm
said.
the Energizer Furby. I'm not done. So, Sarah, I think we have a fun poll we can do. We can have an animation battle between Trippy Cats and Effigy. They can show us our best, and then poll. They can vote for who they thought was the best.
I'm making the executive decision only because Trippy Cast has significantly more animations going on, and he's able to drink and pet the kitty cat all at the same time.
Right? I don't know. I think it's fair. I think Effigy's
I don't
got
know, my
some
hands are
stuff
kinda
going on
stuck.
there.
I've made the executive decision. No poll needed.
Melanie, I have a question for you. Do you speak
solo
do you-
judge?
Do you speak like a woman or a female?
A woman.
Okay.
Not really. Not on here though. By the way, more like.
Okay, you speak like a woman
in real life.
Right. And so there's a defined way a woman speaks, but not a female.
I mean, if we're talking about feminizing my voice, that's making it closer to a female's voice.
Okay, so why is it you matched a female?
Because again, even though that when we're talking about them, we have to understand that sex and gender are different things. They have overlap. They have things that they have in common.
Yeah, but the question I had is, why did you find it? Then why were you the desire to match a female's voice?
Well, because other females around me have a feminine voice.
Yeah, but are other females women, or all females women?
Not if they identify as a trans man or non-binary
Yeah,
or genderqueer.
so that's not the thing you're trying to identify. If females themselves can be women, so it's not a woman's voice.
I'm saying I'm looking at what other women around me are doing, and that makes me want to feminize my voice more. What's complicated?
Aren't there men who aren't changing their voice and still being women?
Sure, I'm less informed by what they do than what women do.
So again, you're stuck in the same problem. When I asked you, are you imitating a woman or a female? And you said a woman. I just pointed to several examples where the woman talking right in society doesn't actually match the voice you're trying to mimic.
So these are secondary sex characteristics, things that would be defined as gender.
So you're matching a female's voice. Why? Because the female's voice has a different constraint than a male's voice, and that's physiological.
Yeah, and I'm super good at it.
Yeah, but you're not fooling anybody. By
I have
the way,
a female voice, and I am going to shout out all the super chats that come in my nice, delicate female voice.
I think
or
I have
woman
a softer voice,
I
by the
think
way.
mine is significantly softer, sexier, and way more.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure?
And Rude Mud Crab comes with the big 5. Mel, if gender is a social construct, why, as you said, do children discover it?
Because the part that's not socially constructed is the internal identity.
And Naomi coming in with the big 5. Hello to our lovely host. Hello to you, Naomi. Shout out to the horses.
Oh, by the way, this is why I brought up that gender identity starts out as an automatic thing. And it's not until it becomes controlled, when you have cognitive flexibility, you start thinking, well, how does my eternal identity relate me to the rest of the world, that the social constructs of gender start to inform you and where your place is.
I do got one more question, though. Earlier on in this debate, Speakeasy had addressed the fact that with puberty blockers, the fact that it isn't just blocking physical puberty, it also blocks the brain from going through puberty as well. Why did you never address that? Because that's actually
I think I did.
How is that not physical puberty? Is your brain not a physical part of your body?
Well, I think you knew what he meant, right? You're trying to just
So I addressed that the
I
brain.
think you knew what he meant, effigy. You kind of just trying to dodge it, right?
I mean, it's literally the same thing, right? It's a part of your body. Like when you say you go through puberty,
Yeah, but you don't see that.
body
He was
changes.
talking about the things that you can see that change, and then there's
Well, sure, there are internal changes all over your body that you're not going to see.
Yeah, but the neural connections that are forming during puberty, right?
Neural
That's the things you're stopping from happening.
And you can't get that back.
No, you do. So you get it back when you take the cross-sex hormones, or you stop the
Like
puberty
the movie,
blockers.
just push play again, and I'll just fucking goes right back to where it was.
Yeah, that is how.
What, are you gonna be like? What are you gonna be like? 19 with the brain of an 11-year-old? Like, what's wrong with it?
That is how cell bio.
No, easy. You won't have the brain of an 11-year-old. You'll just have the genitalia of an 11-year-old.
This is again great argument.
That's fine. There's a lot of people who have that anyway, right?
It's
great.
Didn't
That's
say
why it's
much to that issue too. They can't
I
go
know,
with
you brought it up on
the
the panel.
bottom surgery
Don't want an answer.
because it takes away the issue that they need to complete the
Effigy, why don't we circle jerk like this?
You guys have been. I mean,
God,
it's not your
really?
fault. It's what you've studied and what you believe or whatever, but your beliefs sound like they're a bunch of, a crock
yeah,
of
you
shit.
guys violate the law of identity over and over again. Over and
It
over.
sounds like a
Good thing
crock of
logic
shit to
isn't
me.
universal. Good thing logic isn't universal then.
Oh, here we
And I
go.
can
Yeah.
explain why it sounds like a crock of shit.
Mal, I think there's something to say about making your own decisions as an individual, and I'm proud to push that. I'm happy to push that. But what I think was where we kind of get into the issue is when you force other people to accept it as it is and as it stands. And that's where I think the crux of the issue may very well be, because I think people don't want to be forced to accept it, right? Like you're saying that like we have to, and I'm not saying yes and I'm not saying no, right? But I'm saying that that's where I feel like this actual conversation would come down to, is the idea that you're kind of forcing other people to accept
you for what they consider would be a delusion for you, where you're considering it to be like, no, this is, there's reasons why I got to this point. So I mean, I could sit here and say I'm the best person in the world and you guys all have to acknowledge it, or I'm this or I'm that and you have to accept it, and people would probably look at me like I'm a tard and say, no, you're not the best at anything, Sarah, shut the hell up. Right. But if I keep forcing it and I keep making like I provide all of these reasons why, or whatever the case may be, right, like, and I just force it and I make you accept it. And I think that's where the biggest issue, if I could take a societal, I don't know, capture of where the issue stands, I think it's because there's this force of acceptance of something that we don't want to accept. We don't have to accept it, but we're being forced into this position, both in the political realm, societal realm, culturally, work, things of that nature. And
they want the majority of the bench.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. She's talking.
You talk like fucking 90% of the panel. Relax.
Clearly, this is all an attention thing, right? The whole entire trans thing, everything is about.
You just
getting
don't want to hear the answer. Like, okay, so Sarah, you brought up delusion.
Points too, I would like Mel to respond to that.
So it's interesting that you brought up delusion. If that is what people think, all I can say is that you can only think that because you're not trans. For a trans person, the real delusion is trying to believe that I'm a man. Because when I try to live that way, I don't enjoy life. I don't enjoy and I feel like I'm an alien in my own body. When
Most
I transition
men
to
don't
a woman,
enjoy life.
when I transition to being a woman, I
being
finally felt
man's hard.
motivated.
It sucks.
You're really bad at listening. Holy fuck!
Remember,
You all want to let yourselves finish, right? Right?
Yeah, but you're just saying a story.
I
dude.
want to get.
You all want to finish,
This
right?
isn't therapy.
Hey. All right, to each of your corners, please, for a moment.
Therapy sharing.
You all want yourselves to finish. You're all talking about your emotions too.
This is my story, and I'm telling it.
So
This is everyone's
real
story.
delusion. The real delusion is telling me that I'm not a woman. You could tell me I'm not a biological female all day. I don't give a fuck. I'm still closer to one than a biological male, especially
I have
if I
a
get
question
the
when
surgery.
you're done.
Okay, so at the end of the day, that's real delusion. Sarah, you made another point that made me think sort of like, Sarah, if someone started trying to tell you were a man, how do you think that would make you feel?
I have proof to say otherwise.
And why do you need to be called a trans then if you're a woman? Why don't we just call you a
Sarah,
woman?
Okay, Sarah, I feel maybe I didn't pose it. Like, let's say people insisted, right? If the entire world was telling you, like, you'd feel gaslit, right?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Well, and why I say that is because the world wouldn't tell me I'm a man, because the world, as it recognizes a man and a woman, is a man and a woman. I'm biologically a woman. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And all of the women in the world, the 50 whatever percent of women like me are women, right? And the men, the dudes with the dicks, those are men, right?
I understand what you're saying.
That's a societal norm.
And if that wasn't the case,
I guess I thought maybe that
if Sarah
further
was
than
in
it
fact
did.
a man, if Sarah was a man, she would have deceived us. If we found out that Sarah was actually had a little dick there, we would actually be felt deceived. That's why we reject you, because you're actually deceiving externally.
What I just demonstrated there was a hermeneutic gap. If you're interested, look up hermeneutics in general.
Oh, okay.
Where the experience for me is that, like, every time someone told me I was a boy, I couldn't identify as being a boy. So I felt gaslit. I felt like there was something wrong with me until I started seeing other trans people. So the important thing...
You don't even know what a boy or a girl is. You can't.
So the important thing is I don't have a language that I can use to, Sarah, put you in my shoes. And that's the hardest thing
If you
about
don't know what a boy is, how'd you know what a girl was, dude?
By looking around me.
Dude, that doesn't make any sense. You don't know what a boy is. Dude, you just ended your argument.
The more I learned about what a boy was, the more I learned about what a boy was, the less I felt like one. The more I learned about what a boy was, the more I learned about what a boy was.
This person doesn't understand the consequences of her position, right? He just said that I didn't know. I felt like I wasn't a boy in my own body.
No, I didn't. I said I couldn't
hold on, and I go.
Hey, you slipped up. You call her a she.
Hold on.
You're just
I
wrong.
asked, How do you know
You're
you're a
just
girl?
wrong about my position.
No,
Do you want
I
to be
said,
wrong
how
about
do
my
you know
position?
you're a girl?
Let Jim Bob
Dude,
finish.
you
Then
said,
nothing you
how do
say
you know you're a
matters because you're
girl?
wrong about my position.
No, I wrecked it. Look, you just said.
You're right.
You hold on. Let me
got it
finish.
wrong.
Let me
You wrecked it.
finish.
You totally got it
I
wrong.
know your demonic spiraling is
To
starting
be
here.
fair, I
Look,
let it hear
you
Jim
just said
Bob.
you didn't know what a
Demonic
boy. You
spiraling.
didn't know
Take it
what to
down.
identify
Child.
as a boy, right?
No,
Well,
I did.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Okay.
identify as a boy. The more I learned what a boy was, the less I identified with it.
Okay. So now you know what a boy is. You just don't feel like a boy.
That's what I said the first time. I could not
Okay.
identify.
How
as
would
a
you
boy
know what a girl is, though?
because I would see them around me and think I want to be like her.
How could you see the internal identity of somebody?
No, I saw their gender expression.
No, you
What?
said no. Now
That's
you're
what I
contradicting
saw.
yourself.
That's
You are
consistent. That's
you
what
are
I
toast.
saw.
You are
That's
toast.
Let's do
That's
a
what I
little
saw.
panel reset. Michael Arnold coming in with the Big Ten. All right, Sarah, song break. Please sing. And forgive me because I have no idea what the beat of this is. I love to sing about the moon and a June and a spring.
I love to sing it. Yeah.
I love to
Moon and the June
sing.
and the singing.
Thank
I
you.
like
And you're welcome.
bananas.
And the June and
I know
spring.
the mangoes are sweet.
Thanks for the help.
Oh, yeah, no, I can dance too.
It's one of them early episodes of South Park.
The point is, I'll just finish with this: is that
I mean,
before
we
heard
get that. Sorry, you go ahead, Jay.
we heard it loud and clear that gender was some sort of ambiguous, mystical, internal identification, right? And then something was expressed from that, right? But it didn't tell us what exactly it was on the inside. And then we go, well, how do you know you're a girl? The person says, by looking at other people, but you can't see the internal dialogue or identity of those people. You only see the expression. Now, this is inconsistent because Melanie conceded that Speakeasy doesn't have to express what it looks like most females look like to be a woman. In fact, you could have a ton of girls just not expressing girliness and still be girls. So here's the biggest problem with this entire broken ass philosophy is that the thing they're pointing to as an identity is nowhere. It's literally utopia land. There's no place you can point to. There's no reference. The reason Sarah said we're feeling like we have to lie, that it's a delusion. The reason we see it as a delusion is because there's no referent. Do you know what a referent is?
So before we get, you said
okay,
something.
Dodge. I'm out of here.
Let's answer that because I do want to know what
no,
a
I do
reference
plan on
is.
like we're kind like he said a bunch of things I want to address first though. That's the problem.
Well, let's start with reference.
Come on.
I want
If that's the point of his question, you should say those things and then ask the question. Like
I got a weird one. I got a weird question for Melanie.
And hide behind the question.
No,
I got a weird one, Melanie.
No, you were about to dodge the question, right? The reference is.
I'll still talk to you about it. I just
I'd like to know what the reference is.
The thing the word stands for.
Okay, Bob,
Yes.
explain it.
Yeah, the thing.
Dude, you vote for Melanie.
That's right. The thing the word stands for, something out there, some point, some event, some object, whatever it is that the reference, in this case gender, is referring to. It's not identical to the reference. It's the referent. It's out there. It's somewhere. It's an object. This is the thing missing.
Thank you for obfuscating, so that way I couldn't respond to everything you said before in your dish club.
Shut your mouth. Okay.
Are you finished? Are you ever gonna finish?
No. Oh,
No,
you're
stop
saying
it.
Really?
that's hilarious.
Really? That's fresh coming from you, and all you do.
That's
Well,
hilarious.
you hid behind your questions. That way you
Can I
dish
finish?
club.
Okay, I'll
Hold
finish
on
up.
now,
I was just
hold on
explaining what a
now.
referent is, right? Because the person asked, and I'm
I
glad
get
they
it.
asked because now Sarah can use that term when she's up against someone who's saying, say my lie for me. We ask you, where is it? Where's the thing you're referring to? There's nowhere. You can't refer to it. That's why it's a lie. So if a man's dressed up as a man in a suit on the street and they say, hey, I'm actually a woman, we're forced to say, you are? Why? What is the thing you're referring to? That's not how we refer to women. We see women as collectively a certain way, certain presentation, certain expression. You don't match that. So why should we lie? We shouldn't.
I have a question, Mel.
Respond
Do
to
your,
the gish club. I've been waiting
do
this
you-
whole time to respond to. Thank
do,
you.
do your hips lie?
No. Okay. Yes, they do. So, with Easy, the example you gave, where he said, if I tell you that I identify as a woman, then then I would accept that. I think you're misunderstanding that for me saying that gender identity solely exists, or gender solely exists in the form of identity, when all I was saying there is that I'm not an authority that's able to tell Easy that he does not have that identity because I could not read his mind.
Why would you not
just
have the
because
authority to say that?
because his ability to pass or not doesn't actually tell me what he identifies.
Yeah, nothing does
you-
in your terms. So that's the whole point of this, right? You
But
can't point to anything that this is.
I'd say you could be the authority on that because utilizing your own eyes and common sense. If Speakeasy said I'm a woman, which I don't think he would, but if he did, I would look at him and tell him he's a tard, and there's like no, you're not, you're lying,
Really
right? And the reason why is obviously he doesn't appear as a woman, he doesn't act as a woman. There's no physicality to make me believe it. I would think that he's just pulling my chain and being funny. Right.
Well, that's
so
based on conventional
there is an authority there for me to utilize my common sense, my experience in the world, my logical reasoning, and so on and so forth to say, no, don't think so, but whatever.
But this can also
if you want to be able to finish,
Sarah,
by the way, don't end your
like-
sentence in right, because then people will think you're done and think it's your turn to talk.
Right.
So when we're talking, when we're talking about your ability to tell him that
you
he
don't
pass,
stop, do you?
we all are authorities on whether or not
I'm just
people
talking,
pass. That's gender expression. With identity, though, you can't tell what someone identifies as internally. You'd have to be able to read their mind, because that's something that, even regardless of how they express, only they can know how they identify.
Why would I have to
But you can't even say what you identify as.
Why
right?
would I have
woman.
to read
Identify as
somebody's
a woman,
mind?
Speakeasy.
No. Why would I have to read somebody's mind to know what they appear to be?
But you don't want to
Not what they appear to be, what they identify as internally, what's in their own mind.
I don't
mind.
know what's going on in your head, and I don't want to know what's going on in your head, right? I know what I see and how
But I
you
don't.
present. Right there.
Yeah.
I will say there's a few people out there in my life. I swear their name is Pat. Sorry to anybody named Pat. Their name is Pat. You just can't seem to figure out which way they're going, right? You know, there's few and far in between. But overall, I can look at a person and say man, woman, right?
Right.
I can know
on
you.
them passing or not.
And we should be allowed to have our opinion, eh, Sarah? Like everyone should be allowed to have
But
their
that's
opinion.
what we
on
mean
what-
when we say it's highly correlated, right? So there are
Same.
other types of identity, and these are all pretty much treated the same, right? Can I always tell your religious identity just from looking at you? Can I always tell your cultural identity just from looking at you? Your
Not what
national
you can gender.
identity just
Oh,
from
we could
looking
go
at
into
you?
stereotypes.
Yeah, but that's the
But that's
point.
what we mean when we say
Presentation can
a
be
gender
fake.
identity is highly
effigy?
correlated to sexual.
Effigy, that's the point. Presentation can be fake, right? Like I could pose that I'm rich and show you me driving in supercars every day and stacks of cash and this and that, but really I got a loan for the cash and the cars are rented, and I could be just a fucking presenting as rich, but I'm not actually rich, right? But I can identify. So does that make me rich? Am I
all
a
you
rich
care about
man?
that really matters is if all you care about is not being tricked. But if you care about treating people humanely because you don't actually know what they identify as, and it'd be wrong to tell them they should identify a different way, then that should matter more.
The point is you're identifying.
Rick, I gave you a high five and you left me hanging.
The first
Look, the point is-
when you say you identify as when you say I identify as a woman, you can't even tell us what woman is. So how can you identify something that you can't even explain yourself?
I've explained that. You keep
you're
saying that.
Wait, easy,
and
really
that
quick.
won't
Are you saying there are people who? You saying there aren't people who live like they're rich but aren't actually rich?
Yeah,
I could walk around with an upside down cross and turn out
you
to be a
can't
Christian.
live like you're rich if you're not rich. You can pretend.
It's
I
silly.
could walk down the
I mean, you don't think there are a ton of
street.
people who do
What
that
do you-
who don't who like pretend they have millions?
Tell me
but
what
they
you
don't?
mean. When
I
I
think that's
hear
what his
live
point was.
like you're rich, effigy, when I hear live like you're rich, I mean you actually like are rich and you're living a luxurious lifestyle. So what do you mean?
Well, for instance, I could walk down the street wearing a nun outfit and try to get away with that, right? But at the end of the day, we all know I'm a hoe, so it's like it wouldn't
This
matter.
food
But
would give you away.
from the eyes of the viewers, like they could believe that I'm a nun, right?
So you just pointed to the authority of the church there, and all I'm saying is that for your internal identity, you are the authority of that. Only you can articulate that. For your
But they
how
would
you
still
express.
have the authority
Sarah,
to be
I'm letting everybody finish.
perceiving. Oh, Mel, come on, you've been going all night.
Sarah,
They could get stop. They could have. They still have the
I mean, we have
authority
to land
to
the plane on this.
apply.
There's
Hold on, Mel. Hold
categories
on, Mel. they still have the
Nobody
authority
wants to answer. I swear to God.
to apply their common sense, reasoning, deduction, and all of those things, and blah 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 blah, to say, "Oh, that's a nun," right?
Well, yeah,
Like,
if you said you're a nun, Sarah, if you said you're a nun, there's something we can refer to. That's why Jim Bob brought up referent earlier. Every word we use, there's a thing that we use for that word, right? There's a thing that the word stands for. But in this case, when it comes to this idea of trans, there's no thing that they can say woman stands for or that man stands for. It's just kind of whatever they want it to be.
That you make with gender. So this gender group does this, and the other gender group does this. Since I do this, I'm going to go with the gender group that does more of what I do. That's the reference stereotype.
Why would anybody care what your gender is if it's not like there's reasons to care what your sex is as the external world, but if gender is just how you feel or if it's that, why does it matter to anybody?
Or figuring out what pronouns to use for somebody.
Right. Why does
when
it
you're
matter?
a kid, your parents.
I mean,
you know,
do you wear dresses? Do you go out on dresses?
No.
Would you be treated differently if you went out wearing dresses?
I would be treated differently.
It matters to people.
I'm going to judge Effigy right now. Okay.
I think
I feel like Effigy is wearing a woman's thong right now. The same thing. I can hear it. I can hear it moving around when he adjusts in the seat.
And the garters, baby.
It's a G-string, isn't it? He's got
wedged up there tight.
Who's
Holds
getting
the butt
plug in place?
So I just have a real quick question for Melanie because, and I don't want to beat you up too much about it, but I just want to know how many X chromosomes you have.
But he's good.
I don't really know. I've never checked.
Oh
I'm
my
going to
God.
assume out of statistical probability that's only one.
Brick with the
Okay.
gotcha.
May I ask you something?
I mean,
Gotcha for the win.
scientifically, I can call you a male.
But may I ask you something? No, that's biologically. But may I ask you something?
Yeah,
How many
scientifically, biologically,
how many
yeah.
X chromosomes does it take to express the genes on the X chromosome?
I'm sorry?
How many X chromosomes does it take to express the genes on the X chromosome?
To express the genes?
Yeah, because the X chromosome is made up of various genes. You know this, right? Clearly, because you're talking about genetics.
To show a penis or a vagina.
I mean, I know that
XX or
the males
XY.
have an XY.
Can I just ask you a question, Melanie? I'm a little confused about your gender when you were younger. Did you have a father in your life?
I didn't really say I was confused. I would just say I couldn't
My
identify.
single mom. Hold on. We were going to get an answer.
And I want to answer. So I wouldn't say I was confused. I knew that I wanted to identify with girls. I looked up to girls. I wanted to be like her, quote unquote. But at the end of the day,
No, I asked if you had a father in your life. You're dodging the question, mate.
Yes.
Well, and I won't pour.
How did you know you were same as him?
because That is personal.
felt
So
like it
if
wasn't
you
the
don't
same
want to
thing.
answer, Mel, you don't have to.
Well, Mel already did.
That's
I don't mind answering, like my trans history and stuff.
But
I
I
think it's
mean,
important
yeah,
to understand the stories of trans.
So why didn't you know that you're the same as your father? Like, it's pretty simple. Like, when I was a kid, like, I see my mother, and it's like, oh, fuck, I'm different to that. And then I see my father, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm like him. I'm going to be like that when I get older. I knew that from when I was a kid. How didn't
Like
you?
that towards your mother instead. That's it.
Still baffles me, man.
Okay, it's just not the way you think it should be, but that's
I
the
mean,
way it
that's
was.
kind of
for me.
redundant, right? Like for a cis normal guy to come up there and be like, "Wow, I've had a completely different experience." I mean, well, yeah, guy.
Can we drop the use of this cis term? That's not even a real term. It was literally created so that people could call straight people sissies.
Not true. It's
Look
a
it up.
prefix, long use Latin prefix.
Well,
You want-
No,
and
no,
I
it's
will
not.
say,
Yes, it is.
Mel,
No.
Mel,
Trans
Mel,
means
Mel,
something that has
Mel,
changed.
Stop for a
Respond.
second. Let me say
Just
it
gave
this way.
scientific
I
information.
respect calling you her and she because that's what you prefer. I'm a woman, not a cis woman. There's
Okay, so the
no ifs,
reason we
ands,
say
or
that
buts.
is
Now,
because
I'm not
that word-
offended by it. I'm not
Get
offended
out.
by it. But what I will say is I always respect you for who you are. So I kind of expect the same in return.
Right. So if you can call me a woman, stuff like that. The reason we need to make these distinctions is because if I'm talking about all women, that would include trans women in my lexicon. If I need to make the distinction between trans woman
And
but
the
I don't need
opposite,
to be
let
distincted
me
between. No,
please, I
no.
let you
Yeah,
finish.
you,
I
you
don't
make the
need to be.
distinction by trans woman,
Never let
woman.
me
There's the
cut off. Okay,
I
when
don't
you
need.
cut me off, it's like,
I
oh no, I
didn't
get to
change
cut you off and
anything,
shit.
right? The
Let me
only
finish.
thing that
Let
I
me
need to
finish.
be
Can't be like, no,
distincted by
no, because you're
is
wrong.
Why are you
And
always
you
so
don't want to hear
disrespectful to
wrong.
hosts,
You
man?
want to hear why you're wrong. Okay, so it's time to hear why you're wrong.
Why am I
Oh,
wrong?
Melanie
I
said so.
didn't change anything.
The prefix cis is the direct opposite in terms of linguistics. It's the antonym. So all we're saying is that people who aren't trans. That's all
Yeah,
that
you
means.
just say
They have
woman.
scientific
Trans is the
meaning
distinction.
too.
Trans is the distinction. There's woman
Yeah.
and trans woman. You
So if
want
I'm
to add
talking
this
about
in so that you
women-
can make it seem like trans women are the same as women. It's not.
Because there's an
Sorry.
inclusive form of woman and there's an exclusive form here. And if I'm
Well,
talking
Mel.
about normative group, I need a way to designate them from trans people.
I am designated as a woman. That's
Yeah, the
my
problem with that
designation.
is it is exclusive. The
And
terms
when
male,
cis first
female are
started-
exclusive. The
when
terms
did they
man,
first
woman
start using
are exclusive.
subcategorization, right? Like we're getting up in arms over a subcategorization over a thing. Like,
yeah, then don't use it.
I agree. It really is.
Cisgender wasn't even used until when? When was the first time it was started to be used, Miss Mel?
Did you say we're getting up in arms about a categorization?
No, the phrase
Well, before any of
cisgender.
that.
Is that
When
what
was
you just
cisgender
said?
first started to be used?
Associated with gender, it was used well before that to designate things.
When
that
was
weren't
it coined?
cis? Like in
Cisgender.
Latin-
When was cisgender coined?
Cis was coined in Latin times.
1994.
Okay, cool.
1994. When was
We've been using it
transgender
well
coined?
before that. We've been using it well before that.
Well, then you guys invented a term that wasn't invented until 1994 before it was invented. That doesn't make any sense.
wait. Your argument is that words get
They're using
invented,
cell
so
phones
therefore we
back
can't
then,
use them.
No, my argument is that the term cisgender was created so that people could get away with calling straight people sissies.
Yeah, I
That's
always
literally
use the
why it was
word
put into
cis
use.
to
And you guys
describe
want to
my
sit there and use it without
sissy.
actually knowing. And
So
then
it's
sit
clear
there and
that
act like you're
women-
fucking smart. And that you know something somebody else doesn't. It makes you feel special, just like the whole I'm this gender, I'm that gender. It makes you feel special.
So
Yes,
it's clear that Trippy evaluates these things based on how familiar a word sounds. Because if I said pre-cum, he would immediately accept that as a word, right? But if I said post-cum, all I'm doing is changing the prefixes there. So there's an obvious thing that I mean, which is after.
You're adding a post to something that didn't need it.
All you have to do is use your brain to figure out how opposites work.
No, yeah, opposite.
but-
This is the opposite for you, Melanie. Woman, trans woman. Opposite.
Pardon me for just a moment. Michael comes in with a big 20. He says, "You earned this, sister." And yes, I will now be only referred to as Sister Sarah, the nun, going forward. And just for the record, I'm officially devoting my entire life to God. And yes, and the wayward hose is beyond me. No, I severely have an issue with the idea that women, right? Women who have not changed anything about themselves, and in fact, they accept everything about who they are and where they are and their, femininity and their gender and their organs and their periods and their all of the shit that women have to go through. And I feel like you come in and you shit all over the concept of being a woman. And you delimit it down to this mere concept of now we're going to throw another 3 letters in front of it and make it something that like we have to separate you. No, we are separated from men. End of story. There's no other article of separation. There's no other degree of separation, right? We are woman. That is what we are. You will refer if you're demanding, and I only say this because you make that demand, right? You make the demand that I accept you for what you are. You will accept me for what the fuck I was born as. I was born a woman. I was born exactly this way. I haven't changed anything about me. And I demand that you accept me for how I was born, especially if you demand that I accept you for what you've changed yourself to be.
Yeah, what I wasn't born as. Yeah.
And I think that's fair.
So
Michael Arnold, pardon me, just a moment. Michael Arnold coming in with another 10. Yes, that's awesome.
Let the misinformation stand.
Hey, is Sister Sarah spelled with a C?
Yes.
No.
So you said that women don't try to change themselves, but what about plastic surgery? Like what about those Brazilian butt lifts?
I'm talking about, I'm not changing my genetic anything. I'm not
Isn't that
changing
feminizing
anything.
yourself, though?
They're not really changing either. They're
Feminizing
just
yourself?
emphasizing the
That
sexual
is
parts of their
emphasis,
body.
right? I'm
But that's
still not on.
feminization.
Okay, stop.
No,
I'm
it's
still not on
emphasizing parts
board.
they already have.
I'm still not 100% on board with like boob jobs and butt jobs, although I kind of wouldn't mind a little lift up top, right? But I don't find that to be entirely like I'm not taking things off that I was born with. I would be merely pumping things up, right? And
hormone therapy is additive too.
Also with that, I'm not changing the way I'm being perceived and demanding people accept me as like something completely different than what I was born as. I think there's a vast difference. I recognize they're both plastic surgeries. I recognize that. But I'm also not making the demand, right, that you accept me as something completely different just because if I got a boob job and somebody who knows me for having small tits says, Sarah got a boob job, but we're still going to call her itty bitty titty committee president, I that's okay. All right. I accept that because they recognize, all right, I did a little oomph. Right. But I don't think that changes. I'm not making them call me a different name. I'm not making them recognize a different thing. I'm not making them go like to where we're culturally, like I can't get a fucking email from anyone without like a he, pronoun, whatever. Right. So I think that like there's a huge difference in that. And quick shout out, Rude Mud Crab comes with a big 5. So women aren't women. They're cis women now. So men can be women. Get the fuck out. PDF. Okay.
You're so triggered by a word. It's incredible. So I just want to point out, I think I got a victory tonight because every time that I go on a long ramble, I'm trying to talk about the complexity of things. When you guys go on a long ramble, it's to emote, it's to talk about your personal feelings about things, and it's to gishgalop, and then ask me a question that you can hide behind, or ask questions in between that you don't want to hear answers to.
Excuse me. Hasn't everything that you've said tonight been about how you feel?
No. I referred to the
I
science.
I feel like a woman seems like I feel.
Off themselves, based off feelings. That's your whole.
No, I feel like you guys all owe me $1 billion each.
We're doing harm reduction there. If you don't agree that self-deletion is harm, then you're a bit of a fool, aren't you?
I don't agree that harm deletion when you have to actually remove an organ
of self-deletion without doing the medical interventions of drugs and chopping off body parts.
Why can't that be an extension of how badly people want this?
We haven't seen a reduction in suicide since trans became accepted. It's only gone up actually. If repression caused self-deletion, then we would have seen a drop off in self-deletion.
Right.
But
We do in multiple other studies. You're
No,
referring
we've
to the
seen
CAS
massive
report, which is
increase.
very bad science.
Here's what I identify as a good question.
Shout out to Mr. Belay. This super chat is sponsored by Tactical Soap from that one soap company. Got a transformer clogging up the panel. Wash away
You don't know
confusion
Klondike?
with our strongest. I didn't want to say it for good reason. So Glenn's Musk, we pray it works. Try Tactical Soap today. And I will say, Mel, I do respect the concept of, like people are people and they're going to people. And I respect individualism. And if you're going to go do your thing, go do your thing, right? I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to insult you for it. I'm not going to hate you for it. The problem I have is if you try to push it onto me and start changing shit about me, that's where I have a problem. Right now, I have a totally different term just because you want to change yourself. That's where my problem lies.
Yeah, okay, that's very clear at this point. But if someone tells you that what you're doing is hurting them and you continue to hurt them, you have to be a bit of a psychopath, don't you?
Yeah, that's a straw man.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I just said a bit of a psychopath.
You, Mel, are we making you believe that like, are we doing stuff to you, or is this something more of like it's self-destructive?
This is a general expression of the trans community.
But is it self-destructive? Like this is your thought, your issue, right? And you're doing things to make people say, that's questionable.
It's a lot easier for you just to use different pronouns than it is for them to rewrap their minds. That way they're a different gender, trust me.
So my question would be,
if you can
when is the
that,
transition
you know
done?
what we're
Like, when do you finish?
So you admit it's a different gender then.
So Depends on where we. I want to answer Trippy because we had a good question.
I mean, I think it's a pretty good question.
I'll get to you when I can, Trippy.
Yeah, my question is just when is the transition finished? Like, when are you done?
So this depends on what they want. So you can look at the hormone therapy or their surgeries. For the most part, we can say whatever that person's definition of passing for themselves is, whatever's good enough for them, that's when it's technically done. But I'm going to kind of answer this in stages. So with the hormone therapy, that can take as long as 3 years for all the effects to really start showing, and up to 6 years for them to complete. With the surgery happens fairly quickly, with all respect, but there's a lot of things that happen before, so that can usually take about 2 years, and you have to be on cross-sex hormone therapy for 2 years at least so you can have it. As far as like
Melanie,
why didn't this happen?
As far as there's one more category, as far as like all the other surgeries, like the facial feminization, stuff like that, again, up to the person, but once they feel like that makes them pass within reason, then that's usually when we would say it ended.
Melanie,
do they not have to
let me ask Melanie a quick question. If you have a boyfriend and they say that breaking up with them is hurting them and they're gonna off themselves if you do, are you a psychopath for leaving?
Now we're talking about relationships versus interpersonal violence.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if you're logically consistent here.
Well, it would be different because we're talking about relationships.
Yeah, but you just said that if you know something's hurting someone and you continue to do it, you're kind of a psychopath. So if you know that leaving someone is going to hurt them and you still do it, does that make you kind of a psychopath?
When someone says something about themselves that you have no evidence to debunk, and it says that it hurts them to tell them,
you have evidence.
Well, you also easy. You also don't repeatedly break up with them.
Well,
this is more.
I know where Mel's coming from.
Depends how many times you get together. But yeah, you made the relationship painful on purpose. That would be kind of psychopathic.
Is it psychopathic
It would
to
be kind
not
of
give an alcoholic a drink?
I mean, is it?
Yes, it is. Big ups to that.
I would say I don't know if it is or isn't, but I do know that some husbands, repeatedly mentally torture their wives over and over, and kind of like the fact that they're mentally hurting them. So I mean, I guess it's similar in that aspect. I'm trying to kind of understand everybody's side here. I understand one side better than the other, but
Hey, bro,
I'll always come onto your stream to talk to you about it.
Yeah,
I know this is really your
I'm not like trying to be unfair or nothing. I'll call Melanie
railroad
all
you
day.
on your own show too, Trippy.
Pardon me. Just
We'll all do
it. I need to voice confirm. Cook City, I apologize. I didn't see you sitting back there. If you can just voice confirm for me, you have to unmute. Oh, no, he disconnected. All right. It looks like he dropped. Pardon me. He asked a question. Oh, here he's back again. Okay, let's see. Cook City, can you voice confirm for me? Oh, okay. He's just all right. He put a question back in the private chat. He said, "Can I ask Mel if it's okay for me to identify as a white man or a millionaire, since I'm a first-generation American with brown skin?" And don't have millions. This is entirely insane. Shout out to Sarah for keeping it real. Oh, thank you. All right. All right. We're going to try one more time. And then after that, I give up. All right. Cook City, can you voice confirm for me, please?
Yeah, sorry about that. Having technical difficulties.
Oh, that's okay. We accept that.
I hear sirens. He's going to get arrested.
And just to confirm, Cook City, we're not going to show any penises or boobs or weird shit on screen, correct?
No, I just wanted to make a quick comment and then I'll be out of your hair.
All right, that's fair. Let me.
Can
you hold on? Unmute for a second. I need to turn your volume up, and I can't. And while you're muted, there we go. All right, go ahead. Ask your question.
Well, I just, as a first-generation American that happens to have brown skin, this question's for Melanie. Would I be allowed to feel like I'm white? Can I identify as a white man? And also, being broke, I really feel like I want to be rich. Can I ask Bank of America to just put $1 million in my account because I didn't do anything to earn it? I mean, I feel like it, right?
And it'd make him feel better. It'd probably make him feel better. He'd be less depressed. Harm reduction.
I want that too.
And
I mean,
Nublet comes in with the
caller.
Nublet
Typical
comes in
no
with the
pants
big.
answer.
Hold on, Nublet comes in with the big 2. He says, "Damn, Sarah Cook, that disrespectful fool." Thank you, Nublet. We love you very much.
So
I just
Go
don't
ahead.
understand how
I
they say it
identify
hurts
as
their
king of
feelings.
everything, just so you know.
At school, get their feelings hurt every day, like when they fight amongst their peers and stuff like that. They don't come like they cry to their mum and dads, but they're not going to go kill themselves or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like why
They don't.
As
Some people don't do that if they get bullied too much at school, cyberbullied, or any other number of things. That doesn't happen at all. Ever, really?
And it has to be like
More
full
don't
on,
than
like-
do. More don't than do.
That's right.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty messed up world if more
why
did
are we
than
gonna
don't, right?
bend the
Like,
majority for the minority? Explain that to me.
Yeah, but I'm talking
in any
I'm
other
talking-
aspect of life. Where do we bend the majority to rule for the minority? Come on.
who's
People
arguing
genetics-
bending the majority?
Hey, mate,
People with
let me-
disabilities.
There are people that want to.
Let Terry talk.
Now about adults. Why are adults so out of whack with that? It's like you're supposed to be an adult. You're supposed to conduct yourself in a manner that's differently to children. That I can understand that maybe from children, but not from an adult. You guys are just taking and running with it, and it's just like, man, if that hurts your feelings, so be it. Don't be around those people. You can't make everyone agree with your opinion. Everyone is allowed an opinion, and you're trying to make it like a communist world or something. I don't know what you're doing. Like,
Can I say that how I
It
feel?
does
real
have
quick?
some
I just want to. I want to say that I feel really, really terrified right now with Steven looking at me like that.
Yeah,
he's
looking right at you.
I think he's doing that to me. I think.
No, I'm talking about literally like right beside me.
What, the
Yeah, I know.
fapping? That yeah, he might be doing that to you.
right now.
Grace the
Who
fappening.
am I looking at? Dude.
Steven is looking at me.
Steven.
I'm scared, man. I'm
I
legit
don't like the way
scared.
Grace is looking at all of us.
it's what I was getting at. Kids can get over things when their feelings get hurt. Why can't adults these days?
I know, right?
Is that much snowflakes? Like, what if you had to go to war or something like that? Like, I just don't know. Like,
So if someone was expressing that it went more than just feelings, that they became depressed, which is more than just a feeling, or like self-deletion, then one way or another you'd want to treat that.
Now, what if there's another way to treat people who are going through those emotions?
We've tried those. It just
like
didn't work as well.
lithium? Well, I have read a study. I can't find it right now, but Sarah was going to say something.
I kind of inquire that the concept of feelings, right? You know, and if I feel this way and I feel that way and I feel this way, and if I always turn and force the environment around me to accommodate my feelings, right? That's a very self-centered, oriented concept. Or do I just need to fix myself and accommodate the environment around me? It's like a majority versus minority concept, because fuck your feelings, right? I say that all the time. Nobody gives a fuck about my feelings, and I don't give a fuck about theirs to a very high degree. Now, I'm very kind to people and I'm cordial as much as I can be, but at the end of the day, nobody gives a fuck. Why? Because nobody gives a fuck about mine, right?
I have explained how it's more than just feelings.
But
I have explained how gender identity is
what
more
I'm
than just
saying
feelings.
though, what I'm saying though, is like this is an individual problem, not a societal problem, right? If you as an individual are working through your feelings and you need to change yourself in whatever ways to make yourself feel better, look, I bless it. Do your thing. What I don't condone is forcing that out. What I don't, 100%. If
I
that
couldn't
makes
have inferred that from everything you said before. I just think you're kind of rambling.
No, 100%. If you want to dress up like a clown every day because you identify as a clown, fucking go for it. If that makes you feel good, go for it. Whatever. But what I wouldn't say, or what I wouldn't condone, is the force of that upon the environment around you. I think this is an individual problem, and you're forcing the acceptance of that onto everybody
Here's
else.
the thing: an extreme minority cannot force the majority to do anything, right?
But we have. That's why we have.
No. It's other people in the society accepting the things, right? It's not the It's not this extreme minority of trans people forcing the majority to do thing. It's other people who are accepting that
It is
and
when the
becoming a
only
bigger and
answer
bigger
is
section of the population,
Yeah,
right?
it is when they're saying,
majority of
yeah,
the
it is when they're
population
saying,
has
I'm going to
accepted
end
that.
myself if we don't get this. Yeah.
I'm not saying a majority. I'm just saying like
Go ahead,
a lot of,
Easy.
I mean, it's left-leaning people, obviously, but a large group of left-leaning people have accepted these terms, these things. And so it's not trans people making them, it's those people accommodating trans people. And that's why it's growing and getting like this. So I think the language of forcing
people that are saying they're going to off themselves.
I'm looking for a 1 minute response.
Yeah, I agree with Speakeasy on that one. It's the psycho ex-girlfriend theory.
Circle jerk. Can we have some actual
I'm
dissension?
gonna hurt
voices
myself
in
if
here?
Like, Mel, how about you let other people talk
cool.
without your little and then you get to respond, right? Like,
I really want to ask Sarah
when you do that shit.
Sarah, may I please do you think like when it comes to disability, ethics now? So
but that's all, folks.
So let's
but
with disabilities, right? They're a minority.
Oh,
and
you
we
just want to
accommodate them in society. When you deal with a wheelchair ramp, when you deal with a wheelchair ramp, do you feel like that's being forced on you?
Wow. Yeah, see how annoying that is? Stop fucking doing that.
Stop it. So again, I have a question for Sarah. Thank you very much. We accommodate people with disabilities in societies. They're obviously a minority. Just for the sake of argument that we do accommodate minorities, do you feel like wheelchair ramps are being forced on you if you ever have to walk up one?
Wheelchair ramps are an actual physical disability that they can't get up the stairs. They actually can't get up the stairs, right? That's common.
We're speaking ethically here, though, and
you
is
as
every
a
house
person
built with
can still. Hold on just a second, Speakeasy. You as a person can still walk up the stairs. You can still open doors. You can still physically reach down and pick things up. You can still physically exist in this world and do your things. It's just your feelings are different, right? And you expect people to accommodate your feelings.
No, it's not just my feelings.
Physical disabilities are a totally different stance, and I wouldn't recommend going down that path before you like insult somebody that actually does have a physical disability and actually requires like a handicap.
The point of what I was
to
saying,
maneuver like blind people and shit.
Accommodating people in society doesn't manifest as it being forced on you. It manifests as an option.
Yeah, well, we're accommodating people that have no other choice, right? They're paralyzed. So it's either we put the ramps there or they literally have no option to get access.
People have this may be for the entire panel. I have a question here.
If we don't transition kids, there's no guarantee of this self-deletion that you keep loving to spew out.
That's the ability to reduce harm by giving them gender-affirming care.
Is there any other
guarantees?
Is there any other scenario where we enforce feelings other than this place?
No, we're not enforcing feelings here either. We're not enforcing feelings here.
It's not feelings that's being enforced. It's literally a delusion that's being enforced.
Right.
The delusion. Is there any other place in society where this type of thing is being enforced?
People say the delusion was when I thought I had to act like a boy to protect myself from violence because being effeminate.
That's not a different question to ask. I'm asking a simple question.
Stop being delusional when I transitioned.
Believing that you're the Brick. Hold on a second. Believing that you're the opposite sex is a delusion. Like I'm not.
No, I don't think I have the opposite reproductive capabilities. I believe I'm the opposite gender.
Okay,
gender is not.
But gender and sex aren't the same thing. But hold on. Gender and sex are not separate things. As much as you try to pick and choose when they are separate, gender affirming care is a sex change.
One is biological, one's behavior.
Melanie, I sort of agree with you there, man. Like in your brain, you are a woman, right? But your body's a man, and you can't change that, man.
So
I can get surgery.
It's like
hormone levels.
You can't change it. You're born with, man. It's like me. I wanted to be born with dark hair and tall, dark, and handsome, but I'm a fucking ugly redhead.
Stop taking.
Dye your hair, right? That's right. Give yourself the clap for that one. That's
what
you can dye your hair, right? You're not.
Should we medically? We should definitely dye your hair. Give them surgery on his face.
I reclaim my time.
Stand by.
I reclaim my
Nolan
time.
comes in with the big two. He says, Dr. Johanna Olson Kennedy, opinion of her, Melanie. I don't know who that is. So
Wish I knew what that was. Maybe I'd have one.
Yeah, I don't know
So
who
for
it
the
is.
person who said, whoever said the thing last, would you not agree though that like if you lowered your testosterone and increased your estrogen, your body would be feminized, right?
Man, I'll tell you right out. I have got some feminine things. See, so
Those
I
are
have to actually.
Your hip placement wouldn't be feminized, would it? Your shoulder placement
that
wouldn't
matters.
be feminized.
Literally, batteries out there
what are you
in the
gonna
body
do?
has instructions to
not
be.
the only secondary sex.
I know it's not the only one, but you asked a general question, so I gave you a general answer, didn't I?
And the general answer is
What do you
yes, it
wanna
would
add?
feminize your body.
Would your
The general
face
answer
be
is-
more
general
feminized?
answer-
Could be.
Yes, actually, you
could.
have fat in your face.
Could.
as a
Not
woman.
necessarily,
You
though.
have more fat in your face
Not
as a woman. Actually,
necessarily. Could.
Yes, the answer is yes.
That's the problem here, Melanie. Everything on your side is maybe, could be. It's all fucking
Yes.
imagination.
Maybe you're putting words in my mouth because you don't have
Human
the product.
biology isn't a machine. You don't get one-to-one on every single human being.
Imagination.
Wait. Okay.
don't
Do we all
understand
remember? Do we all remember Riley J. Dennis? No.
Nope.
Oh,
Nobody does.
oh God. Anybody
no
here
one does.
remember that person?
What you're gonna say?
And Mel, imagine
They got their bones shaved on their face to look more feminine.
I'm 6'4".
Although-
I'm like 6'4". Like that's how I'm over most people here.
Good for them.
And like they just drag. Like man, I've got the biggest cheek. Like yeah, it looks funny.
Well, hey, I'll make you a deal, okay? I'm 6'1", and I'm kind of like white Native American. I'll switch your bodies. I want to be a redhead. I've always wanted to be a ginger.
Well, you could just identify as Why
I'll
do
put
you
that
identify as
Don't
a
take
ginger?
diabetes.
An
Dude,
old
I'll
Joe
keep the
coming in with
diabetes.
this 2-month membership chat saying Furby is unconscious, and you're welcome to respond, Melanie.
You wishes.
We all do.
I
you
think
guys-
that there's just a general. I apologize. I think there's just a general level of respect, right? And I can respect somebody who says like, "This is my place. This is what I'm doing." End of story. But you know, you do you, boo, whatever. But when I feel like there's like this force that's the honing around saying you have to accept what I am. You have to do this. You have to do that. Just like if I was walking down the street and I was saying I was a nun, and Flow State walks across the street from me and he's like, fucking lies, right? And he's okay with that. Like I'm okay with him being okay with that and telling me I'm a liar, right?
I wouldn't be mad at you. I wouldn't even call you out.
But you would.
harass you.
I'd be
Right.
like, those shoes scream slut, but
Right.
harass you there.
So what my point is like when you start kind of trying to make other people accept that as this is it, and even changing my categorization.
No, you're still a woman.
you don't have a right to anyone else's worldview.
Right. And let me just voice confirm. Arthrodie, is that you?
Yes. Hi.
Hello. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good evening.
I haven't seen you on this panel before, but go ahead. Yeah.
I think this is my first time on your panel.
Mm-hmm. Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to bring up the title of this was "Should we allow youth to transition?"
Yep.
And a lot of the arguing tonight has been if someone's cosplaying as a female and if it's offensive to the rest of us and whatnot. But coming from a medical perspective, I find the process of transitioning medically very dangerous and having a lot of unknowns and risks to it. To start with, children around ages 11, 12, 13 have to be put on puberty blockers. These are going to block the initial processes of puberty. These are drugs like Lupron, which have been used for prostate cancer, breast cancer. They have profound side effects while you're taking them, like mood swings, which could be very dangerous in a child who's already under mental health distress. They have very bad effects on bone mineral density, which they claim are reversible when you restart other hormones. They are not completely reversible, though, and that is medical fact. 100% of these. 100%. If I could just finish first. 100% of the patients treated with hormone blockers to prevent puberty are unable to achieve orgasm as adults. Many of them experience infertility. And so to be able to provide informed consent to a 11 or 12 or 13-year-old who's already mentally distraught, they have no idea what sex is or what that really involves at that age, to have them make the decision that they don't actually want to have kids or that they are okay with not experiencing orgasm as an adult is genuinely impossible. It's a decision that the parent's going to have to decide for them. Then they go on hormones such as estrogen and
It's going to be let her finish, Mel.
You just can't stand other women getting the spotlight, can you? Huh?
Okay, I'm muting
you. Not the trans women, right?
So once they're done with puberty blocker,
no, let her finish.
You can make any corrections you want, okay? Once they're finished with puberty blockers, now they go on estrogen or testosterone or whatever. And we don't know the long-term side effects of putting someone on hormones like this. We do know that things like postmenopausal hormone replacement therapy have shown very bad side effects, and it's no longer considered the standard of care to put all postmenopausal women on estrogen therapy for this reason. As an example, transgender women have a 46-fold increase, that's 46 times increase in breast cancer compared to men who did not undergo transition. We don't know the effects on things like ovarian cancer, testicular cancer, prostate cancer. We do know that they seem to have a higher risk of meningiomas, which are brain cancers. They appear to have an elevated risk of melanomas, which are skin cancers. Most of this stuff we don't know. We don't know their risk of heart, which we know that testosterone is associated with, or the risk of higher cholesterol, or blood clots and that type of thing, which are known risks in people taking testosterone or estrogen or progesterone for other reasons. So my real concern is if I had a child who was questioning their gender at a young age, I would be terrified to have them undergo things that could cause them really significant side effects medically in the future. Similarly with the surgeries, like to remove the breast, it's not done in the same way as a mastectomy where you can go back and reconstruct the breast. It's done to get the flattest chest possible where the skin is adhered to the chest wall. And it's not reversible if one day in their 20s, they're like, I actually want to go back. They can't. It's not medically feasible. There's no extra skin to do that anymore.
Not just that, they don't know what the puberty blockers are doing.
I've already answered most of this, by the way.
Thank you for that.
I've already answered most of this, by the way, and people are clearly not going to give me enough time to respond. So you're mostly talking about the informed consent component here. That's what most of this goes on. We can get into unknowns as well. But with the informed consent thing, no, that is not how it's done for youth. With youth, there is a parent, a doctor, and the child's consent involved at all times. Yeah, that's too scary.
And adults are doing that to children.
Scary when you don't know what you're talking about.
Scary.
So when it comes to
adults are
when it comes to the unknowns, I mean, it is only fair at this point. But when it comes to the unknowns, again, we would need long-term follow-up studies, and the only way to have that is to have a clinical market trials where we do supervisions for red flags that occur in the population that's taking it long-term, because you can't have long-term clinical trials.
So you're experimenting on children, though, which is a protected.
First, we're eliminating all other possibilities that we can determine might be there. But once we've eliminated things, and once it's no longer possible to predict any side effects, the only way to test for long-term effects in anything that we give kids is to see is to give a certain population it in the market and follow up on that. Look for red flags. You do market investigations.
Melanie, do you know about the side effects that the puberty blockers are doing to their brains when they're underdeveloped? And
you?
Have you actually done that study? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I do, because I've got children.
Has anybody ever heard of Dr. Kevorkian?
But I do.
Yes, yeah.
But I do.
You're cognitive neuroscience? You're cognitive neuroscience.
Doctor,
no, I'm not a professional. Are you a professional?
Pardon me for just
you
a moment. My name is Dr. Money. Jeremy Ryan came in with the big 5. He says, please, Sarah, update your banner. It annoys me. The self-deletion hotline has been 988 for years now. Thank you. I have updated it. That was given to me a while back when we were paneling, and somebody posted that for me saying based on the conversation. So I just went ahead and pinned it. But now we have a correct version of it. Thank you. And Dragon Stallion comes in with the big 5. Melanie, if I identify as a cop and wear the uniform, but I am not,
Should I be arrested for impersonating a cop?
So no,
Yes or
because
no?
cop is not a gender, and the easy way to we got more questions. Let's go.
Yeah, it was either like yes or no.
Well, it's easier to explain why not, but I can do just yes or no, and people can freak out over it.
Okay. And the trib one comes up with the big 5. When faced with a trans person, I'm guessing that was trans person that passes, it actually isn't difficult to treat them like how they're expressing. Not passing is where it gets tricky.
You just ask the person.
Oh, sorry. He sent a follow-up. And with being an adult, it doesn't need to stay tricky. Just talk to the ones that don't pass and see if hate takes over or not. Be reasonable is all.
Hey, Melanie, is gender a social construct?
The expression of it in gender roles are, yes.
Yeah, so is a
time a
cop.
flat circle? Are we back to
Cop
this?
is a cop is because
children-
Melanie said that it didn't relate, but it does, because a cop is a social construct, right? So it does.
Yeah, they're the same things. It doesn't mean they're analogous.
Oh my gosh. I don't think you understand how
they're both
analogies
social
work.
constructs. You're right about that easy,
But that
but
makes
still, it's not a
sense if you
gender.
don't
It's not
understand
a
that
gender category.
laws of logic are universal. So
No, you're right. You're right that they're both. They're both. Whatever, I forget. But the
you
problem
don't
is
even
that cop
listen
is
to
not a
the
gender
argument.
category.
That's the problem.
I already said
your
it the
cup
first
is
time. I already
full.
showed that I listened the first
Empty
time.
your cup a little bit, Melanie. Listen to what people have to say.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you'll fucking learn something.
What's my argument then?
You
don't know.
Yeah, your
You ask the same
argument is-
questions every
your
time, like I haven't
argument
argued
is
against
a
it.
woman
You ask the
is-
same question every time, like I haven't argued
I'll give you
against it
your
because
argument.
you don't listen.
I'll give you your argument.
Two did
Just keep asking the same question every time. You don't learn
I'll give you
anything
your
new, do
argument.
you?
I'll
You don't
give
learn
you
anything
your-
new. That's your trick.
Whenever
That's
you
how
want
you
to
win
stop.
debates, by not learning anything new,
Are you
right?
scared or? I
Is that
can
how you
give
win
you your
debates, by
argument.
not learning anything new?
I'm not scared, but I'm going to tell you both to shut the fuck up. Thank you.
You know when to,
Melanie, can you address my question as to a child having the decision made for them that they will not be able to experience sexual pleasure as an adult or will likely be infertile?
It doesn't get made for them
We're
either.
just gonna
because
let
if they're
the
not
fucking-
comfortable with it. It's obviously not going to be done.
Furby go on and on and
But
on.
how
and
do you
on.
explain that to a 12-year-old who's never
Oh.
experienced sex? That they
So
won't be
it
able
gets
to
explained
achieve
to the
climax.
parent, and so it gets explained to the parent and the child. And if you work in the medical profession, you understand it's the obligation of the clinician to express these things as well as possible and make sure that at least the parent in that scenario understands the risks. Now, you're right that not all these things are easy to understand. One of the reasons that we want to keep kids on puberty blockers for as
You
short
don't
as
even
possible and
understand
put
it.
them to cross-sex hormones is actually because
So hard to
not
understand the people
fertility,
who
but for
don't
like
know it.
other sexual practices like sex for stimulation, sex for pleasure. That's what humans do a lot of the time. Keeping the ability to stimulate or orgasm, all that stuff is very important, and that's one of the best ways to do that, according to my research. I asked you for a lot of sources on these things, and if you could provide your sources in the live chat, I haven't checked, but if you could, that'd be really important because I have contradicting sources on a lot of the stuff you said, and I don't have.
I mean, my source, I spoke with a physician who personally prescribes the puberty blockers and oversees transgender care. I'm a medical doctor myself, by the way.
I'm looking at literature reviews on these things, and there are some studies that show that that's possible.
From ones that are
May I finish though? Yeah, may I finish? From the literature reviews I'm looking at that are clinically based, it shows that there are sometimes that can happen, and yes, these are possibilities. That this is what any side effect is a possibility, but for the majority of cases, a lot of these things turn out really well, and we're talking like 90 to 95% for most people who take HRT and stuff. So my point is that while I understand that there are risks and it makes sense to be concerned about that, the clinical setting also has a lot of ways to navigate that. It's not the first time we've had to prescribe things to kids with risk.
The specialist I've spoken with who's done this for almost 20 years, 100% of her patients do not experience orgasm. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But then she that still doesn't explain the literature that shows that you can conserve that.
Not if they're taking puberty blockers for 2 or 3 years and then going on. It's different if you're going to just be doing like a sex change operation or something of that nature, and you're not messing with the hormonal development.
So I
Of
can't
the brain as
confirm
well.
or deny what you're saying. I
Brain.
can't confirm or deny what you're saying about your clinician friend. So I'm not going to try to refute that. All I'm going to say though is that the literature says it's a little bit more complex than that, and that might be some sort of anomaly that is just hearsay. And I'm uncomfortable taking your word for it. While the literature says there's a bit more mixed data.
The other problem is that in terms of the data showing benefit of gender affirming care, in terms of reduction of self-deletion, the initial studies did show a reduction, although they were not well designed. But a lot of our larger meta-analysis now are showing that there's actually not that reduction that was initially seen. And so it puts a parent in a really difficult place. If you're sitting there, you love your kid, you want whatever is best for them, and you're trying to make this decision. Do I go with all this hormonal therapy that puts them at significant medical risk and a lot of unknown medical risk? Or do I risk them, committing or self-deleting because I'm not going along with the gender affirming care? And I really wish we would focus on the well-being of the children who are actually dealing with this, rather than just kind of name calling, oh, you're social construct and you're offending me by cosplaying a woman and blah, blah, blah. A lot of that becomes just a lot of rhetoric, and it doesn't really address the people that are dealing with this. That are children struggling and parents struggling to figure out what's actually best for them.
So wait, when you say that, it's not decreasing the self-deletion rates, are you getting this from the CAS report? Because again, there's a lot of reasons to at least be skeptical about the CAS report, and that's one of the only reports I've heard recently that shows that.
I'm looking at the meta-analysis of the studies and the way they were designed.
Can you link that?
I would have to go dig it back up. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, yeah. So I'm looking at the literature review, which is admittedly not a meta-analysis, and I'm just not, like, I know how to read meta-analysis. I'm not confident with my skills in like analyzing them for myself and critically thinking about them. So admittedly, you have that on me. What I'm seeing from the literature review though is that there is like unanimously positive things. I am looking for one paper, and I should be pretty close to finding it, where they show that basically the things that matter most are the clinical treatments, and especially for depression and suicide. For other things, oh no, sorry, that paper is talking about gender identity. Never mind, I just found it. But still, I have at least 3 or 4 papers that will confirm that there is plenty of evidence, even to this day, that the treatment can decrease those things. There may be mixed data, and that depends heavily on your methods. But I think what I'm reading from these literature reviews, they come away with the fact that the evidence for, because they also include meta-analyses, the evidence for it helping people is much stronger than the evidence for it not. And also worth considering is conversion therapy. We have lots of data on conversion therapy. It increases their depression. It decreases their self-deletion tendencies.
May I donate to your channel?
You can't force people not to identify as something they already identify as, especially in terms of gender, just to be clear.
And I think
I
it'd be
bet,
one thing
like, if we were to
wearing a dress or something, and they're a boy, but permanent medical stuff to them, it to me is a whole separate category. Things like clothing and your makeup and how you're presenting and whatnot is all reversible, and it's kids even who are not gender dysphoric experiment with their look and their makeup and their clothing type, and they may be emo or goth and all this silliness they go through as teenagers, and that's all relatively normal to a degree, but it's a whole separate thing when you start talking about permanent surgeries and permanent hormonal intervention on children who really can't consent to any of this stuff.
Well, that's also why we don't just put them on puberty blockers right away. We evaluate them. We also give them psychotherapy to treat any other possible reasons for these symptoms, such that if they were to improve to the point where they no longer had stress from dysphoria, then we could say, well, then they probably don't need those things. One of the big
Melanie,
things, though, is that
drink to 18
let me finish. I'm talking to the clinician. I'm talking to the clinician right now. So one of the things as a clinician you might agree with me. Holy fuck! Can I please finish, Sarah? Because I'm trying to answer her.
Holy fuck! Hold on, Turpy. After she goes,
I really like to hear Mel's explanation.
They are having a good dialogue right now, so I'd like to let them continue it.
I want to pass this by you as like a sanity check. Even you might agree that like if we do one treatment with the least amount of risk and that isn't enough, we might have to go to the next treatment with more risk and more risk. And so in this case, it would make sense for it to be psychotherapy 1, psychotherapy 2, psychotherapy 3. None of those really get rid of their gender dysphoria enough to relieve their distress. Well, maybe we'll consider HRT now. Does that make sense?
Yes, I know
And
that's. Sorry.
Author Dia, if you may, BSR, can you voice confirm for me?
Yeah, I'm voice confirmed here.
Okay,
Well,
no
the problem
penises
is-
on screen. Shut up for a minute. God damn it.
No, of course not. No, this is up here.
Thank you, BSR. I appreciate that.
You sound like
All
you
right,
have one.
Back to Aphrodite.
Oh yeah.
Aphrodite,
Wait.
please,
Actually, you know what? I sound like I have one because I'm a fucking man. You're absolutely right. Thank you very much.
So yeah, I agree with Mel that the process should be certainly intense therapy for a child who's experiencing gender dysphoria. However, what a lot of them describe is actually not receiving any real therapy and feeling kind of passed along the pipeline into gender transition without really being given other options or having anyone really deal with their separate feelings of just depression or lack of acceptance, difficulty socially, whatever.
So I will point out there's a counter narrative that works against yours, and there's even a psychiatrist who have worked with trans people. I don't think they gave them HRT, but they approved them for it. And what they point out is that trans people feel like there's too many restrictions. So if anything, a lot of trans people are feeling worn down on the amount of psychoanalysis necessary. I'm kind of in between. I think like it's necessary to make sure they're not just like, it's not coming from a point of like self-hatred or stuff like that, but it's also, once those things are eliminated, once we've done as many low risk treatments as we can, we have to look at the next point of escalation to help these people. We can't just let them despair, knowing that trying to make them live as the gender they were assigned at birth will cause them more despair. And again, just to reiterate, we get that from studies on conversion therapy.
And my point is, I just think that if you're 18 and over and you're an adult and you can actually make rational decisions and understand side effects, consequences and risks of a medical procedure, which anything you do has, then sure, you should have the freedom to take whatever hormones you want and get whatever surgery you want and live your life how you want. But I have a real problem with having a child involved where they themselves really cannot make that decision logically. They're just not wired for it. And
May I ask, though?
Yeah.
What about everything up until the HRT? What about the social transition? What about the therapy that's not necessarily telling them to go back in the box, but checking for everything else out in there and really getting them to unpack how they really feel inside? Are you okay with that at least?
I would certainly be in favor of giving them therapy to help them work out whatever feelings.
Do you at least agree with me? We can't also like try to convince them they're not trans. It needs to be a therapy that lets them explore that for themselves.
We don't accept it.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. I would probably have them focus more on their feelings of why they're upset with their body, why do they feel socially awkward, etc.
Oh yeah, you would still do that. I mean, like,
I don't know, getting them like makeup lessons or something.
I totally agree. I'm not even talking about affirming. I just mean like the point of the clinician is not to put them back into the box. It's to help them alleviate anything that might be surrounding that proximal to their gender dysphoria to see if that alone is enough to alleviate their gender dysphoria.
I think I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm glad I got to talk to you, by the way.
Thank you.
And
Sorry for
while
everyone
we're in a
else.
little, that's okay. Nolan comes up with a big 10. She is a leading doctor and T rights advocate who admitted withholding I don't know what all this is, a $10 million taxpayer-funded study on puberty blockers for U.S. children after finding no evidence they improve mental health. I don't know what all that is about.
Someone asked you if you knew the name of a doctor
Yeah.
earlier up in the chat, and I assume that's referring to that position.
And I didn't. Sorry, and I didn't at the time, and I still don't. Nolan, I don't know how you could send me like a YouTube video, but like I feel like I just need more context on this in general because like there's a lot of things that could be going on here from what I can see.
So let me actually just jump in really quick. Melanie, CosmicFox, you said that there were studies where people that have transitioned, that they have a less likelihood of self-deletion. All I came up here for was saying that that's absolutely not true. I think that you're totally wrong, because
You think that?
Yes, because according to National Institute of Health .gov, is that it absolutely changes nothing. That people who still have transgender people.
Who wrote that study?
National Institute of
No,
Health.
but who are the authors?
Are they not good enough for you?
Curious.
It's a federal freaking account, dude. Like,
no, I know,
Are
but
we
the
gonna
authors.
disprove the author? Because like a lot of
Yeah,
the
'cause if
studies
it's
that you
written by
cited,
someone-
they could say that they could be disproved just
If
by the
the
fact that they have a nose ring or pink
the
hair.
researcher's last name is Cass, then that's probably a study that's still very much being debated and not consensus at all, and probably has a lot of methodological errors, even though it's quite big.
But it's on the National Institution of Health website. Okay.
Yeah, so there's also probably a 40-page correction on it at the end, and that would be the only reason they re-upload it. If that's what it is, yeah. If it is a Cass report, he hasn't confirmed or denied it yet.
About a lot of the medical literature, there's a very big pressure and bias to push people to publish positive results or the results they're looking for. And if you publish a study that's kind of junk, you can't get it published. And so it is not uncommon in the medical literature to see studies that are very skewed in the way their methodology is done, and sort of evidence kind of covered up because they want the result to be more positive, or the statistics done various ways. Like, I've literally watched statisticians work with my own data, not on gender identity issues, on completely unrelated stuff like transfusions and blood management.
Nice.
But where they can like play with the data literally to make it look better or worse than it is, and it can become very dishonest at times.
Being a parent with a transgender child, like someone who wanted to be a child that wanted to do that, though, it'd be like, why go down these routes of treatment that it could be like suicide for them? Like, it could be doing bad things for them down in the
Use
future.
the right words, please. You are on a panel on
Not gonna
YouTube.
lie.
There are specific words we like to use, and I'm gonna take the moment. I'm going to take the moment to say Michael Arnold comes in with a big 5 from Nolan R. Mel, knowing scientists are covering up evidence that doesn't support their own ideology. Can anyone trust the data? And then Naomi coming in with a big 5. This is like being explained biology from Brick on Anchorman. I love Lamp.
So if I were to read a list right now, of all the medical societies that endorse treating gender dysphoria with HRT, I wouldn't have enough time to sit here. I can post a link in the side chat, but let's just say it's 20-something organizations. Most of them you've probably never heard before. But at the end of the day, what it proves is that there is consensus in this, that you can treat these things successfully, and we should.
And Goose, can you just voice confirm for me, darling?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're not going to show tits or ass or weird shit on screen, correct?
Oh, no, I would never do that.
Oh,
no.
no.
Easy knows who I am.
And how you been?
I'm okay. My mom passed away, so that's why I haven't been here for a while.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say one thing. I don't know. I kind of hopped in and I was listening like 3 hours ago, but I had to get some stuff taken care of. And so I just wanted to bring up, you guys had previously been talking about hormone blockers, and specifically the Lupron. And I just wanted to kind of put my 2 cents in, because I am actually very familiar with this because of having endometriosis and working with a specialist to potentially take the medicine. And so my little 2 cents on this is, so back in 2014, I had a major surgery to have the doctor remove as much endometriosis as possible. And she said after that, my next option was either to start on the pill or to do the Lupron shot at the time, which I wasn't going to do. And the reason was because she said basically the way it works is that it would push me into menopause. But if I wanted to have more children, just because I start the shot doesn't mean when I stop it that I'm going to go back and start menstruating again and be able to have children. And so that's my big take on this now, pushing it for children, because as an adult who at the time would have been, you know, having my cycle for 20 years, the fact that my own body wouldn't go back to what it's done for 20 years, but yet we expect a child's body to do that has never, you know, even had a period or gone through a cycle at all. I know that coming from an actual doctor, that she couldn't confirm that is what could happen. That basically once they shut the faucet off, just because they go and you stop taking the shot doesn't mean that faucet is going to turn back on and work like it should. And so that's just my 2 cents when it comes to, I don't think that children should be on puberty blockers, because if an adult can't go back to how they used to be after 20 years, how are we to say that the child's brain is going to reconnect the way it's supposed to and communicate, you know, as a female, say to like their ovaries and start going through a cycle? It's just, there isn't enough studies to show that it would do that.
Facts.
Well, again, I pointed to a list of medical organizations that said it would help. I also do have studies on trans youth treatments, but I want to say, like, your concerns about Lupron are valid.
Studies on trans youth. Trans youth. So this is kind of my thing.
Can I please respond to her? Can I please respond to her? Can I please respond to her?
You're more than
Can I
welcome.
Please
to,
respond.
but
I know I am. Okay, you're going to keep talking because you don't want to hear the answer.
Hold the horses. Hold the horses. Let the response come in, and then we'll move on.
So your concerns about Lupron are definitely valid. One of the things to point out is you didn't necessarily, and I don't want to ask, but you didn't necessarily point out if the inability to have cell reproductive function was caused by the surgery for the endometriosis, which I do understand, or if it was the T blocker. So the doctor confirmed that for you?
Yes. So the whole reason to potentially think of using the Lupron was because of the fact that it would stop my cycle. It would basically, the easiest way to put it that she explained to me, the brain stops communicating with my ovaries, I stop having a cycle, and then because when someone has endometriosis, when they have their cycle, that's when the endometrial lining starts to grow and spread and everything like that. So if you disconnect that connection, then you're not going to be growing that endometrial lining anymore, and it just pushes you into menopause. But what she said to me was, do you think you're done having children? At the time, I was like 31 years old. And I was like, you know, I don't know. I have one daughter. I don't think I'm going to have more children. But as soon as she said, well, I cannot guarantee that once you stop that shot, that you're going to go back and have your cycle like normal. I knew right then and there that I wasn't.
Right? But you could.
Right. Yeah, but here's my point. So you're okay with having kids go on the Lupron shot so that they can just basically stop their body from progressing like it naturally should, in hopes that it could go back if they change their mind?
Well,
because that sounds like a really dangerous way to, you know, push it towards a child, saying, oh, well, if this doesn't work, you can just stop the shot.
One of the things we're not considering is that this will all take place while they're in adolescence. And so their body will be ready to do puberty whenever they start cross-sex hormones and come off those T blockers.
How do you know, though?
Because that's what we see. And it
how long are
that's only what we see in the case of precocious puberty. Stop the lies. That's where your stats
Exactly. Thank you, Speakeasy.
From precocious puberty, and you're using, and they don't take
trans
more than a year and a half.
Also,
Stop the lies.
Also trans kids. So just because you see that in precocious. Okay. Provide proof.
No one asked you what author that was.
Show those studies then, if it's for trans kids too, because you know they're lying right now.
We can look at them.
Right. So as I stated earlier, it is medical fact that infertility is a problem for trans patients that have undergone puberty blockers followed by hormonal therapy.
Well, just look at like
desist.
Go ahead. Sorry.
If they don't desist, then they won't have reproductive function once they get sex reassignment surgery anyways.
Okay, but what about somebody like Blair White who went off of her hormones and everything like that for the last 2 years so that they could try to have enough sperm to potentially have a biological child down the road? For 2 years, they were off the hormones, everything, and never got enough of us.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There have been trans men who still had a uterus that wanted to have a child and did successfully have a child.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Not those who had undergone puberty blockers as children.
Right. So this is why it's not an easy decision, and we give the child time to make the decision while they're on the puberty blockers. But this is also why we don't want them to be on puberty blockers until they're 18.
Make the decision.
But that's what I'm
Right.
trying to tell you though.
Because it takes the decision of three parties. Speakeasy, it takes the decision of three parties: the child, the parent, and the doctor. Not just one, all three.
But you just said that you don't want to have them on puberty blockers till after they're 18. I didn't hear you say that at all during the debate with Speakeasy.
And they would never be
That's
used.
why we
they would
want them
never
to start.
use that
That's why
long.
we
They're
want
used
them
for about 2 years, typically.
Please. That's why we want them on cross-sex hormones sooner rather than later.
Get them while they're young.
No, because that's
When
how
they
puberty
say
works.
no.
That's just how
But
puberty
it would
works.
be medically dangerous to have a child on puberty blockers from ages like 12 to 18. If you look at the side effects, which Goose was kind of alluding to of Lupron, they include things such as, aside from just the bone mineral density decreasing, they can cause severe migraines. They can also cause elevated intracranial pressure, elevated brain pressure, basically.
Yep.
Nausea and vomiting are very common side effects from them. They
So-
can worsen diabetes.
We do this one by one because with the intracranial pressure thing, what they found actually is that you probably would have had intracranial pressure anyways. It was within the normal levels that you see in any population.
Either way, at the end of the day, though, there's no guarantee that if somebody makes this decision and they go on, say they go on Lupron, that if they change their mind, you can just stop it and they're going to go back. Just think about it.
There are plenty of literatures I can point to that call it reversible for a reason. There's some that try to make the case that it's not reversible. We're talking about very fringe chances here.
Why is that when you look at the patient handouts, it's like, oh, it's reversible. But when you actually go into the medical,
the majority of people who don't have side effects,
and look into the descriptions of the drug within pharmaceutical data and then the literature, it is not entirely reversible.
but
And
the literature doesn't tell you what the odds are.
Melanie, it's actually fucking crazy. Wait, hold on one second. Melanie, it's actually fucking crazy that you are telling Arthur Dyer, who actually works in a fucking hospital, that she's wrong. That's just fucking crazy to me, by the way.
I mean, I'm using. I think I'm being
Just a
reasonable.
heads up, if anybody
but
is
whatever.
panel squatting, if you have no more to add to the conversation, we do have people waiting backstage. If
Effigy, quick, I need you here.
I got it. I was like, I
yeah.
could jump up and just leave you to the wolves.
I'll get in. I'll get in.
That's Sarah's nice way of saying, get the hell out. You gotta go home, but you can't stay here.
I can step down too. I just kind of wanted to bring up the very real medical side effect and my concern for the children that are involved and even, adults that are involved. At least they can make a more informed decision if they really want hormone therapy or surgeries or something. But I just don't see how a child can realistically make that decision. And when you listen to some of the detransitioners, they're very upset. They feel like they didn't have adequate information given to them or adequate therapy given to them when they were young before making those decisions.
Yep.
Okay, so the people who were trans and didn't get to transition because of these things are also upset. So I guess we're weighing emotions versus emotions. If you're going to go, I just want to say, I hope you're in Sarah's Discord and that you feel like you can reach out to me with these questions and we can actually start throwing some links at each other and talking about them more directly because it's kind of hard on here. Because I am curious what you can point me to and reading it and then seeing what else is out there. I will agree that there are things on this that I might be wrong about or taking for granted. I'm still not convinced because I'm 99% certain I've seen literature that says otherwise, but it'd be easier to get in that in like a more direct conversation if you're okay with that.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I'm in Sarah's Discord. Maybe she can send me an invite or something.
Can we link that for her in chat?
Yeah, I know the
To me, it's kind of fun to discuss it philosophically and what's a social construct and all this stuff. But I genuinely feel for people who are struggling with gender dysphoria, even as adults, and trying to make those type of decisions. And I think sometimes it can be kind of fun for the conservatives to come and kind of dunk on you, Mel, because, they want to make a point or Andrew wants to blast you or something. But I think coming at it with a little more care and concern for people who are undergoing this and talking about what are the very real side effects. I mean, there's a whole field of medicine now opening up for transgender individuals because a lot of this is unknown. We don't know how to best care for people who have undergone all these hormonal treatments and who are currently on them and what the risks of that entails and what we should be screening them for. And as
Sorry
a
to
lot of the
interrupt.
data
May I
comes
point
out,
out?
we're
Sorry to
finding more
interrupt.
and more. Yeah.
You said that there's a lot of unknowns. There is one thing that we know, and I'm sorry to say this again and again, is that conversion therapy does not work. We cannot try to put people back is all. We have to accept them for who they are one way or another. Even if it's not giving them hormones at a certain age, you still need to help them socially transition. You still need to let them live their life as they are. So I agree with you that there are a lot of unknowns, but there's also things that we definitely know, and we can't keep making those mistakes.
But Mel, did you know I'm a little teapot?
Someone to jump on,
Couldn't
please.
know.
Oh, hold on. Arthrodaya, I did drop it backstage for the Discord,
Okay,
but it
thank
is
you.
also linked on my About Me section on the channel too. If this one doesn't work or something.
Trippy, you have inspired me to transition my Furby into something with a little bit more degrees of freedom to it.
You should be a little teapot.
I will say,
Hey, Melanie.
your Furby, you're female presenting, right? Your Furby could have a little bow or something.
On panels, I'm not necessarily concerned about how feminine I come off, so it's kind of an expression of
I'm
that.
just teasing. It's all good.
Okay, you got me. You got me there. I took it personally.
Hey,
Have a good
Melanie,
one.
I had a
Alright,
question
thank
for you.
Okay.
When I was listening earlier, so I heard a couple things. So I just wanted to clarify. One of the times you had talked about that you were okay with, say like a mastectomy or something like that for like 14, 15-year-olds. But then later you were talking about how you were not okay with surgery until they were 18. So I just wanted you to clarify that, because I went back and I listened to both things and I was a little bit confused.
There was a bit of I was talking in two different senses there. So for like the bottom surgery specifically, it's past 18. The only reason we do mastectomies is if they already have breast growth, of course, and then we know that they're not going to want breast later on in life. But that's usually around, like I said, 15 or 16 anyways. So
don't you think that's still way too young though? I mean, we're talking
16?
like yeah, I mean, you can barely drive, if at all, yet. And you're talking about giving a child that I'm just shocked that you think that a child at 15 or 16, when, you know, I think if you looked at a lot of us growing up,
you think they lack?
Making a permanent decision.
You mean long-term planning?
Yeah, I'm talking about chopping your breasts off. Like,
so don't we expect, like, you have responsibility around that time? Doesn't that rely on long-term planning?
Say that again.
Like, we expect them to take on responsibility, so for them to understand long-term consequences.
Wait. Dude, when
No,
you're 15
they're a child. They're not living.
Absolutely no concept of long-term fucking.
15 or 16-year-olds have no concept of long.
Why is there an age of consent for sex, Melanie?
Not.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Consenting to sex
And
is different.
Michael coming in with the big five. Sister Sarah. Yes, I'm officially a nun now. I'm trying to be so good, but Mel blasting, come on. You're all thinking it. Thank you, Michael.
Blast.
We appreciate.
Let's have a bukkake circle.
Fair enough.
Wait, is Mel on
and
drugs?
let
Never.
me give a preface here. We are going to go for about 30 more minutes, and then we'll all give our closing thoughts. Okay, it's 2:20 in the morning for me, so I'm willing to run this until a hard line of 3 a.m. stopping point. So we'll go to about 2:50, and then I'll let everybody have their closing statement. So you got 30 minutes. I think that's a good amount to get the rest of this out.
So I just want to go into the legal aspect of this and the morality even. So I pulled up the U.S. code, and so the U.S. code 2256, it defines minors as anybody under the age of 18. And then, of course, with 2243, it mentions that sexualizing minors is a crime. So I'm curious about your thoughts on that, Mel, as to whether.
Then why is the age of consent in 31 states 16?
Okay, anyway, so sexualizing children, that's anybody under the age of 18. Those are minors. Should that ever be happening ever?
No.
Okay, then that's done. Thank you.
That's not a W, right? You're just asking me?
Yeah, because if you do surgery or you get involved with them sexually at all, and you're not even the parent, right? The parent is in charge of directing the children where to go morally. That's why we have these laws.
That's why they're involved in the decision.
Right. And so they take them to the doctors, and the doctors make sure that they're okay with their physical body. But beyond that, it's not like a mind switch thing that needs to be happening here.
Well, yeah, the mind's already switched.
Do you think that the parents should ever be looked into?
That's
The
a good
parents?
question.
Sure, yeah. If any red flags are raised during the process, that should be investigated.
Sexualizing them?
Flags.
Do you think that when somebody brings their child in, because I think a lot of us have seen where just on social media lately, it's almost like your prized possession if all of a sudden you have a child that is transgender or gay. And so my concern with that is, depending on the type of doctor you have, because we all know that there's good doctors and there's bad doctors, but my concern would be that what if this child has been, brainwashed? We have seen it happen. I'm not saying that it's the majority, but I feel like all of a sudden, there's a larger crowd of children.
Your child has been brainwashed, right?
Say that again?
It sounds like your child has been brainwashed.
Fair preface to you, Simon. We've all been on a really great topic. Don't come in and fuck it up with your stupidity, okay? I don't have the tolerance or patience for it. We know you like to make it all about you, but we're here for a bigger discussion.
You and Mel should start a panel together. Who can talk the fucking most?
You talked more on before than I did when we were on.
Definitely didn't. Definitely didn't.
Okay.
How much you want to bet about that, Mel? You willing to put up $500? I'll count the words on.
I don't have $500 for the life of me.
Okay, well,
I'll take $500.
I will take $500.
Look, speak. If I'm right,
take the bet.
I can't wager anything
more than me.
His name
is
easy.
Chuck,
with donating any amount of your
stop stupidity. Chuck patiently waited backstage to get on here to have something to say, and I'd like to acknowledge that and grant them the floor.
Yeah, so I wanted to give my perspective as a detrans male. I'm detransitioning because I have autoandrophilia. Like I do have gender dysphoria, and I do feel more comfortable as a woman, but like sexually speaking, I feel more gratified if I were to pretend I was a guy. So that's why I'm detransitioning, and yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to know your opinion on that.
So you went from male to female, now you're going back to male, correct?
Yeah, because of a fetish. It's the only way that gratifies me sexually.
So just to be clear, the detransition is because of a fetish.
Yeah, I'm detransitioning because of a fetish.
Okay, well, if that feels right for you, again, I can't tell you what's right for you. You said that you present as female in public?
No, not anymore.
Well, okay, sorry. I misunderstood then. Yeah, people's individual path and stories are their own, and there is no right way to do it. I will point out that there's not a lot that we can take from your story to say about all the trans people who maintain their transition, because first of all, if we look at the reasons that most trans people give for detransitioning, you seem to be an anomaly. And again, I can't read your mind, so I'm not going to tell you this isn't true. But when we look at the reasons that trans people give, it's because of social pressures and not being accepted, more so than not feeling like they're actually trans, or because of what you said.
Mel, if you can't tell Chuck what's best for them, who's telling kids that transitioning is best for them?
So again, the point is harm reduction.
Yeah,
and giving them
you want to answer my question? Or?
Yeah, no. Again, you've got it mistaken.
That's really bad.
Because that's not what I'm trying to tell Chuck. You've got it mistaken. The point is harm reduction, not telling people what to do.
Yeah. So who's telling kids that the most harm reduction is to transition them?
Exactly.
Clinicians who have already eliminated all other possible pathways.
So you can tell people what's right for them, or
that's the job of a clinician.
I thought the kids.
How long do you think they should have to go through, say, therapy or something before they start trying to pump them full of pills and shots and all that?
That's like IVF. You can't do that.
Well,
Yo.
can
So
we
to answer
focus
your
on
question,
can we focus on the purpose though? Chuck
It-
here
it's
expressed the
beautiful. The
concept.
purpose
Shut up,
is beautiful.
Simon. Shut the fuck up. Chuck here expressed the idea of transitioning back because of a fetish, right? And that's where I kind of impose my questions. Like, if I can just change myself to be a lovely 5'9" brunette with big tits and an ass because I want to be that,
Chuck,
and if
she's
it
hitting
were
on you.
that, if that, oh yeah, you are a brunette, and you're
I'm just
probably
kidding.
5'9". You are very lovely.
No, I'm
but
6'7".
even better, Jesus Christ.
Damn.
So if
Even
I
taller than
wanted
me.
to appeal to a sexual concept, right? Or even like I'd love to be X, Y, and Z. I can just like that. And that part kind of is where I find my heels digging in a little bit, because yeah, I recognize women, we can shut the fuck up, Simon. Jesus fucking Christ. I
Kick that
hate it when
guy.
you jump on my
Get that
panels.
guy out of here.
Just
Kick
shut
that
the
guy.
fuck up.
Kick that guy. Get that guy out of here. Get that guy out of my stream.
I probably will. It's not your stream, but shut the fuck up.
Sorry.
So I kind of question the concept of like we're lacking a concept of acceptance here, right? And we're pushing the point where we're changing
Do
our
I
bodies
save
and who
Sarah
we are.
and
Like
tell her
getting a
that this is
tattoo
a
is like
troll, or do I
permanent,
let
right?
her
It can
just
be kind of removed,
keep
but it's
going
still
with it?
permanent. But you're not changing
One's to
completely
save
entirely
Sarah,
about yourself.
two to let her keep
But I
falling
still
for it.
recognize the idea, like if you're changing your biological functions and your hormones and all of these things in order to appeal to a sexual concept or a personal identity, like at what point do we draw the line? Like how much more can I change about myself just because I want to? And quick shout out to Michael coming in with the big 5. Is it fuck you speak for taking the words out of my head, jerk? And then Rude Mub Crab comes in with the big 5. This is a public service announcement to remind everyone that Mel advocates for making corn accessible to underage children. P.S. Miss you, Chuck. Fair enough.
This is a public service announcement that Rude Mud Crab can't keep his name out of my name out of his mouth, and that he cannot steel person my argument because he doesn't understand it clearly. So the only way he can say
Steel
that is
person?
through not understanding
Steel
my
person?
argument.
Is that new? Steel person?
It's just an
Steel
ungendered
person.
form of steel man.
Steel human.
Taking the
Is
gender
it
out of it.
true? I understand, Furby.
Don't take the German out of. I mean, wait. Never mind.
I mean, is it true though?
I'll take your face out of it.
The German. I took my face out of it. I got a game on.
I mean, that's a.
Were you competing
heck
with
of a
Effigy
claim.
there for who was more Super Saiyan?
It's a heck of a
Don't
claim.
think so.
But
Well,
is it true?
I don't.
he had
I
the Super
don't.
Saiyan
The only
animation.
reason I don't not believe that comment that
Awesome.
came in from Rude Mud is because when you were on my panel, you said that 10-year-olds should be able to make the decision themselves. So, I mean,
For the corn argument or for
no,
puberty?
for sex. For sex.
For
Remember?
sex. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Whoa. What do you mean, no, you didn't? Remember, I pulled up the clip, we
I wouldn't
rewinded
give
it.
you an exact number. Remember, I wouldn't give you an exact number. You brought up 10, and then I said there's
And then I
caveats.
said 10, and then you said, I think the parents should be able to make that decision for 10-year-olds.
No, the parents are the only people who can make the decision. That's what I said. The parents are the only people who can make the decision in that.
For a 10-year-old to have sex? You're wild.
Oh, stop it. Let's mind what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Back away
So
from
who
it.
else is
Back
making
away
that
from it.
decision?
Or speak in code.
Who else is making that decision?
The law.
Okay, right, but it's not like the
Well,
laws are like
making the
peering
decision
over their
for you not
shoulder.
to
The only
keep
people
your
who have
children.
enough time to make that
Society at large
decision.
has made the law.
Who makes the
The only
decision
people
that
who
we
are
should
around the
keep
children
children?
enough to enforce that. The
The
only people who
parents.
are around the only people who are around enough
The
to
parents
enforce
made
that
a law.
would
It's
be the
called
parents.
age of consent. It's simple.
Okay,
I mean,
cool. The
we
ones
don't
that
hold
are
parents
around
accountable.
Melanie.
Wait a minute. No, that's
by
not the law. Because
extension,
that's not the
do you
law.
think
Wait,
the
I want to
law
respond to
should
what
step in if they know about this?
I want to respond to what was said. That's not the
No,
law.
you need to answer. Stay on topic here.
Somebody said something, not you, and I'm responding to them.
Yeah, but
Please
I was the
understand.
one who brought it up because you
I
tried to
know.
lie.
You can get your turn. I'll get back to you. So it's not the law because we
Yeah,
don't
you don't like
enforce
it,
parents.
eh?
we don't punish
Age
parents
of
who let
consent is
I was the
18.
one who
That's the
brought
law.
it up.
parents let their
I was
kids
the
have
one who
sex
brought it
earlier.
up.
Shut up.
Don't
Speak
punish-
easy. Get to your point, please.
Yeah, so
Nobody wants answers.
Shut up, Mel. You've literally taken over this whole panel this entire night. I thought it was pretty balanced when the debate happened, but then post debate, you've kind of just like you've rolled a lot of it. So just sit back, relax, put your feet up, smoke a cigarette or something.
Silence, Furby.
And then it's time
Easy.
to, and then
No,
it's
shut
time
up.
to respond.
Shut up. No,
Silence, Furby.
let's speak easy. Get
my
to his
point.
point.
My
He-
point was that we don't let parents just decide. Like if a parent had their 10-year-old and another 10-year-old over doing things they what word we
Well,
can
you
use,
should have an
carnal
combo
knowledge, okay,
Sorry.
and letting them do it with each other in their house. Would you want the police to step in here, or you just think that's okay?
And before you answer that, James, can you voice confirm for me, please?
Hello, ma'am.
Jiminy James.
Okay, James, we're not going to show anything on screen, correct? No
Yes,
penises,
ma'am.
assholes, titties, people fucking, nothing like that.
James, show us your titties.
Yes, ma'am. Speakeasy can confirm that he knows me.
Yeah, James
and,
is the next guy you'll
he
ever
also
meet.
knows me. And
All right. Allow the continuation of the conversation. Get back to where you were.
Yeah, if you could just answer that, Mel. If a parent was letting their 10-year-old and another 10-year-old have carnal knowledge in their home, would you want the police to step in here, or would you just think we should just let that go? The parents know. It's okay.
It'd be more like Children's Aid, right?
Whoever, the authorities, right? If Children's Aid don't come by themselves, they come with police.
Yeah,
So can you just
that's
answer my question?
I just told you. Yeah, I want Children's Aid to step in.
You
Can
would
please
want
keep
them.
up?
Okay, so then you do think we should decide that children shouldn't do this, right?
No, I just think that there's probably too young, and
Wait.
if it's too young, then that's when Children's Aid should step in and decide.
It's too young, and what makes it too young? Here we go. Let me walk you down the line now. Don't deviate. What makes
the
it
same
too
answer.
young?
The same answer as last time, so really try to wrap your head around it.
No, stop.
Yes, you will, because I'm being consistent.
Just please.
The younger they get,
Let me
the
add
less ethical it is. The younger they get, the less ethical it is.
What
What is wrong with you? Stop it. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. If you want attention, just say I want attention. We don't have you're interrupting the audio right now with a fucking flame-throwing stupid shit. Now stop
that's
it
who
and grow
Chuck
the
is.
fuck up.
That's where I remember
Yeah.
Chuck from.
Yeah, I remember now too.
Yep.
God. I wasn't even looking at the screen, so I totally missed that.
That's all I could hear was a fucking flamethrower in my ears.
Yeah, I was wondering what that
I mean,
was.
I identify as a pyromaniac too, just saying. Effigy.
I understand people want attention and shit, but like go fucking I don't know. That's TikTok people.
If you go out in the
You're-
middle, I guarantee anyone on here that wants attention, if you just go out into the middle of your street in front of your house and scream as loud as you can, you'll get all the attention for the night, all right? Just do that.
Seriously. Yeah, we're over here
Yep,
trying to
I'm
actually
along.
have a conversation and get through a topic, and you're acting like a tard.
People around my building do that like every night.
Melanie, don't you worry though that like if you're saying that the age of consent should be lower than it is with some children, that you could potentially put those children at risk because of what their parents might think is okay with trafficking and stuff like that?
With the age of no, again, like the only people who are going to enforce this at the end, they're the parents or the CAS once they get a notification that something fucked up is going on. As far as like anything outside of the home going on, yeah, that's immediately should be illegal. But like,
okay, but like,
when it
no,
comes to,
Melanie,
like,
you're escaping what I'm trying to ask you.
You're-
I'm asking you why.
But I wasn't
Can you
done.
please
I wasn't
answer
done
me?
speaking.
Why should
Yeah,
it
see,
be
I
illegal?
wasn't done. Speak easy. I wasn't done.
Yeah, but
So
you
when it
never
comes
fucking
to-
answer the
Yeah, but
question.
Speak is making progress.
When it comes to like my 16-year-old wants to have sex with her boyfriend, I think that's a bit different then slippery slope arguments into sex trafficking.
Okay, are you gonna say why, or are you not gonna answer my question? Why shouldn't kids be able to consent to sex? Why? Why? Answer the why.
The why?
Yeah, the why. Yeah, like I said 50 fucking times in a row.
That's a pretty
fucking
simple
weirdo.
question, Furby.
That actually, you've asked all sorts of questions. You never asked why they shouldn't be able to consent to sex.
Oh, that's horseshit. That's well.
Okay,
Sorry,
it's
that's horseshit.
because we're not going to have experts standing over them to make sure they're safe. So in this case, we need to wait till their prefrontal cortex is fully developed. What else did I say? I said we're not going to be able to have.
Until they can make
We're not going to be able to have experts.
Thank you.
So the answer to the question of the evening is no, because their prefrontal cortex has not developed. You should not allow youth to transition because they have not developed the mentality to be able to make wise decisions on their
That's not what I
own.
said. You're just
That
lying.
is
That's
the
not what I
answer.
said.
The
You're
answer
lying.
is no.
You're lying.
No,
you're a
that's the
liar.
truth, though.
You're a
That
liar.
you
That's
gave
not what
the
I said. You
answer.
have to
I am
make up.
taking your answer and applying it to the question. The question is, should we
Doesn't apply
allow
to me,
you to
though.
transition?
You're wrong that it applies.
Your answer to
You're
the question
wrong that it
is the
applies. It's
prefrontal
disanalogous.
cortex
You know
has
what that
not
word means, Sarah?
developed. If
Sarah, do
they
you know what the
can't
word
decide,
disanalogous
no,
means?
stop it.
You know what the
If
word
they can't
disanalogous
decide,
means? You
if
know what
they're
the
not
word
allowed,
disanalogous
if
means, so you
they
don't.
shut up,
That
Mel,
means when
or
something's
I will
not
hit the fucking
analogous.
button, Mel. I will hit the
Not
fucking
analogous.
button, Mel.
so you
Mel,
can't
it's
make
my
that
channel. Shut
comparison.
the fuck
It's
up.
called a false equivalency.
Mel, I highly recommend you shut up now.
I highly recommend not taking
Listen,
W's from
listen, you just said that they can't even consent to having sex. They can't consent to voting.
Why
They
did I
can't
say that?
consent to a lot of
That's not all I
things.
said. That's not all I said. That's not all I said.
Prefrontal cortex
That's
has
not all I
developed.
said.
You
That's
can't
not
make
all I
those
said.
types of
That's not all I
decisions.
said.
Done, Mel. That's
not
the
all I said.
end
No,
of
you're
the
wrong.
question. Why
You're
do
wrong
we
here.
not
This is
allow
the
them
only
to
way you
vote?
can
Why
pretend
do
you're
we not
winning.
allow
This
them
is
to
the
have
only
sex?
way you
Why
can
do we not
pretend you're
allow
winning.
them
It's
to make
disanalogous.
decisions for themselves, Mel?
It's
Because they
analogous
can't
when we apply
fucking
it to
make
children
those
transition.
decisions.
It's
Why?
analogous.
Let
What
me.
does that
Okay,
word
I'm going to
mean,
mute
Sarah?
you because you won't let me answer the fucking question. Listen, why does my daughter get grounded? Why does she have to ask me permission? Why can't she just make all the decisions because if the world were her oyster and she could just do all the decisions that she wanted to, she'd have an unlimited Amazon shopping spree. She'd have all the makeup she could ask for. She'd get her nails done literally every fucking day. All of these dumb
You're making
decisions.
such a great
But
point.
these are decisions that she would be trying to make because she's a teenager. She doesn't fucking know better. She has no fucking concept
Again,
of
gender
anything,
stability,
whether
not
it's
makeup
money,
preference. Gender stability.
sex,
Gender
politics,
stability happens at
or
the age of
even
7.
rationality, because
Gender
her
stability.
prefrontal cortex has not yet
Gender stability happens at
developed.
the age of 7.
Done.
No, it's not done. No,
It is
you're
done.
unable
You
to
gave
you're
the
unable to
answer.
argue anything else. Because
There is
first of
no
all,
more argument.
you're taking a W from a false
Go-
equivalency because I
go
started
over
my
there
whole
and
answer.
give
I
Sarah her
prefaced my whole
W
answer for a
right now.
reason with the fact that we can't have experts who can protect them from harm standing over their shoulders. So the decision is solely up to them or their parents at the end of the day, depending on how much they hide it. And there's no way that this will ever be a decision of the parent, the child, and all of the experts who are around them. So it's disanalogous because it's not applied the same way at all.
Also, like your parents can sign over a minor to get married when they're a minor, right?
Yeah, because
your parent can give
parent-
consent to do that,
parent
right?
is making that decision, right? The parent is choosing to allow it because they've assumingly have the rationality and the life experience to make that decision on their behalf and say,
But
okay,
they're not. But they're
I've
they're
weighed
obviously
this.
not making
No,
any.
we win. It's done. It's done. We win. We win. The parent can consent. We
No,
win.
no, hold
W
up.
us.
Actually,
W
no,
us.
that's
No,
not
no,
even
we win.
a
Everything
fact.
you said is
That's not
invalid
even
now.
a
Everything you
fact.
said is invalid.
That's not
We
even
win.
a fact what you just said, though. That's not
Neither
even a
was
fact.
what you said that you got
So
your W from. So have fun with
to be
that.
clear, so that everyone over here doesn't think you're making a claim that you're not. You're not saying parents can consent a 16-year-old to marry a 40-year-old. Is that what you're saying? or a 15-year-old, sorry, to marry a 40-year-old.
In some states of the United States, yes.
It's still right now. What states?
Mississippi is 15, I believe,
You
specifically
sure?
for females with parental consent. I believe Wyoming is 16 with parental
US
consent. I do know that there were a few states like Tennessee, and Republicans were trying to lower consent age to 13 in one state a few years
18 is
ago.
U.S. code. 18 for U.S. code. Don't let it fool you. Don't let state statute fool you. It's
Hey.
U.S. code. Federal
What
law.
about states' rights?
I have a question.
Just kidding. Hey, hi, James.
Hold on a minute. I gotta.
May I ask you something?
If someone identifies as an attack helicopter, are they trans or mentally ill male?
Oh God,
No, 'cause
James.
The trans thing is for gender, and they don't have to be. Laughing isn't an argument.
No, don't encourage him, easy. Just repeating something. I'm trying to test his logic. No, this is not testing his logic.
Oh shit!
It's not a good faith question. It's just a fucking troll. Thank you, James.
A friend of mine.
It's a troll that's logically consistent with the view, though. That's what sucks, right? It's like the troll of asking, like, what would you feel like
not
if you
understanding
eat
what gender
breakfast?
is.
It is a troll. That question is a troll, but it also can test someone if they can understand hypotheticals. So even though his question's a troll, it's still actually logically consistent. So I think it's fair
you're
to answer.
testing me, all right. You're testing how many
But
times I can
technically, it
answer
was-
the same
It
question.
was a friend of mine's question.
I mean, every
Not,
time you ask this
my
question, it's going to be the same answer. That's probably not gender. And when it is gender, then we're either talking about how gender is a spectrum, or we're talking about someone going from one bimodal sex category to another.
So I identify as king of everything.
Is that gender?
No, I identify as king of everything. That's you too.
Is that gender?
I'm king of everything.
Okay, so that doesn't apply to trans people. Cool.
I identify.
Chuck, I see you backstage. I'm officially banning you because you're a moron and I don't appreciate stupid antics on my panel like that. That was just dumb. And shout out to Speakeasy for the big 20 for the Sarah with the W. Appreciate that. And Crazy Zark coming up with the big 20. If you believe in God or evolution or a naturalist, why would you need to change what you are? And we need to teach it's okay. You are not that you need to change what you are. I think the point is to accept who you are, right? God made you exactly where he planned to make you. And I think that's where he's going with that. Shout out to Kane's Catharsis coming up with the big 20. He sounds like a somebody say it for me.
Performatist.
Yeah, there was some weird spelling. Performatist. I'm going with performatist because performance.
I don't think Kane even knew what word he wanted to use.
Yeah. They believe children were born with all their emotions, sensory capabilities, and mental aptitude intact, and environment plays no or minimal role in development. Thank you, Kane.
That's not necessarily what I said. I said there's certain parts of the brain that will develop in sexually dimorphic ways. They give you essentially what's a temperament, if we're talking in the broadest terms possible. So don't try to pick that apart. I'm just trying to be efficient. And so where environment does matter is like prenatally in the womb, the hormone environment matters. And then beyond that, it's your social environment. You're socialized to act one way if you consider yourself in one gender category, or another if you consider yourself in another gender category. Men wore makeup at one point, right? That was considered masculine.
Just a shout out. We're going to go for 4 more minutes and then we'll end on closing statements.
I'm going to hop down. Sorry guys, I got to hop down, but thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your question.
Good hearing your voice, Goose.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. You're most welcome.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
have a good night, guys.
Good to meet you.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I'm gonna get ready to hop down as well too, and I think Mel, you lost this one, so
okay.
Yeah.
Everyone is entitled to their opinion.
So yeah, y'all have a good one. Talk to you later, everybody.
Hey, wait, James, are you a streamer or are you chat? Because if you're a streamer, then fuck you. If you're a chat, then chat always wins.
Well, technically, I am a
Oh.
streamer, but I'm not. So,
Well, then fuck you and chat always wins.
Just never cross swords.
That's a good idea. Oh, unless you have glow in the dark, those things you put on your thing. Then you can cross swords and you can call it a lightsaber battle.
No, Bill Hicks. Speakeasy did not win.
cause I got make up for my stream that I was supposed to have tonight. I got make up for it today.
Hey,
After I helped my family.
you
with
live in
some
a whole
stuff,
bunch of other
fine.
delusions. You living in a delusion of you winning the debate is just another one to add. So it's all good.
I think I'm actually quite.
That'll
reasonable.
hey, if that'll
And your
help
need to
feel
prove that.
better, Mel. If that'll help you feel better, Mel, when you get off tonight, you
Oh.
will tell your friends in real life, I beat that speakeasy guy.
Well, likewise with telling people that I'm delusional when I clearly understand cognitive science, for example, better than you do.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but you don't
Mhm.
understand that the laws of logic are actually presupposed to use anything to do with that. So what are you talking about?
But,
Except logic is just not universal. It can
Yes,
presuppose
it
a lot
is.
of things. It doesn't mean it's
Yes,
always
it is.
universal.
Laws of logic are universal. Simple.
It sucks to be you.
I'm rubber, you're
All
glue. When it's say to me, you bounce it off of me, it sticks to you.
That's
Mom!
not really what I said, but okay.
I'm rubber and you're
glue.
Fair enough. Let's go ahead and lock in our final thoughts. Goon, to you, since you've been on and off, what are your final thoughts? And I do ask, while people give their final thoughts, please hush up, mute up, whatever you need to do. Allow them the floor because these are the final realms. We're not digging into anything else. Goon, to you.
I think that whenever people have conversations like this, you wind up missing out on what could be an interesting conversation about what actually makes a man and a woman. Everything gets boiled down to having a dick or a vagina, when most people, like let's say someone goes, knocks up a woman, leaves his kid, nobody would consider that a man. If a woman doesn't provide for her children, nobody would consider that a woman. There's an interesting conversation to be had about what makes a man and what makes a woman, but it gets lost in this weird gender debate to where people just boil everything down to penis, vagina.
Fair
That's
enough.
it.
Rick Jonesy, to you.
Sure. I'd love to give myself a shameless plug. Content creator as well. I like the government accountability. If you're into that, definitely sub up. Sarah's an amazing host every single time. Thank you so much. Speak. As far as I'm concerned, you're a winner, bro. Melanie, I'm not going to give you too hard of a time. I would say that sexualizing children, that means anyone under the age of 18, is probably not a good idea. And everybody else on the panel and the chat, of course, as we know, as Speakeasy puts it, the chat always wins. Thanks.
Thank you. And effigy to you.
Thanks for letting me up. Yeah, first time on Sarah's panel. I'm usually in the blood sporting debate areas. I don't have any stream or anything of it right now. But yeah, interesting conversation. Great moderator as far as like keeping our want to turn it into a blood sport kind of tampered down. So good job on that. But yeah, just appreciate being allowed up and always like having this conversation, even though I feel like I've kind of overdone this conversation for 3 straight days.
Yeah, he actually had this combo with Andrew yesterday on my.
Oh, very
show.
nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Untrackable, you didn't really get to say anything. You came up a little late, but final thoughts.
Did I?
You're
Did I miss
muted.
something?
You're muted, Untrackable. Are you high?
Maybe a little bit, but I
Okay.
would say this, and that is, without these conversations, how do we learn more about what's going on? Because we have this thing in our head that is just us. It's just us and what we take in. But there's so many more out there. And the interpretations that come out of it you know, some people tell jokes to, you know, get their feelings out, and some people were in it, like in it, with whatever subject you're talking about. So I think I thank you for having me up, and this was all amazing.
You are stoned as fuck.
Ask that shit.
Right after stream, I am gonna go get on the same level as you. Let me tell you.
That's the Dutchie.
I love it. I love it. That's the most stoner response I ever heard. All right, Trippy to you.
Trippy to me. Well, I just want to. I've been sitting here like just patiently, just waiting because I was going to be like, you know what? What I should do is I should say thank you to Speakeasy for like a year and a half ago. This guy got me 120 subs in like one night.
Oh, very nice.
This guy's a badass. And thank you to Sarah too, because you also got me quite a few subs over the while that I've known you. I don't know Untrackable, but he tried to put us all into one of those what do they call that? It's like a quandary. He tried to put us all into the same headspace as him, where it's like, oh my god, who put me inside this body? Is this my brain, or is this my spirit talking to me? I don't even need drugs. I'm on the same page as him. Thanks Effigy for being Effigy, Untrackable too, and Melanie Fox. You I respect because you were able to actually go onto a panel and debate with Speakeasy. I don't care what the results were, but that takes some guts to go on and actually do these discussions with somebody like that. So,
Oh, thank you. I think it took more.
cheers all around.
Yes, thank you so much, Trippy. Melanie, to you.
I'm gonna
Oh,
leave.
I started this panel. Shouldn't I go last?
I'm gonna give you the floor now, only because Speakeasy is restreaming, and so I do want to respect that he's restreaming.
How
So-
convenient. You're all going to have a little chat about how right you are. It's going to be very cute. So no, I don't care. So look, folks, it's really convenient and really easy to say how someone perceives themselves in their heads should be defined by their genitals. You know, anybody from any time era would think that, because it seems almost intuitive, right? Well, here's what we've learned from science. What we think is intuitive doesn't always pan out. And when people emerge that don't fit the mold of what we've created in society, we can't just say, well, fuck you. You now have to fight twice as hard to exist, and you don't even get to exist as yourself. Now, when we're talking about the youth, I agree. They're at a delicate time of their lives. If we didn't have research that shows that gender is formed like in the womb, like way before they could be influenced to have a different gender, then maybe there'd be something to it. But I can tell you firsthand, I grew up with a mother who wouldn't let me do girl stuff, tried to make me into a boy, and I still wound up like identifying as a woman. So it doesn't work when you try to force people back into a box. And the reason is that gender is formative. It forms early in the brain, and you can't change it back. So this is a complex science. I've got into all sorts of things. The ethics are, we're trying to reduce harm. We're trying to make them so that way they're less likely to be depressed, less likely to have high rates of self-deletion. And the medical literature shows that is what we're doing. And any responsible clinician will only keep doing that so long as that's what the literature shows. There can be all sorts of debate and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's about helping trans people, and that includes trans kids. So trans rights, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Speakeasy. Have a good night. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Melanie, for doing this panel tonight. Yeah, I know you came to me asking to do this, and I'm really absolutely happy to oblige. It was a sensitive topic, but I know that it was one that obviously you guys needed to have nonetheless. And so I'm really excited that you guys got to do this, and I hope that you both came up with the results that you wanted or that you were seeking. But thank you, Mel. I appreciate you.
Have a good night.
Absolutely. Speakeasy to you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for hosting this. I appreciate it. You were a fair moderator, like I expected you to be. Everyone in my chat, make sure I've dropped the link a few times. I'm going to drop it one more time. Make sure you guys all come over to Sarah's. Drop a like on the stream. Sub up if you're not subbed up there yet. All right. make sure you do that. Go do it now while she's live. Put this live in the algorithm, you know. I wanted to actually just respond quick to one thing that Melanie said there at the end, and it was just the fact that Melanie said we can't put people back into boxes or force them back into something they don't believe they are. That's not what we're doing, right? We just make a whole new category for them. And yeah, we can tell people what we accept and don't accept in society. We do it all the time, right? But yeah, other than that, yeah, I appreciate you having the panel. And yeah, I'm going to make sure I tell everyone to come drop a like over here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you as well for joining tonight's Speakeasy. Again, it sounded like you guys needed to hash out this conversation. And I feel like maybe there was some form of resolution between the two of you, or at least you got it. You were able to get it all out. And I think
Yeah,
that's.
I got what I needed to understand. So
Yeah, makes sense. Well, outside of that, all of my, oh, wait, I apologize. I had one more super chat. I almost missed it, Michael. My deepest apologies. Coming in with a big 20. He says, thank you, panel. This was fun. To Sister Sarah, ATM, all titties matter. You were a great host, and I'll be back, but I now expect this level or above. Damn it. High pressure. And outside of that, ladies and gentlemen, if this whole panel wasn't degenerate enough for you, well, we've got one that can top it. So outside of everything else, fuck off.
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
All right, I'm gonna get low with it, Michelle. I'm gonna get low there. Oh yeah, right there. Okay. Oh yeah.
Yo, listen up, I got a tale to tell about a sexy tomato with a fury from hell. All the other
She's not the best looking woman, but she's very into submission. Really into it, so is the husband, which I like. He likes there to sit there and watch her get dominated.
Mr. Chaco!
She's got seeds of anger, simmering inside.
All right, that's funny. That's funny. I'm gonna get out of there now. we've already seen enough of Hormaxer over here, right? Shout out again to Sarah, though. For real, everyone, go make sure you drop a like on that stream, okay? I really appreciate everyone coming over here and chilling with me and all the support we've had tonight. It's been crazy. But also, you know, give Sarah some support for hosting it, being a fair moderator during the debate. How is that allowed on YouTube? Because YouTube has become degenerate. Thanks for making it stop my eyes. I know. I couldn't take it much longer either. I had to turn it. I had to get out of there. W Speed, W James, W Untrackable, as long as he passes the blood this way. Based. Shout out to you, Elder Lion. All right. Last one I read was the question I asked from Rachel. We had another 5 gifted from Crucible Ghost. Shout out to you. Hoodie. All right, I got you. You're gonna have to message me on the Discord. All right. And Darth Maul, thank you very much for becoming a new member. I appreciate that. It's weird that she ended when she did, because like right when she said there's 30 minutes left, I was about to message and say, yo, we're almost at 6 hours. And this is a day off stream. And then she got off too. So it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to send you guys there. Who's streaming right now? Who is streaming right now? Kaiser, appreciate you. Kitten Academy is streaming 24/7. Is this like a thing with a bunch of kittens in it? Is that what that is? That's funny. Hey, Michael. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. This cool streamer Speakeasy is streaming right now. Oh, King TL. I gotta unpin that. That's not my link. That was the link for Sarah's panel. This is usually my day off. Jess White is? Is she? Okay. Hold up. Why don't I see? Why isn't she popping up for me? Oh, right here. Okay. Okay. Okay, she's got a good little going. Maybe you guys can go and make it interesting. I'll listen in while I'm getting ready to lay down and whatnot. And you know, who knows? Maybe I'll jump up there if they talk in a good enough topic. All right. Maybe, yeah. Never know. Let me set up this redirect for you guys. There we go. Listen, thank you everyone for watching. Okay, thank you all for coming and joining. I hope I was able to not only educate and state facts, but entertain as well. All right. I hope I made it a good stream for you all. I mean, listen, the content this week has been fire. All right, starts with me and Andrew beating down on some fucking troll that comes up here. All right, and Mr. E. Then next day, verbal combat, epic, most epic verbal combat there was, I think, so far. I think that was the most epic one. All right. Then tonight, a wicked debate, an after party of me and Made by Jim Bob slamming down on that fool. Pause, no homo shit. But you know what I mean. All right. The content's just been on fire. Here's the link for the live, everyone. I sent the link. Oh, okay. I got the link. I did just copy it, but thank you. L after L, shaking my head. But yeah, that was fire. This has been a wicked week. A wicked week. Like I said, I won't see you guys now till Wednesday unless I pop up on a panel or something, because I'm building a room, a new room in the house, and I'm also gotta get some different things with the business in order, and I just want to put my full focus on those two things for next week. You know, Sunday gonna be day off, family day, and Then Monday, Tuesday, I want to put my focus into building the room and getting that shit situated. So I will see you guys Wednesday. All right. Lots of content for you guys to watch. If you missed any, that 50-hour marathon has so many laughs. It's too fucking good. Is it a grow room? No, it's an extra bedroom. I'm building an extra bedroom. I missed the whole stream, but I knew you would win, so I voted for you because I knew you won. Based. And that's logically sound, actually. Yo, listen. Yeah, that's true though. The last 2 hours was so I was crying, I think, for that last 2 hours. That's true. The tinfoil hat thing, too fucking funny. Listen, you guys are the fucking best. Honestly, I can't thank you guys enough. Here, you know what? One more thing before we go. Let me do something here. One more thing before we go, just because I always like to give back to you guys when I can. Hold up 1 second. Boom! Let's drop those in there for you guys. Hopefully we get some good ones, okay? Hopefully we get some good ones. Listen. Absolutely can't thank you guys enough. And thank you all for coming and joining me. All right. Listen. And mods too. I always gotta try and remember mods. Thank you guys. You guys are absolutely fucking amazing. Okay. Help me hold this ship together. All right. It could be 30 in the chat. It could be 1,500 in the chat. All right. Best fucking chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. Love you guys. Have fun over at Jess's. Remember, drop her a bunch of bears when you get there. Make sure they know there's a bear raid coming through. I'll drop the link for you guys one more time here too. There's the link for her live. I hope you guys have a beautiful Sunday. God bless. And I will see you all on Wednesday.